Chapter 678. You're not selling mirrors? Baigu thought mirrors were worth a lot of money. I haven't been forced to that extent yet, including perfume. I only sell toilet water now, but I have a lot of perfume in stock. Li shook his head. He wouldn't easily sell his trump card. Even if he was short of money, he still wouldn't sell mirrors in bulk. This was because the people in the capital already knew that there was a type of mirror from the Zhuangzi, which was light and easy to clean. Once the Li family Zhuangzi tried to sell mirrors, it was either because there was a new good item or because they had no money. The Li family Zhuangzi was printing exchange coupons, so he couldn't give the people the hint that the Li family Zhuangzi had no money. If a bank run started, the Li family Zhuangzi could deal with it. If something was issued with less money than the Li family Zhuangzi's collateral. If the bank run was over, how could the exchange coupons circulate? That was why Li Yi didn't release them until he finished making new things. Mirrors were still luxury goods. It wasn't like he didn't know how to play with capital. Capital pursued profit, selling one generation, storing another generation, and researching another generation. Only when there was competition would he release the next generation. The Li family Zhuangzi had technological reserves, which were more advanced than mirrors, but he didn't take them out. He only kept them in Li Yi's heart. Baigu didn't think about the bank run. He picked up the bowl and gulped down a bowl of iced yellow wine. He was sincerely happy. The Li family Zhuangzi had a foundation, which proved that the Tang dynasty would continue to be stable. Xiao Yi, I think His Majesty's attitude towards Yuanji has changed. Baigu said something he shouldn't have. Old Bai, actually. Zhang Shua should retire. When the time comes, you and Old Song should be the Prime Minister. Originally, you didn't have a chance. If you don't feel well, come to me first. Don't look for the imperial physician to avoid delaying your illness. Li Yi also said something he shouldn't have. Jigu and Huaishen. Baigu actually understood. After he returned, the higher-ups said that whoever Li Yi treated well would be in danger. Then, Li Yi would always talk about who would do what in advance. Just like Yi fashion, he could predict the future. This time, His Majesty obviously knew about the Bing province chief historian Wang Qi's letter in advance. As for Xiao Yi, he had already made arrangements. In other words, he was going to die this year. The only reason he didn't die was because of Xiao Yi? Baigu's hair stood on end. He felt a sense of fear. In addition, he was personally involved in Li Riji's matter. Xiao Yi knew when someone might die. How could he save her just because he wanted to? Xiao Yi, as the Minister of Revenue, I have many. Old Bai, are you saying that you are greedy for money? That won't do. I'm a person who draws a clear line between public and private affairs. If I should be impeached, I'll be impeached. Li Yi interrupted Baigu with a smile. About the bathtub and the showerhead, you have to hurry up, Zhu Yi. Baigu changed back in an instant. Old Bai, it's useless to take a bath. I'll roast a kidney for you. I suspect that you can't do it anymore. Li Yi also changed the topic. Who said that? How can you? Do you have medicine? Baigu had taken a lot of medicine, but the effect wasn't very good. I'll give you a few when we go back. You can eat it for half an hour. Li Yi decided to exchange some of that medicine for Baigu. The main reason was that Baigu didn't exercise. Otherwise, he would have no problem even if he was 60 or 70 years old. Baigu looked at the palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs were eating with their heads down. They looked very serious, as if they didn't hear anything that they shouldn't have. So he quietly nodded and said, Is there a problem with surrendering? Is there a problem with not being with the Tang dynasty? Surrendering to the Tang dynasty was a temporary measure. They still have expectations in their hearts. They're looking forward to the outcome of the battle with the Turks and the establishment of political power again. Li Yi, who knew the history, gave Baigu an answer. If that's the case, when they go to Huazhou and Tongzhou, their hearts will be with the Tang dynasty. Baigu was still worried. If they go outside, their lives won't change. If they go to the 2 provinces, I'll give them benefits. I'll give them new clothes to wear, give them good food to eat, treat their diseases, and educate their children. What they feel is something else. Rebellion and non-rebellion are only driven by a small number of ambitious people. For the ambitious leaders, I'll set up a travel class. They'll come to Zhuangzi and see how it develops. At this time, they'll leave their tribes. On one hand, I'll show them the power of Zhuangzi. On the other hand, I'll divide the tribes there. What Li Yi said was an administrative measure. Isolation, division, adjustment, and arrangement. Bai Gu, who had just taken a sip of the iced yellow wine, found that his mouth was dry. He swallowed twice and said, "Xiao Yi, I know. Old Bai, don't think too much. If your throat hurts, sneezes, or you have a fever, come to me quickly. Who wants dental implants? 2 coins for 1. Li Yi comforted Bai Gu. You're already so old. Don't be scared. Aren't my wrists very normal? Don't you people know how to do it? The palace maids and eunuchs still lowered their heads to eat. However, no matter how they ate, the food on their plates didn't seem to decrease. On the other side, the food on the grill was almost burnt. Early the next morning, Bai Gu left happily with 3 three-dimensional paintings in his hand. He knew how to read them. Before, he didn't know how to read them. Later, after drinking and drinking, he felt a little dizzy and saw double. When he looked at the paintings again, he knew how to read them. Yes, it was the same when he drank too much. After that, he drank even more. When he left in the morning, he was still dizzy. After Li Longji finished the small court meeting, Bai Gu went forward and took out 3 pieces of paper. He looked at them and chose one. Your Majesty, do you have a sheep here? Bai Gu's expression was slightly absent-minded. Li Longji personally walked over and took the paper. He looked at it and said, "Call the imperial physician to sober Bai Gu up." Your Majesty, I didn't drink too much. I drank a little last night. I told Xiao Yi. Bai Gu shouted as he was supported to leave. You didn't drink too much. Then you're referring to a cow as a sheep. Your crime is even more serious. Are you bullying me because I don't understand 3-dimensional paintings? It's clearly a cow. You call it a sheep. Do your sheep's horns look like this? You drank so much wine last night. How long have you practiced? You actually came to show off in front of me. Li Longji retorted. He could tell at a glance that the animal in the 3-dimensional painting was a cow. I impeach Li Yi, Dr. Li, for getting Minister Bai Gu drunk and causing Minister Bai Gu to be disrespectful. Yao Chong quickly came out. Bai Gu was still struggling. I second the motion. Lu Huaishan helped Bai Gu. Your Majesty, how do you see this? I see a flock of chickens. Zhang Shua came over to take a look. He was puzzled. It was a flock of chickens. Bai Gu saw it as a sheep, while Her Majesty saw it as a cow. Was there a reason behind it? It's a 3-dimensional painting. If you look cross-eyed, you will see a concave part. If you look at it absent-mindedly, you will see a protruding part. Li Longji began to explain to the ministers who had not left how to see the 3-dimensional painting. Everyone worked hard and thought carefully and adjusted. Not long after, Yao Chang's eyes widened. Your Majesty, it's a cow. How did this cow appear? Is it the art of immortals? Your Majesty, Zhilong has chosen to commit the crime of referring to a cow as a sheep. Song Jing also saw it. Li Longji looked at him. Are you serious? You call Bai Gu Long Zai, and then you want me to punish him? Lu Huaishan looked at another painting and said, Your Majesty, it's clearly a sea of flowers, but now I see a lone flower. This scene is too beautiful. My brother Yi is preparing to use it to make a lot of money. It's naturally extraordinary. Li Longji said. He suddenly felt that the 3-dimensional painting was no longer so beautiful. Behind it was the country and the world. If others made this thing, it would be for fun. Brother E took it out and used it to appease the surrendered families. Chapter 679. In the rainy weather, the grass on both sides of the road was yellow, and the pine trees further away were dripping with grease. The pine oil, which was supposed to have a fragrant aroma, smelled sticky from head to toe. The official road that used to allow large groups of people to travel on had become a bumpy path that extended along the foot of the mountain. Dust was flying around the group. Even though the wind was blowing, the air that entered their nostrils was scorching hot. A group of carriages slowly advanced on the road, but the cavalry in the group were running here and there. Report, we've discovered the Sangon River. We've discovered people on the nearby hills. A winged knight scout ran over. Get ready, the leader, Fan, ordered. A portion of the winged knights dismounted and picked up shields from the carriages of the carriages. There's a plain up ahead, where the Anong Protectorate is located, Fan shouted. He had a map and had specifically asked about the situation before coming. In fact, he was referring to the capital of Li Yi's time. It used to be called Beiping, and from the word ping, one could tell that it was a plain. There were many other mountains, and from the west to the Anong Protectorate, one had to pass through these mountains. The villagers were also preparing. The 100 Khitan study class took out empty water bags and prepared to go to the Sangon River to fill them with water. Wasn't the northern part of Hebei province said to be a land of bitter cold? Why is it so hot? The villagers didn't have time to wipe their sweat and picked up their crossbows. They didn't know what the situation was with the people that the scouts had discovered. The journey had been peaceful, with only wild beasts and few people. This probably had something to do with the path they were taking. They had crossed under the Great Wu Army and arrived at the Anong Protectorate on top of the Great An Army. The people they saw along the way didn't interact with them. They saw them from afar and went into the forest. The winged knights didn't chase after them, allowing them to leave. This place was a land of bitter cold. They could feel the bitterness, but where was the cold? It was summer now, and there were still a few days to go. There should be fields, but there are weeds everywhere. The villager looked through his binoculars and saw shallow ridges in the fields. This meant that someone had farmed here before, and after they left, the land gradually became abandoned and overgrown with weeds. Occasionally, small animals could be seen in the grass. The group warily moved forward, slowing down. The 100 Khitan students took the initiative to walk in front, holding their sabers at their waists but not touching them. After walking for an hour, a river appeared in front of them. There was also a group of people holding bows, sabers, and spears. Behind them was a group of people dressed in rags. These people carried wooden buckets in their hands, and some even had carrying poles by their sides. They're from the Buri tribe. There are more than 700 of them. They're considered a medium-sized tribe. Bacharka introduced loudly. Then, he switched to the Khitan language that the other party could understand. The Khitan language was not uniform, and it was difficult for some tribes to communicate with each other. More and more people from the Buri tribe appeared. Even the children were holding bows in their hands, even though the bows didn't look very powerful. Both men and women in the Buri tribe could become warriors. They were on high alert. Bacharka ran over and spoke to one of the men who seemed to be the leader. The winged knights were forming a shield. The people in front were holding shields and swords, while the people at the back were hiding behind the shields with crossbows. The other winged knights mounted their horses and looked for a suitable position to charge. The villagers opened the tarps on several carriages, revealing the monkey boxes inside. They took out their lighters and were about to light them. After waiting for a while, the Buri tribe lowered their weapons and put their arrows back into their quivers. Bacharka turned his head and shouted, put them down, and exchange them. They want to see the goods. If they're good, we can exchange them with people from the Tang dynasty. Bring a carriage of soap, scented soap, and toilet water over. Go, let's go. The village guards were still holding their swords. The villagers weren't afraid of a fight at all. They drove a carriage forward. Li Yin, the village steward, who followed them, shouted to Bacharka, "Bring all the people from the Tang dynasty here. We have to watch them." Bacharka talked to the leader of the Buri tribe again, and some people ran out. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than 200 people had arrived. The men were all bare-chested. They looked very thin and weak, and the pants they wore were full of holes. The women were wearing straw curtains. Some of them were even naked. When a woman walked up to a man from the Buri tribe, the man smiled and touched the woman's upper body. When the woman dodged, the man raised his hand and slapped her. Slap! Poof! The slap landed on the woman's face, and a crossbow arrow pierced the man's head. The people of the Buri tribe picked up their weapons again. The winged knights drew their bows, and the cavalrymen rode their horses and trotted in circles. They gradually sped up. Wah wah wah! Bacharka shouted at the leader of the other party. The leader of the other party also shouted, and the others looked angry. A group of 100 cavalrymen rushed directly to the middle of the Buri tribe and the people of the Tang dynasty. They dismounted and drew their bows. The other cavalrymen divided into groups and distanced themselves, ready to surround and kill. Boom, 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 boom. The shield-wielding soldiers held their shields and walked forward step by step. They trotted from the beginning and stopped when they were more than 10 steps away from the people in front of the Buri tribe. The village steward behind drove a carriage over. He ignored the people of the Buri tribe and drove the carriage directly to the side of the people of the Tang dynasty. They took down cotton clothes and cotton skirts from the carriage. "Come here and put on your clothes." The women wear a dress specially designed by our Dongzhu. The men wear a shirt and trousers. Li Yin shouted at the people of the Tang dynasty with anger in his eyes. "Put on your clothes." The people of the Buri tribe can't defeat the army of the Tang dynasty, someone in the crowd shouted after seeing the situation. A group of men and women of all ages ran forward, picked out their own clothes, and put them on. The woman who was slapped just now put on her dress and underwear. She skillfully covered her underwear with her dress as if she had practiced it countless times under the guidance of the instructor. She looked at the weapons of the Buri tribe and the clothes and thin armor on their bodies. Then she looked at the horses of the Tang dynasty, the people on the horses, the armor on the people, and the crossbows on the people. She came to the person who was shot by the crossbow. This person was already dead. She lifted her foot and stomped hard on the person's stomach. Wah 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 wah. A Buri tribe member shouted at her angrily. She looked up at the person and stomped again. Then she stomped again. After stomping, she looked at the person provocatively. Don't move, the winged knights shouted. They were not afraid of the people of the Buri tribe. There were more than 700 of them, including the women, the elderly, and the children. Even if they were men, judging from the strength of their bodies, they would have no problem fighting one-on-one. The Khitans were no match for the winged knights' training and the food they ate. Tell me, who was bullied? Who do we need to kill? Li Yin shouted at the 225 people of the Tang dynasty. When he handed out the clothes, he took note of the number of people. These people did not look very healthy. 100 people from the study class suddenly rushed up and put their swords on the necks of several important people of the Buri tribe. Bacharka also shouted at the leader of the other party. The leader of the other party had a look of horror in his eyes. Our leader said that if they resist, we will kill all of the Buri tribe. The people from the study class translated to the winged knights and the villagers. The people of the Tang dynasty who were caught to work could already understand the language of the Buri tribe. Tell me, who do you want to kill? If you want to do it yourself, do it yourself. If you don't want to do it yourself, we will help you. Li Yin shouted at the people of the Tang dynasty again. A 7 or 8-year-old child raised his hand and pointed at a person. He killed my mother and father. Chapter 680. Buzz. An arrow was shot into the neck of the man the child was pointing at. The Buri people were in an uproar again. They wanted to fight back, but they didn't dare. The 3 of them beat 2 of our men to death with sticks. They also did that to me. A woman stepped forward and pointed at 3 people. The 3 of them turned around and ran. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows flew out and hit their backs. The people of the Buri tribe were less angry and more scared. They finally realized that the arrows of the Tang soldiers were too accurate. They weren't an ordinary army. He cut off my elder brother's leg. My elder brother didn't survive. A man in his 20s took the sword of the man next to him and walked over. The man's eyes were wide open in anger. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and got an arrow in one of his arms and one of his legs. He threw his bow away and knelt down. The man in his 20s walked over and slashed with his sword. His face was splashed with blood. One by one, they were pointed out and killed. 31 people. 31 people of the Buri tribe were killed. In the past, they had allowed the Great Tang to watch as their people were killed. Now, they would watch as their own people were killed. Okay, let's talk about the deal. Redeem our people. Tell them that we are from the Li family Zhuangzi in Baishui, east of Chang and City. We will wait for their revenge at any time. Li Yin said to Bacharka when he saw that no one else stepped forward to point out the culprits. Dad, Mom, someone has avenged you. The child from before burst into tears. For a moment, cries filled the air. The woman who had shouted that she had been done by the 3 of them ran to the side of a villager and stretched out her hand to snatch the knife. Are you stupid? Why are you looking for death at this time? You are dead. Do you know how much we spent on this trip? Who will compensate us if you die? Let me tell you, we bought you with money. You have to do enough work for us. The farmer used a little force and grabbed the woman's shoulder with his other hand to reason with her. Before they came, Dongzhu had said that no one was looking for death. The woman was stunned. After a few seconds, she said, "Aren't you going to let us go directly? What are you thinking? Go back with the team." And you, the farmer said and looked at the others. Some of the people of the Tang dynasty nodded, while others were in a daze. All right, I'm willing to be your slave. A man in his 40s declared. Slaves? My Zhuangzi is not a slave of the Tang dynasty. You can't be a slave just because you want to. We'll talk about it when we get back. The Li family's slaves in Zhuangzi were treated very well. They could walk around Zhuangzi as they pleased, and they were even given pocket money. Which family's slave had such a good thing? On the other side, Bacharka was talking to the other party's leader about exchanging goods for people from the Tang dynasty. The leader of the Boli tribe was dumbfounded. He was angry, helpless, and confused. He could have just taken her away, so why bother exchanging her? Come, look at this soap. When you wash your hands and face, Bacharka, on the other hand, became enthusiastic, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with the current deal. The people of the Boli tribe who had lost their loved ones were crying while holding the bodies of their loved ones. The people of the Boli tribe who had not participated in the bullying of the people of the Tang dynasty had mixed feelings. It was sad that his men had been killed. When his men killed the people of the Tang dynasty, didn't the people of the Tang dynasty feel sad? What happened after that? Didn't the people of the Boli tribe avenge their loved ones' deaths? They even killed the people of the Tang dynasty for revenge. You can also wash yourselves with soap. There's a river nearby. Don't think about jumping into the river. Our winged knights are good at swimming. Li Yin took a few pieces of soap and gave them to his 225 men. The men and women separated from each other, carefully took off their new clothes, and washed them with soap by the river. Bacharka was also demonstrating. He felt nothing for the people who had been killed, including those who had lost their loved ones. There were also internal conflicts among the Khitans. The tribes fought and killed each other, so they were used to it. Some killed the adults of the other party's family and raised their children as their sons. Some killed the men of the other party and raised the women and children together. For them, there was no right or wrong. Survival was the most important thing. He took a fancy to the women and children of the men who had just died, wondering if they would become his. In the end, some people from the study class acted first. They went over and told the people who had lost their loved ones that they were willing to help bury them, and then they would live with their families who had lost their pillar of support. The other party actually agreed. They had just lost their loved ones, and they immediately began to think about whether they could live or not. Everyone helped to bury the 31 people. There were a total of 26 families, and they were divided among the 26 classes. Those people would follow them back to their own tribes and become part of their families. I'll exchange 3 pieces of soap and 1 piece of soap for each person, plus a caddy of green tea leaves. You're the chief, and you were very cooperative just now. I'll give you a kerosene lamp. If there's no more oil, you can use other things to exchange with the Li family Zhuangzi in the future. Bacharka asked the people of the Boli tribe to see the magic of the soap, and then he named the price. He took another kerosene lamp and a bucket of kerosene, and taught them how to light it and adjust the brightness. The chief looked and raised the price. 3 pieces of soap, 2 pieces of soap, and 3 caddies of tea leaves. At most 2 caddies of tea leaves. Bacharka changed the price. Okay. The chief agreed, and the 2 sides made a deal. He turned his head and lowered his voice. You're also a Khitan. Why are you helping the people of the Tang dynasty? Because the Tang dynasty can let us live a good life. We can't beat the Tang dynasty. The effect of Bacharka's learning was obvious. Where are they from? The chief seemed to want to take revenge. The Winged Knights, the private army of the Tang emperors. Each person rides 3 horses. They train every day, eat meat for every meal, and have the best weapons. Bacharka revealed the identity of the Winged Knights. Take revenge. Can you beat the Winged Knights? What about the other people of the Li family Zhuangzi? The chief remembered, and he could actually speak the language of the Tang dynasty. They're more terrifying than the Winged Knights. Zhuangzi's Dongzhu can fly. They can kill people from hundreds of steps away. They can catch people alive if they want to. When Bacharka mentioned the Li Yi, his eyes were full of awe. Moshe is dead. What about the Khitans? After today's incident, the chief didn't know what the future would be. Do business with the Li family Zhuangzi and the Tang dynasty. We can't fight anymore. The Tang dynasty has become powerful. Bacharka had a firm idea. The Li Dongzhu was a good person. He said he was willing to help the Khitans, and he had always done so. The 25 people finished washing. Their clothes were on, and some parts of their bodies were wet. Their hair was also wet. But it was hot, so it would dry in a while. The woman who wanted to commit suicide, after washing, revealed a clean face. She was actually the most beautiful of all of them. Everyone came back with buckets of water, sat there, and washed the sand off their feet. They waited for it to dry before wearing shoes. They hadn't worn shoes for a long time. As long as one of them made a pair of straw sandals, he would be robbed by the people of the Boli tribe. The wheat in the field had been harvested long ago. They planted sorghum, but no soybeans. They were worried that if they planted soybeans, the Boli tribe would ask them to make tofu again. It was tiring to work all day. For them, it was just living every day without a future. They tried their best not to cause trouble for themselves. But they didn't expect to encounter a magical thing today, and a magical team. Chapter 681. Trying to put on the cold leather shoes, 225 people were in a daze. There were too many carriages in the team. How many things were loaded? Seeing that it was noon, the team started to get busy. The Li family Zhuangzi people were in charge of making a big pot of rice. Even the people of the Boli tribe were invited to eat together. Killing was killing, exchanging was exchanging, and treating was treating. Along the way, the team used exchange coupons at the front and used gold to buy things at the back. The rice and noodles in the carriages were basically not used. Today, in order to celebrate the freedom of the people of the Tang dynasty, they steamed rice. There were vegetables in the fields, so they went to pick them directly. These were all planted by the people of the Tang dynasty. People from other places used the people of the Tang dynasty to farm, make tools, and build houses. Firewood was also taken from the Boli tribe to set up a stove. 225 people were in a daze, not knowing what to do. They didn't know how to do it. The team dealt with things too quickly. They were all militarized. They were in charge of watching. Some people occasionally wiped tears. They had avenged their relatives. As for the future, they would listen to the arrangements of this Li family Zhuangzi. They didn't know the winged knights. They didn't know the name, but they knew the Yulin royal guards. They saw that they were very strong. Their arrows were accurate. When they rode, they were stable and fast. If they were light cavalry, they could even use a shield formation. They had learned too many things. The most important thing was, why did the Li family Zhuangzi have armor and crossbows? The woman who wanted to commit suicide wore a dress and went to the person who stopped her before. She felt that this person had strength, so she felt safe. Brother, are you a farmer? The woman didn't want to die now. At that time, she was impulsive and felt that it was better to be alive. Yes, a farmer. I used to be a soldier. My wife and 2 sons came to the Li family Zhuangzi. The farmer was a veteran that the Li family specially looked for. Of course, he felt safe. Not only was he strong, but he also knew how to kill. Are you a slave? The woman wanted to ask more. No, Zhuangzi buys slaves, but they don't use them like other people buy slaves. Female slaves work normally and can go out to play. The guard in Zhuangzi said whatever he thought. The woman blinked. She couldn't understand how slaves could go out to play. In the Lijia village of Bashui, the people there work in 3 shifts. If you're hungry in the middle of the night, there's food in the canteen too. The farmer was afraid that the woman would take things too hard, so he told her about Zhuangzi. Many people gathered around to listen. She heard that there were military secrets in Zhuangzi, that there were countless livestock, that she was sick of eating meat, and that she did not need to spend a single cent to send her children to school. There was also Zhuangzi's Dongzhu, who was actually a secondary class, second-rank civil official. His Majesty's private army was stationed in Zhuangzi to protect him at all times. When the villager fell ill, Dongzhu personally treated him. The farmers allocated houses to them. They had money but couldn't spend it. Everyone listened as if they were dreaming. This was Zhuangzi. What was even more amazing was yet to come. In the first year, 42 students went to work in Zhuangzi. In the second year, all of them passed the imperial examinations. In the second year, there were another 220 students who also worked. Then this year, they all passed the imperial examinations. Their families now live in Zhuangzi, and they went out to be officials. Dongzhu let the 42 students go to various counties to be registrars and county lieutenants. The 220 newly passed the imperial examinations were ordered by Dongzhu to help the monarch with the land. When the monarch is done, he will teach them skills. Half a year later, depending on which village needs them, he will send them to be village officials. In the future, they will slowly be promoted. The farmer talked about the imperial examinations. Until now, there were 262 people who passed the imperial examinations in Zhuangzi. The people of the Tang dynasty who were exchanged listened as if they were listening to a book from heaven. A group of high-ranking officials who passed the imperial examinations listened to the arrangements of Zhuangzi and Dongzhu. Furthermore, wherever the owner said he would arrange, that was where he would be arranged. Isn't it the Ministry of Personnel's job to arrange officials? Some of the students of the Tang dynasty knew the situation. Yes, my Dongzhu will tell the Ministry of Personnel to invite the Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Works. My Dongzhu can do everything to Zhuangzi. Before we came out, the Minister of Revenue, Bai Gu, always came here. 3 of his teeth were embedded by my Dongzhu. The farmer agreed. Yes, it was the Ministry of Personnel's job to arrange officials. The group of people was stunned. The minister can meet him whenever he wants. The minister even took the initiative to come to Zhuangzi. In the past, even the county magistrate couldn't meet him. What was the difference between the minister and the county magistrate? Based on what you said, he can kill whoever he wants. The student didn't believe it. When I asked you to point just now, didn't you say he can kill whoever he wants? The farmer said lightly. Shall we go back to Zhuangzi to work? The student couldn't refute and changed the topic. If you can't go to Zhuangzi, the imperial court will arrange it. But Dongzhu said that you must go to Chang and to calm down. The farmer shook his head. He also didn't want a group of people to go to Zhuangzi. While they were chatting, the dishes were prepared. The dishes were stir-fried and stewed. The stir-fried pheasant, wild duck eggs, and cucumber together. Pepper noodles were added. It didn't look good, but it tasted good. The stewed dish was eggplant, cowpeas, salted dried tofu, and some pheasant and wild rabbit meat. The rice was rice. 3 Khitans were given a bamboo can of braised pork. The people of the Tang dynasty were given a can of braised pork with soy sauce. When the jar of fermented bean curd was opened, half a piece of fermented bean curd was given to each person. The winged knights took turns to eat. Their expression was calm, and they ate very quickly. I should have given you a good meal to congratulate you. But going out is different from home. There is less food. Let's make do with it. Li Yin apologized to the 225 people of the Tang dynasty who were rescued. The people of the Tang dynasty, they dared to swear that this was the first time in their lives that they ate a can of braised pork with soy sauce. Each of them had half a bamboo can poured on the fragrant rice. And what was this fermented bean curd? It was very salty, like tofu. It tasted delicious. The people of the Tang dynasty had always thought that the farmer of Zhuangzi was lying. Now, they also thought that he was lying. His big brother is just making do with it. What do you usually eat? The woman who was about to commit suicide didn't believe it. How could such delicious food be made with it? I already said that there is a cafeteria. Who usually eats canned food? It's not good. The best is the small casserole. Unfortunately, the weather is hot, so the cafeteria doesn't prepare much. The farmer didn't eat canned food. He really didn't like it. When they were doing experiments, many of the canned food were eaten by the farmers. Canned food was good when there was no other food. They could eat good food all day. Now that there was stewed food, who would eat canned food? Even the people of the Tang dynasty were surprised, let alone the Khitans. If it were another Tang dynasty team, dozens of people came to cook, they would directly arrest them and make them cook for the whole day. They didn't know that food could be so delicious. Why didn't they know before? After the meal, the two sides finished the exchange. The team continued on their journey, bringing the families of the dead with them. The Boli tribe suddenly lost more than 100 people. We will reach the place in 5 days. Bacharka introduced the situation to everyone. They were going to the tribe where the biggest leader of the Khitans lived, which was the tribe they came out from. Yu Jiang, who had been in the team and hadn't taken the initiative to do anything, said, "We should send the vanguard to contact the other party and then choose a place to talk, right?" Chapter 682. Yu Jiang was worried. According to the Li family Zhuangzi's style, this was not a peace talk. It was clearly a settling of scores. The winged knights could kill people in front of so many people. Moreover, he knew what the sky-cracker monkey was for. It wasn't for business. They were clearly taking advantage of the chaos in the Turks to confirm the status of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, they had to find out who bullied the Tang dynasty people first. They had to find out what the Tang dynasty people wanted. If they had to kill, they had to think of other ways. They could not kill in public. Li Yi was really ruthless. He actually gave such an order. Didn't people in power always think about harmony? Why did he suddenly make a move when it came to Li Yi? Bacharka was also worried. What if the families of his brothers bullied the Tang dynasty people while they were away? What should he do when the team arrived? To kill or not to kill? He ran to Li Yin's side and said, "Manager Li, let's settle the past now. There are brothers in Zhuangzi, and there are brothers in the team." Why? He was in a difficult position, but Li Yin was not at all. Those who killed must die. Everything else can be discussed. Dongzhu's reputation can't be weakened. However, in some cases, they were not killed. They died accidentally. Compensation has to be made. Li Yin had received Li Yi's guidance. Killing people did not necessarily solve the problem. It was a way to vent anger. Since they had already knelt and were willing to help the Tang dynasty, it was better to let them live than to kill them. If the dead people had families, they had to be compensated. If they did not have families, they had to be killed. Because no one could get compensation for the dead. Were the dead not people? It was not easy to deal with this kind of thing in previous dynasties. Li Yi was more straightforward. However, he could be flexible. When he set to kill, he had to lock them up and wait for a good day to kill them. In the process, if the other party realized his mistake and was willing to correct it, he should be sentenced to life imprisonment and reformed through labor. This reform through labor was real reform, the kind with a high mortality rate. He would let them do the dangerous work. If he could survive, he would be lucky. If he couldn't, he would have to pay for it. Li Yi drew a line in the sand. There was no such thing as a few men taking turns to do something to a woman from the Tang dynasty, and the woman died. As for those who died from an infection after being whipped, this could be done indefinitely. Because when he was whipping them, he wasn't thinking of whipping them to death. Instead, he wanted to bully them and make them work for him. Consider it from the perspective of the starting point and the mental harm to people. Bacharka and Li Yin had a discussion. The winged knights did not need to participate. The winged knights were only responsible for killing. The 225 people in the team finally showed a smile that they hadn't seen in a long time. They found out that His Majesty's private army listened to the Li family Zhuangzi. Then, the Li family Zhuangzi looked as if he had bought them, so they should belong to the Li family Zhuangzi. But in reality, he took good care of them and allowed them to sit on the shaft of the carriage. The key was that when they were rushing, the winged knight scouts were everywhere. This was a strong army. In fact, the people who were caught to work hadn't fully adapted yet. The change was too fast. When they were carrying buckets to water the sorghum field, a group of people suddenly came out. Then, the Khitans went up to them. They were ready to fight. Just as they pointed their weapons at the ground, a woman was violated, and the situation changed in an instant. They were shot to death just by touching her. This showed that this team had a special dignity. Then, it was true. 31 people were killed. Their dignity was inviolable. Now that they looked at the march, it was indeed different from the army they knew before. They ran 30 miles at a time. The army of the Tang dynasty now has such a powerful weapon. The only student among the 225 people was holding a telescope. The others also had one. They took turns to look at it and felt that it was too magical. When they put this thing in front of them from so far away, they suddenly felt very close. The student looked at it and said to the farmer of the Li family of Zhuangzi, "This is a military weapon. Your Zhuangzi can use it for this trip. When you go back, you must hand it in. Don't keep it." At this time, the student was still thinking about the Tang dynasty. My family made it in Zhuangzi. The telescopes of the military forces of the Tang dynasty were all made by my family in Zhuangzi. The farmer shook his head and said, "From what you said, can you read?" The student found that the farmer was different from others. The farmer was embarrassed. "I only know a few thousand words. My handwriting is not good. It's not as good as my daughter and son. They go to school in Zhuangzi, and their handwriting is much better than mine. You learned from your son and daughter?" The student was interested. "I learned by myself. Dongzhu let everyone learn and send people to teach them. Zhuangzi can't not read or count." The farmer said with a happy expression. He was proud. So what if he was a farmer? Every farmer was different from every other farmer. The student nodded. If you learn more, you can ask your dongju to increase your salary. Otherwise, you can go to someone else's house and be a steward. Go to someone else's house. Huh. The farmer laughed. Why should I go to someone else's house? To be honest, I can't go. Li family of Zhuangzi can only stay in Li family of Zhuangzi. If I go out, I'll die. The farmer knew that he knew too many secrets. Everyone was curious again. Why couldn't they go? How could their lives be in touch with the Li family of Zhuangzi? They could only listen to the farmers talk about the Li family of Zhuangzi. The people of the Tang dynasty who were caught to work had smiles and expectations on their faces. Just like the Khitans who had lost their relatives, those who were alive had to be strong. They would soon forget many people and things. The team moved forward. A few days before they reached their destination, night fell. Tents were set up one after another, and the teams formed sentries. The winged knights hunted wild animals, and the people of the Tang dynasty helped to pick wild vegetables. It was another pot of stew with a lot of spices. Some people wiped their tears while eating. After eating, they went to sleep. Faint crying sounds came from the tents. After Liqiu, it will be hot for many days, but it will cool down sooner or later. Li Qingqi came over for dinner at night. He brought a lot of watermelons that were not fully ripe yet. They could be preserved for a long time after soaking them in salt water. The main problem is the drought. The heat is not a problem. The whole Guangzhou is dry. The only water network we have now is the capital office. It's difficult to dig wells above and to the east of the Yellow River. Li Yi did not want to eat dinner at night. It was hot. In this kind of weather, he was sweating just sitting there motionless. So he was eating cold soup with ice stubble. The tripe in the soup was cooked in advance. He had to eat garlic for fear of diarrhea. The water network will be completed by mid-August. The track from Luoyang to Chang'an will also be completed. There's no need to worry about running out of food. Li Qingqi could now casually talk about the capital office. When will the people arrive? If the mountain can be tidied up this year, the fertilizer can be transported up in winter, and the snow can be plowed in spring. Then we can plant new rice. Li changed the topic and asked about the 9 families who surrendered. He knew those people were not familiar with the border. The earlier they came, the earlier he could make arrangements. They are coming this way. Some people don't want to come here. It can be seen that they are actually rebellious. Li Qingqi finally understood the 3 plans and Li Yi's arrangements. Sure enough, some people were still thinking about going back after the internal strife in the Turkic Khaganate stabilized. Chapter 683. If you want to integrate an ethnic group, other than military force, you also need economic development and quality of life. Li Yi slowly explained to Li Qingqi how to integrate the ethnic groups. Now that integration was not important, it was because other people had sided with them. In order to guard against the other party and for the stability of the mainland, they directly let the other party continue to stay at the border. In the later period of history, during the Anlushan rebellion, it was troublesome. The people at the border were disobedient. Therefore, they became armed forces, and the Tang dynasty still had to fight with them. In the end, both sides would die together. No one would have a good time. Is that enough? Li Qingqi was eating skewers. He realized that he could always eat interesting things in Brother Yi's Zhuangzi. It's just a temporary solution. The root of the problem lies in propaganda. We have to keep saying that the tribes and the Tang dynasty are one family. As time passes, the people's lives will be better, and new children will be born and grow up. Slowly, they will be recognized. We must not let them be. If we find out that they are spreading other things, arrest them and eliminate them. Li Yi explained the basic policy. At that time, there were still some people who had other thoughts. Because of the previous period, they relaxed. What was more terrifying was religion. It was better now that those religions had not spread. Otherwise, when the foreign religions were deeply rooted, it would be difficult to move. We have sent people to Liizhou and Cheongzhou with things. It's more convenient to transport things by water now. Li Chengqi temporarily put aside the issue of integration. He needed to think about it. At the same time, he asked the officials in the imperial court about the specific strategy. He knew that he could ask Li Yi, but why should he let the officials relax? Li Yi drank a mouthful of soup and felt comfortable. Actually, the Grand Canal can be connected to the Anong Protectorate. Now, the Khitans have started to rely on us. We have to make use of shipping. Only by increasing the frequency of the exchange of goods can we let the other party gain benefits and rely on trade. Li Yi was talking about Beijing. The Grand Canal passed through the Yellow River and entered Beijing. They could also enter from Tianjin in the Bohai Bay. In the past, they were always afraid of this and that. Even if the other party surrendered, they did not want to occupy the place. To put it bluntly, the Tang dynasty did not pay enough attention to the northeast, including Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei. They thought that it would not be able to develop there and would pose no threat to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi knew that there were no threats there. The Khitans there were very tenacious. Even the Bohai kingdom could not compare to them. Moreover, in the end, Bohai was still separated from South Korea. Li Chengqi didn't dare to underestimate them. He replied, "They are building ships with the money we have. It takes time to build a big ship, and it also takes time to train the sailors." Li Chengqi didn't know who to blame for this. The navy of the Tang dynasty used to be very strong, but when the third brother became the emperor, the navy was finished and barely maintained. If it weren't for the fact that he collected seafood through the navy and gave them benefits, those ships would have been stolen and sold. Because of the Turks, Tubo, the Abbasid Caliphate, and the barbarians of the southwest, the imperial court had shifted its focus to the west and northwest. They had invested less in the northeast, the east, and the southeast coast. They weren't even willing to invest their energy. Now that he had harvested seafood and learned about iron mines, he understood that he could plant large amounts of pepper in Liizhou and Cheongzhou, as well as the new rice in Jiangnan. He suddenly realized the importance of the navy. Only with the navy could there be transportation. They could go around the sea and didn't have to go through the Lucky River. Big Brother, some of the long-term military and political personnel in the border areas should be transferred back. As the border areas are integrated, it's not good. When Li Yi mentioned this problem, he thought of the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty was powerful. The military and political personnel were separated. However, the military and political personnel used the civil officials to suppress the military officials. Now that the military and political personnel in the border areas of the Tang dynasty were integrated, it was possible to fight. The drawbacks were that they had too much power. It was power, not power. Some people went there to be local tyrants. They were in charge of the population of the area, and there were ethnic minorities. If they rebelled, they might as well split the military and political personnel. Transfer them back. Who is familiar with the local situation? Li Chengqi was annoyed. If it was easy to transfer them back, Tubo wouldn't know how to fight once they attacked. Deputy, push the deputy up. A commander-in-chief should send more deputies. There should be a competition among the deputies. Fight for one. Li Yi came up with the idea. If there were more deputies, they would restrain each other. At that time, it was the same everywhere. Everyone wanted to have more power. Whoever had more power would be adjusted by the higher-ups. Li Chengqi lowered his head and thought for a while. He didn't directly say whether it was okay or not. He still wanted his third brother to ask the officials. It looks like it's going to rain. Li Chengqi looked out of the window. There were clouds in the sky. However, those clouds were light gray in color. It was not raining. The speed of movement was slow, and there was no wind. Li Yi also took a look. He didn't understand. He didn't specialize in meteorology. Now that it's raining, the last batch of mosquitoes and flies will increase, especially mosquitoes. The female mosquitoes in the autumn have finally come out. They will definitely need more nutrition. As soon as Li Yi's voice fell, bean-sized raindrops came crashing down without any warning. The wind did not even blow. It looked like a shower. The soil on the ground was splashed up. Not long after, the raindrops began to fall. There was wind, and the wind was not small. It could be seen from the swaying of the lanterns. However, the sky was not dark and the lanterns were not lit. The villagers outside hid everywhere. Many people ran to the dining hall and looked out of the window. After half an hour, Li Yi and Li Qingqi finished their meal. The rain stopped again. Li Yi sighed. There are no good pesticides. The weather is hot. Even if there is no sun, the vegetables in the vegetable field will suffer. He knew that after the short rain, the weather would become hot and the vegetables would start to have insects. This included vegetable aphids, ladybugs, small puddles, flies, and mosquitoes. Of course, there were also many dragonflies. All kinds of dragonflies flew around. When he was young, he used many methods to catch dragonflies. Later, when he grew up, he knew that he shouldn't catch them. However, there weren't many dragonflies for him to catch. Troubled times. Li Qingqi had to admit that the weather this year was not good. Otherwise, they could continue to stay dry and water the plants with well water. According to previous experience, after every rain like this, many people would fall sick. Write in the newspaper tomorrow that they must drink water and pay attention to mosquito bites. Li thought of a way out of desperation. This was all he could do. Unless he could kill all the insects in a large area, including the dragonflies, it would be useless. Mosquito coils and floral dew. Brother Yi, take them out. I know you have more in Zhuangzi. Li Qingqi was anxious. He knew that if the situation was serious, everyone would get malaria. If they got malaria, they would need to take medicine. The medicine of the big honey pill was more precious than the mosquito coils and floral dew. Brother, we can take out the mosquito coils and floral dew. However, I think we can sell them if any of the Japanese envoys get malaria. The local garrison in the southwest took a lot of the pills. They will use it themselves and help sell it at a high price. At the same time, they will advertise it. Li Yi actually thought of a meeting at such a critical time. They had said that the Great Tang would hold a meeting on the sale of malaria medicine, but even now, the meeting had yet to be held. Chapter 684. Selling newspapers, selling newspapers. The weather is hot after the rain and there are many mosquitoes. Don't drink unboiled water. If you get malaria, you can go to the clinic to take medicine for free. Selling newspapers. Soak plant ash in water. It's best if the ratio is 1:5. Soak it in water for a day and a night. Spray it on the vegetables to prevent insects. On the morning after the rain, the newspaper boy was running and shouting. For a time, people who grew vegetables at home looked for plant ash and soaked it in water. Those who did not have much plant ash asked others for it. Some even burned it themselves. It turns out that this method can prevent insects. Let's try it out. If it works, let's spread it throughout the Tang dynasty. In the political affairs hall, Yao Chong was reading the newspaper in his hand. He focused on the soaking plant ash in water. Plant ash itself can be used as fertilizer. Add it when composting. It has a good effect on the ground. The plant ash will not harm the ground when it falls into the ground. Yao Chong continued to talk about other uses of plant ash. Soaking plant ash in water and spraying it on vegetables was killing two birds with one stone. It's such a good method, and he didn't come up with it until now. He can't remember it. Zhang Shua sometimes felt helpless towards Li Yi. Soaking plant ash in water to kill insects. Why didn't he mention it 2 years ago? He must have not thought of it. When he encountered a problem, he needed inspiration to come up with a solution. Lu Huaishan, on the other hand, was smiling. Xiao Yi has already worked very hard. At least there is no cure for malaria. Once malaria occurs, a group of people is infected. Lu Huaishan learned a new term, infection. He also learned how to be infected. People in the past did not understand that if someone in an area contracted malaria, many people would contract it. Now he understood. It was written in the newspaper that after the mosquito bites the person who contracted malaria, it bites other people and the other people will contract malaria. The newspaper wrote about all kinds of malaria, including the incubation period and symptoms. The people themselves knew about the death of people. If 1 out of 3 people contracted malaria, it was considered good if 1 out of 3 people could survive. The treatment method was to hold the wormwood, soak it in cold water, and drink the juice. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it did not. It must be wormwood. The Li family Zhuangzi is collecting a large amount of wormwood this year. Apart from making mosquito-repellent incense, the rest are used to make big honey pills. Yao Chong guessed that Li Yi used wormwood to treat malaria from the behavior of Li family Zhuangzi and the prescription recorded in the medical book. Li Yi had come up with a good method to make the prescription that was sometimes not easy to use work. Lu Huaishan continued to smile. Xiao Yi even taught us how to raise bumblebees. After collecting honey, Zhuangzi would purchase it. The imperial court no longer allows incense makers to use honey to make incense. Long Zhe should be having a headache. Zhang Shua said. The Li family Zhuangzi sold the big honey pill to the imperial court at a low cost. The imperial court's Ministry of Revenue paid for it and gave it to the commoners for free. If this disease was not treated, people would really die. Moreover, it could be transmitted to others after being bitten by mosquitoes. At present, it was only given to the commoners in the capital government. When the quantity increased, it would be distributed to all parts of the Tang dynasty. At that time, the newspapers would rewrite some previously written content to let the commoners know the situation, especially to guard against mosquitoes. The method of making mosquito-repellent incense had already been passed to the prefectures of the Tang dynasty. The prefectures called on the commoners to collect wormwood. Xiao Yi helps the Ministry of Revenue make money and also helps the Ministry of Revenue spend money. It is really not easy for Long Zhe to sit in the position of Minister of Revenue. Lu Huaishan began to pity Bai Gu. Yao Chong laughed. Long Zhe is now looking forward to it and afraid of it. He is looking forward to Li Yi making something that can make a lot of money and selling it. He is afraid that Li Yi will think of spending money. Bai Gu, who was being talked about by the 3 people, was distressed in his own office. A big honey pill costs 10 coins. People who have malaria may not necessarily be cured after eating a few big honey pills. How much honey is used? Why is the price so high? Bai Gu felt that Li Yi was asking for too much money. The agreed cost price was 10 coins per pill. He couldn't personally see how to make the big honey pills to treat malaria. Zhuangzi kept it a secret. The commoners of the Tang dynasty ate it for free. If other places wanted to treat it, they had to pay. For example, the slave owners of Tubo. Other things could be discussed, but if they got malaria, they could basically wait for death. Once there was medicine that could be treated, dozens of pills must be prepared at home. Raising bumblebees, we must vigorously promote bumblebee breeding. The imperial court ordered that bumblebee breeding be compulsory to reduce the cost. After a moment of sadness, Bai Gu thought of a good idea. He began to write a memorial, requesting that in every county of the Tang dynasty, 1 out of every 10 households must raise bumblebees. Families who raise bumblebees will be exempt from the local taxes. When the tax is promoted, other people will be exempt from the taxes, but beekeepers will still be exempt. At the same time, the beekeepers will be limited to how much honey they need to hand in. If they don't meet the requirements, they will be calculated according to the amount and the taxes will be paid. After writing, he thought about it and wrote a poem at the same time. He asked someone to send it to the Li family Zhuangzi. He was afraid now. Once he had an idea, he would automatically consider Li Yi. One was to ask Li Yi to help check and fill in the gaps. The other was to ask Li Yi if he had any better ideas. Li Yi received the letter at noon. He gave a piece of soap to the messenger. He opened the letter and read, "The capital governor has not ruled yet. 1 out of 10 households will raise bumblebees. Deficiencies will be filled in. The smell of the honey pills is very strong." Li Yi curled his lips. He has nothing better to do. It's just a matter of a sentence. Why did he have to write this bullshit jingle? Li Chengqi was there. He took a look. Bai Gu is afraid of spending money. You give him 10 coins per pill, but he thinks it's expensive. Honey is cheap. Don't you need to buy and process the wormwood? My Zhuangzi has a high labor cost. Li Yi didn't think it was expensive. Zhuangzi didn't count the labor cost. The material cost of a large honey pill was 7 coins, and the labor cost was 3 coins. Zhuangzi earned this money. If he didn't count the labor cost, the farmers had to eat. According to Bai Gu's method, is it feasible to implement it? Li Chengqi wanted to know if the method was useful. If we force it, there will be problems in the end. Our purpose is to collect honey, not to give the people a task that they can't do wrong. Li Yi hated the imperial court's order to force the people to raise bumblebees. He continued, it will be calculated according to the households. Large households have a lot of people. If the amount is fixed, the imperial court will suffer losses. The tax hasn't been introduced yet. Other places still can't cancel bumblebees. If it's based on the number of people, will it work? Li Chengqi thought that the households wouldn't work. He thought for a while and said, or we can use honey to exchange for bumblebees. Li Yi remembered what the snake catcher said. Using poisonous snakes to exchange for taxes was similar to using honey to exchange for bumblebees. The difference was that bumblebees weren't as poisonous. Just collect honey directly. As long as the price is right, the merchants will think of ways to raise bumblebees. The merchants will lead the way. The method of raising bumblebees has been spread. The people will build their own nests in places with flowers. Then they will sell it to the merchants, and the merchants will send it to Chang'an. It's obviously an economic matter, but we have to talk about administrative matters. Li Yi objected to making a simple problem complicated. It was pure nonsense. If you buy, the price will be high. Li Chengqi could understand Bai Gu's thoughts. If the price is high, there will be more people raising them. The price can be lowered in the future. Once you start raising bumblebees, it won't be troublesome. If you want to sell them, you can sell them. If you don't want to sell them, you can keep them for yourself. Li Yi wanted to adjust the price through the market. If everyone raised them together, the price would drop. They just had to spend 1 more year's money. In the future, there would be cheap honey every year. If the people raised them, they wouldn't have to earn money. It would be good for their health to eat them. The areas in the south have a lot of flowers. Shu also has flowers all year round. Li Chengqi felt that it was a good idea. I'll write a reply to old Bai. Li Yi went to find a pen and paper. Chapter 685. The economy depends on the market, and we buy and sell in hundreds of industries. Many people go for high prices, and few people try cheap things. Flowers bloom in all seasons, and bees are busy all year round. There's no need to settle on agriculture. Bai Gu received Li Yi's reply and muttered, we'll have to spend more money this year. I know he's helping the Ministry of Revenue make money, but he's also thinking about helping the Ministry of Revenue spend it. Then he laughed. According to Xiao Yi's method, honey will be cheaper next year. People who raise bumblebees won't stop raising them because the price is low. Bai Gu knew how to raise bumblebees. Chang'an City didn't allow them to be raised. People outside raised bumblebees themselves. They didn't know how to do it before, or they would have done it long ago. Especially in the village, they raised bumblebees in the courtyard. They could be protected in winter, and the money from selling honey could be used to buy sugar. When the weather was cold, they wouldn't harvest honey, and they would give them sugar water to eat. This way, fewer bumblebees would die next year. In a place with a good climate, flowers could be seen all year round, and honey would be produced continuously. Whether it was making medicine or eating, it was good. Beekeeping was a technical job. People who knew how to do it wouldn't easily spread it, especially the skills of setting up hives, catching bees, raising bees, and dividing hives. In the end, Xiao Yi publicized all of it. In front of him, it seemed that the secrets of the Tang dynasty since ancient times were no longer secrets. Anything that benefited the people was guarded by others, and then released by the Li family Zhuangzi. It was better than being guarded by others. There's also artificial incubation, which can make a fortune. He threw it all out. Well, the Ministry of Revenue will buy honey and send it to the Li family Zhuangzi to make big honey pills. Bai Gu thought it through. He used economic means and didn't need to give orders. The group of people in Honglu Temple didn't have any thoughts of thanking Li Yi now. He has good medicine for malaria. Isinba, who still couldn't compete with Li Yi, narrowed his eyes and said, "Malaria was a very frightening disease in Tubo, the southwest barbarians, the Turks, and other places. Many people died from malaria every year. They didn't know the situation before. They thought that the sick people were with other people, and other people would get sick. The newspapers told them about mosquitoes. Even if they knew about the mosquitoes, they couldn't do anything about it. It was unrealistic to expect everyone to make mosquito coils and window screens like the Tang dynasty. Now, there was actually such good medicine. The capital magistrate's commoners didn't even need to pay for the medicine to treat malaria. Don't think about it. I figured it out. They deliberately let us get our hands on the hot air balloon technology." Bo Mao was helpless. He thought back and realized that everything had gone too smoothly. Especially after he obtained the technology, the moment he made a move, all the people outside were captured. How could it be so coincidental? At that time, when the team went there, the patrols would often pass by them and there would be blind spots. He couldn't find the road, but there were signs. When he arrived, he didn't know where the information was, but there was a new information that was to be sent to the information room. If it was so easy to enter, why couldn't they enter now? 250,000 yuan. You burned countless of my Tubo's hot air balloons, leaving behind a bunch of useless lighters. How many people died? How much money was spent on making hot air balloons? How many things had been delayed? Li Yi, you. Bo Xia felt a lack of oxygen. His ears were buzzing and his head hurt. Isinba saw that Bo Xia's condition was not right, so he hurriedly gave Bo Xia an oxygen bag that could only be filled once. Bo Xia, think of a way. There's no hurry. Isinba comforted his colleague. There's no other way. We can only buy it. Buy it at a high price. Don't expect Li Yi to be kind. Bo Xia understood Li Yi. Li Yi was very nice to the commoners of the Tang dynasty. He was like a fool who suffered losses. If he could make a lot of money, he would do it for free. He was afraid that the commoners near Zhuangzi had no money to eat, give soup, or even those who were really hungry but had no money. He just told the people in Zhuangzi and provided them with food. He didn't care if the people were really poor or not. He didn't care if they were cheated. When it came to the outside world, Li Yi changed. He became sinister and cunning, thinking of ways to get benefits. I wonder how much a big honey pill costs. Can we buy it and let our people study it? Bo Xia was ready to be cheated. Our people will be willing to buy it at a high price. Life is more important than money. Isinba also expressed helplessness to his own people. What he didn't know was that there were already big honey pills for malaria being sold now. When it was sold to the local garrison in the southwest, one pill was now worth 10 honey pills. After a few rounds, it became more than 100 honey pills. Even so, there was a price but no supply. The army in the southwest was training. They went deep into the mountains to train and hunt animals. Some animals were captured alive and raised in captivity. They gathered a batch and prepared to send it to Li Yi in Chang'an. For example, rabbits, bison, and tigers. The army moved out and wiped out an area. Fortunately, the army still knew that they couldn't kill all the prey in a place. The hunters who followed the army followed the rules. The troops relied on toilet water and malaria prevention pills to ensure their safety. At the same time, they didn't drink unboiled water. When they went out once, they brought back a lot of fur, meat jerky, and live animals. The commoners could spend a little money. Even those who were poor in economic conditions could eat meat without spending money. The entire area that was previously war-torn became rich. These things didn't reach the ears of Tubo's envoys in the Tang dynasty. They were far away. It's better not to have such medicine. Buizhu saw the situation clearly. With the medicine for malaria, Tubo would have money to store and pay a lot of things. In the end, all the things went to the Tang dynasty. Even if people died, the things were still in Tubo. Let's sue for peace. Send it to the Prime Minister's office. Isinba couldn't think of a good way. He could only act according to his previous actions. When he couldn't win, in order to save his strength, he would make peace and wait for himself to recover a little before fighting again. If Li Yi doesn't die, Tubo won't be at peace. Buizhu concluded again. Li Yi, who was remembered, was in a good mood today. The nurses cooperated with the Tubo's cadaver to perform the surgery. They mainly played support and practiced some minor surgeries on their own. In the case of no bleeding, the success rate of the surgery was higher, especially when it came to appendectomies. This meant that the usual practice was effective. In the future, they could try to operate on living people. That's all for today. Li Yi said something that made everyone feel relieved. Everyone ran out and breathed hard. The smell in the hospital was too unpleasant, especially when dissecting human corpses. He was under a lot of psychological pressure. Many people decided not to eat at night. When they saw the meat in the food, they thought of human organs. The farmers were stirring the water of plant ash. They said that they would soak it for a day and a night, but the farmers couldn't wait, so they stirred it there. Zhuangzi had a lot of land, including orchards. A lot of plant ash water was needed to prevent aphids. Garlic water is okay. There's also chives. Li Yi said to Songde, who came back from somewhere. Keep the garlic and chives. Dongzhu, don't waste them. Use the chives to make sauce. Songde stopped him. No, plant ash was good. Dry vegetables need to be stored. We can't always count on vegetables in the greenhouse in winter. The taste and texture of dry vegetables are sometimes better. Li Yi just said casually. He didn't really want to use garlic and chives. He was thinking about the storage of vegetables. In the past, the people were not willing to eat dried vegetables because of the cooking. Without meat and oil, what was there to eat? Now, the people were drying a lot of dried vegetables. Li family Zhuangzi wanted to buy them. The price was high. Chapter 686. After a little rain, the autumn weather was still as hot as ever. 15 kilometers away from Pujin Crossing, a group was hurrying on their way. They were carrying bags and children, holding hands with their older children as they trekked all the way from the Dao army. The imperial court could ignore Wang Bei's words, but they had no choice but to consider Li Yi's words. The imperial court ignored Wang Bei's words and waited for the Turks to make a judgment. Wang Bei had to send troops to fight. If they didn't listen to Li Yi and something happened, Li Yi would be angry and someone would suffer. Today was the 20th of July, so they had been walking for a long time. Many of the Tiela-9 families were not happy. Just as Wang Bei had said, they still wanted to go back. Now they couldn't go back at all. How could nearly 30,000 people cross the Yellow River from the other side or rush out north? Some people fell sick and died during the journey. They dug holes and buried them while the others continued on their way. For them, grief was a luxury. They had to shed a few tears and survive tenaciously. The people sent by the Li family Zhuangzi, the 1,000 winged knights, and the 16 guards each sent 500 people to wait here. Li Yi was afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold on at the last moment. This was how people in a hurry were. Before they reached their destination, they would grit their teeth and walk no matter how hard or tiring it was. At their destination, some people collapsed and couldn't get up again. The living were valuable, but what was the use of the dead? There were still more than 40 kilometers between Pujin Crossing and the place Li Yi bought. The straight line distance was more than 50 kilometers. If they rushed another 15 kilometers east, it would take them 2 days to reach their destination. When the Li family Zhuangzi's group arrived, they hurriedly prepared food while the others lined up as scouts and set up tents. It wasn't noon yet, so the group would probably arrive after noon. They would rest and recover at night. They would arrive at Pujin Crossing tomorrow and the day after that. Li Yi didn't mind an extra 2 days of travel. If it really couldn't be done, 5 days was no problem. Sure enough, the group of 9 clans arrived 2 hours later. They did not eat, as they only ate 2 meals a day. As soon as they arrived, the villager hurriedly prepared the wontons. The large stuffed wontons that were wrapped in zhuangzi were frozen with ice cubes and brought all the way here. The quantities for the 2 meals that would be made later in the evening and during the day the next day had been brought over. After that, the farmers would have to prepare it on the spot. Is there anyone who doesn't eat coriander? Is there anyone who doesn't eat shrimps? Do you feel uncomfortable eating noodles and meat? The farmer shouted through the loudspeaker. He was used to this. When the Li family Zhuangzi provided food to others, he would ask for clarification. Basically, they ate whatever the Li family Zhuangzi made for them. You shout. The villager shouted 3 times before he suddenly realized that the other party didn't understand. He gave the loudspeaker to the person leading the team. The person leading the team was Bing Province's chief secretary, Wang Qi. He thought that his proposal had been approved, so he happily brought his men and rushed over. He didn't know the exact location. The message only said that there would be someone waiting for him. Previously, he saw the people waiting for him. They were the legendary Winged Knights. A team of 10 people and 30 good military horses. His first feeling was that they were rich. The Winged Knights were too damn rich. His second feeling was that they were powerful. The scouts were so careful even in the Tang dynasty. Their crossbows were loaded and ready to shoot at any time. His third feeling was that he was puzzled. Why did they come so far? After communicating with both sides, he found out that the team waiting for him was 30 miles away from Pujindu and was arranging the follow-up matters. He also knew that the family that surrendered was assigned to the Li family Zhuangzi's Dr. Li. He had heard about it countless times. There were even exchange coupons circulating in the area under his management. It was rumored that the Li family Zhuangzi's logistics were the best in the world. He snorted at it before. Did they know how to fight? They only dared to play logistics. He was in a daze as he took the loudspeaker. It took him more than 2 hours to finish the construction of the camp after he received the news. The Li family Zhuangzi's people began to prepare wontons. The bowls made of bamboo tubes were stacked on top of each other. Shout! The farmer saw that the other side did not move, so he urged them. Wang Bei came back to his senses and shouted 3 times. The surrendered families looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. Could they be picky about their food? No? Come on, put them all. If you don't put coriander, the taste will always be a little lacking. The farmer understood that no one was picky. Someone began to put pickled mustard, shrimp skin, coriander, and 2 drops of sesame oil into the bowls. Old people, women, and children first. The farmer shouted beside Wang Bei again. Wang Bei translated. The surrendered families looked at each other again. The women and children stood out. According to their rules, the young and strong people ate first, then the women and children, and finally the old people. If they couldn't survive the winter, the old people would leave some things for them. The old people would die after eating those things. The survival of the tribe was so cruel. It was needless to say how tenacious the warriors trained in this way were. The warriors at the border of the Tang dynasty could target them and kill each other. This proved that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were not bad at this time. According to historical information, they were strictly managed by Zhang Zhiyun, the Chanyu deputy protector general in Heku. He did not give them a chance. Then the imperial censor, Jiang Hui, went to see the situation. The surrendered families complained that they did not give them anything. They only needed bows and arrows to live. Jiang Hui was like an idiot. He asked people to return their weapons. In the end, in October, the surrendered families of the 9 surnames rebelled and arrested Zhang Zhiyun. They said that they wanted to send him to the Tujue to take credit, but they were defeated by Gui Zhiyun and rescued Zhang Zhiyun. The imperial court said that Zhang Zhiyun had humiliated the country and killed him. He was beheaded in public. This was the Tang army. No matter what the reason was, you either died in battle or killed the enemy. You could not be caught. The one who should be killed was Jiang Hui. He was so troublesome, but he still surrendered his weapons. He was so stupid. No one came to patrol now. It was useless. Li Yi would not agree to return the weapons. If anyone dared to mention this, Li Yi would kill them. Wang Bei, who did not know the history of the future, looked at the wontons and swallowed. The surrendered women and children each had a small bamboo bowl. They used chopsticks to lift the wontons to eat. The wontons were given to Wang Bei and the other soldiers. They also had chicken slices in the soup. The soup was cooked with chicken slices and chicken bones. The chicken cooked quickly. The surrendered families did not have it, but the soldiers of the Tang dynasty had it. The winged knights and the 16 guards were in charge of guarding. The soldiers who sent the people over were relieved. They took the bamboo bowls and found a place to squat and eat. The horses were also taken care of. Should we add pepper noodles? The villager took the pepper noodles and asked his people. They did not have pepper powder. They could only supply it in large quantities after they planted it in Liizhou and Qiongzhou. Yes, more. Wang Bei had been sipping the soup. The soup with pickled mustard and shrimps tasted fresh and salty. It will be fine after you send them to the place. You can rest for a few days. Zhuangzi has gratitude for you. The person in charge of the village said to Wang Bei. We have to go back immediately. Wang Bei shook his head. He was a general. Military orders were like mountains. It's okay. My Dongzhu will arrange it. The Tujue has no time to care about us. The other areas are the surrendered areas. They are currently in a war zone. The villager did not mind. He was used to it. Whatever Dongzhu said, the imperial court would do. Chapter 687. What kind of filling is it? It smells good. Wang Ku finally ate his first wonton. It's filled with pork and scallion. I was afraid that your stomach wouldn't be good, so I didn't make wontons filled with chives and eggs, the farmer answered. You're giving us food that you usually don't bear to eat. Wang Ku was touched. The farmer blinked his eyes. He was also touched. What a good border soldier, but he didn't get to eat meat. How could the grasslands lack meat? One of Zhuo Weiwei's men said, the Li family Zhuangzi eats meat every meal. What's there to be reluctant about? We're on duty and hope that we can arrive soon so that we can eat good food. Wang Ku looked at him. Are you kidding me? Eat meat every meal? He didn't ask, but he wanted to know more. I think the logistics are good. It's more than good. If any army has the Li family Zhuangzi as their logistics, they can definitely win battles. The Li family Zhuangzi can feed you food. Zhuo Weiwei's men admired the Li family Zhuangzi. When they were on duty around the Li family Zhuangzi, it was as if they were celebrating the new year. Not only did they eat good food, but they also received gifts. Wang Ku admitted that he had never met such logistics. They were too considerate. The Li family Zhuangzi even had the leisure to make chicken soup for the wontons they were eating now. He even added delicious pickled vegetables, shrimp skin, and coriander. How rushed was this? To be able to do things to such an extent, what if the Li family manor was prepared? The surrendered households didn't think about logistics. They were worried about their future. To put it bluntly, they had moved to the mainland and were at the mercy of others. During the meal in the afternoon, the women, children, and the elderly all looked forward to the days to come. They saw the neat tents and delicious food. They weren't used to eating with chopsticks, so they could only eat with chopsticks. But this thing was delicious. It was soup pancake, right? They had never eaten it before. Can you give me another bowl of soup? Some children wanted more after eating, but they didn't dare to ask for wontons. They only wanted soup. The person in charge of the wontons took the bamboo bowl and scooped out 5 more wontons and a full bowl of soup. He added some sesame oil and coriander. The child held the soup with both hands and found a place to continue eating. The soup was delicious and did not smell fishy at all. When the other children saw this, they all went to ask for it. Their thoughts were simple. If they could eat more, they would eat more. The child had never eaten wontons in his life, let alone sesame oil. After the elderly, women, children, and Wang Bei had all eaten, they began to feed the young and strong people who had surrendered. Piles of wontons were boiled, and the pot next to it was stewing after the soup was gone. 2 hours later, everyone was eating. Those who had eaten before were already full and were arranged to enter the tent. Get into position and don't get lost. Wang Bei had already finished eating. He arranged for his brothers to take over the winged knights and the 16 guards. The stewards from Zhuangzi also ate slowly. They could endure hardships. It wasn't like they hadn't eaten before, so they weren't picky about food now. Wang Bei came to the other party's side and squatted down. Can you arrange food for 40,000 people in 2 hours? It has nothing to do with time. It depends on what Dongzhu thinks and what he eats. Only 100 villagers came. It's not Zhuangzi's full strength. If Dongzhu mobilizes, thousands of people can arrange logistics and baggage. You guys guard the border. If there's a need, Zhuangzi will move out. The steward blew on the soup and said without any falsehood. He was a small steward in Zhuangzi, so he naturally knew the logistics ability of Zhuangzi. Dongzhu could reach any level he wanted. They weren't in a hurry today, so the speed was slow. There were still pots to be used, so no one was tired. I heard that the logistics of the Li family Zhuangzi is the best in the world. Wang Bei asked. He wanted to hear the other party's humble words. That's right. The steward didn't want to be humble. Was there a need to say that the Zhuangzi was amazing? Aren't you going to be humble? Wang Bei asked straightforwardly. Can you win the battle? The steward asked back. I guarantee I can. Wang Bei didn't allow others to say that his army couldn't. Aren't you going to be humble? The steward asked again. He picked up a wonton, blew on it, took a small bite, and continued to blow on it. It was too hot. Wang Bei. After the villager ate the wonton, he said, You give me the feeling that you are very arrogant. When I do things, it's fine as long as I'm careful. We also want to keep a low profile, but our strength doesn't allow it. The steward repeated what Li Yi said. Dongzhu always said, What is humility? Our Li family Zhuangzi is the strongest. The strong will always be strong. No matter what challenge they encounter, they will be defeated. Wang Bei, he suddenly didn't want to chat anymore. He understood that the head of the Li family Zhuangzi had a kind of pride in his bones. And he never needed to hide it. When he did things, he was indeed better than others. In other words, this was called morale. What is humility? Telling soldiers to be humble during a battle? It was just that the soldiers at the front line were fighting desperately, and the Li family Zhuangzi people at the rear were desperately providing supplies. Everyone was the same. The Bahui Li family Zhuangzi wasn't a Zhuangzi at all. It was a place that specialized in training logistics and baggage troops. After the surrendered households finished eating, they returned to their tents to rest. They were indeed too tired. They had been in a hurry. The Li family Zhuangzi people began to soak the beans. Wang Bei didn't want to rest. The sky wasn't dark yet. He stood at the side and watched the villager soak the beans in the water. "What are you making?" he asked the steward. "There's another meal tonight, wonton. Tomorrow morning, too. Tomorrow afternoon, you have to cook by yourself. Soak the beans first, then stir-fry them with diced meat. Add some dried diced carrots." The steward gave the answer. He didn't want to make tofu, nor did he plan to make soy milk. He just wanted to soak the beans now. By tomorrow afternoon, the beans would be very big. "What are we eating tomorrow night?" Wang Bei didn't know why he asked this question. "Tomorrow night, we should be eating sauerkraut and stewed pork. Tomorrow night, we should be able to reach Pujindu. There's a second wave of support coming from there." The steward didn't have to worry about tomorrow night. The Li family Zhuangzi people were moving out wave after wave. The ones at the front were the strongest. The ones at the back would be hired to help transport them. There was a continuous flow. Sure enough, when the sky was dark, torches were lit, and everyone was called to eat. More than 4 hours had passed. Now, it was time to ensure the surrendered household's nutrition. The next morning, after eating again, the group set off. Compared to when they were in a hurry, the condition of the people in the group was obviously much better. There was enough food. For lunch, they really ate stir-fried meat with beans and yellow rice. Although the weather was hot, they still gave everyone hot food to protect their digestive system. When the sky was dark, the group arrived at Pujindu just as the steward said. There was a pot set up at the bridgehead to make stew. The staple food was whole wheat steamed buns, which were relatively dark. The bamboo pontoon bridge connected the two sides. The common people watched this group of newcomers from afar. They rushed over and passed the news to Chang'an. "We've arrived at Pujindu." In the future, the pontoon bridge used to temporarily pass between the two sides must be changed. Li Yi received the news after another day. He looked at the map and said to Li Longji. The pontoon bridge spanned across the two sides. There were no large ships passing through. Small ships also didn't cross the bridge. They just wandered around the two sides of the bridge. The pontoon bridge couldn't be separated and couldn't be unlocked. There were no large ships passing from the Yellow River upstream to here. Chapter 688. There were no big boats passing through the upper reaches of the Yellow River. Small boats came and went, stopping at special places to transport goods. If it was really impossible to pass through, they would risk their lives. Usually, fishermen would fish on the Yellow River and would not touch the pontoon bridge. At the upper reaches of the Yellow River, there was a remote area where the Protectorate General and the army were stationed. Trackers were needed to travel up the Yellow River. The Yellow River was not fully used. Otherwise, if one traveled from the Yellow River, they could reach Min Mountain in one go. After traveling a distance by land and crossing water, they could reach Izhou. Luckily, the Tujue and Tubo did not have good shipbuilding skills. Otherwise, they could reach Chang'an directly if they found a river. Traveling from there to Chang'an was considered downstream. If the Yellow River was used well, it would be advantageous. In the Tang dynasty, there were no longer ships. They would not choose to travel up the Yellow River. Instead, they would take a long detour and transport goods by land. Now, there were ships. When iron pontoon bridges connected the two sides, it became an obstacle to the transportation of goods. Li Longji found a map and looked at it. There are few people there. We have to take a big detour to transport goods. Third brother, it's easy to travel back after the Yellow River. Hami melons, raisins, and livestock. We don't need trackers. The consumption on the road is people eating and drinking. There are no cows or horses. Li Yi drew a line on the map. Hukou. Li Longji pointed at the most important position. Our ships are not big. One of the ships is to build a canal beside the waterfall. The other is to build a track and travel on dry land. Li Yi knew about the Hukou waterfall. Ships could not travel there. He could solve the problem by using the method of traveling on dry land. When the ship reached the waterfall, the goods on the ship would be carried ashore and the ship would be carried ashore. When they reached the other side, they would put down water. This way, they could pass through. However, they could build a canal that was 2 meters deep and 10 meters wide. They could go around it and small ships could pass through. If they insisted on traveling on dry land, they could add tracks and iron rails. When the ship was in place, they could pull people up. Livestock could also help. The problem of the Hukou waterfall was solved. It was not like he needed to travel on large ships in his time. He had been thinking of ways to build large ships. Li Yi felt that a total weight of 5 tons would be enough. 3 tons would not be a problem as long as the quantity was sufficient. Third elder brother, look, if we transport goods from the Yellow River to the other side, Tubo can attack us if they want to. We have to cross the Han River and enter the Yangtze River. Take the Yellow River. If that doesn't work, we'll just set up a point above the mouth of the Hukou. Or we'll take the land route and use the railroad tracks to transport them to a place to unload and unload them. Li Yi scratched a few more times on the map. The most important thing was that a few pontoons had been affected. Li Longji looked at it seriously. When it came to transportation, he had to be careful. If it's a pontoon bridge, can it be separated? Li Longji's mind was active. Of course. The pontoon bridge has always been built in places where the water flow is not very rapid. Small boats can pass through by taking apart a section, then throwing a rope to the other side and connecting it again. Li Yi spoke of the pontoon bridge that he once had. It could still be untied, and the iron chains were still hanging. If the ship needed to be navigated, it would be taken down. After the ship left at night, it would be reconnected in the morning. There would be people in charge of withstanding the impact of the river and using the rope to return the bridge to its original position. It was very convenient. It will require a lot of money. Li Longji started to talk about the economic accounts. Fees will be collected. The ships that come and go will have to pay a fee. The construction costs will be covered in a little bit. Li Yi had a way. This was not a matter of whether he invested or not. It had to be done according to the rules. Now, people on both sides of the pontoon bridge were free of charge. In history, which was also Li Longji's era, using iron chains to cross the pontoon bridge was also not charged. How can the commoners cross the river and be charged? They did not have money. Bringing a basket of eggs to sell and taking a few eggs from them. You can't charge for the pontoon bridge, but you can charge for the ships. Loading a ship with eggs to sell, isn't it normal to charge a few dozen eggs as a fee? Li Longji's eyes lit up. How much should I charge? Let's build it first. At least I, Zhuangzi, am preparing to build a fleet. If the imperial court does not invest, I will invest. My Zhang family fleet will not pay, and I will charge the rest. Li Yi did not know how much he should charge. There was no artificial canal yet. It was too early to talk about it. It depended on whether the transportation capacity was good or not. Li Longji was tempted. Brother Yi, design a simple map. I will send it to the higher-ups and find someone to study it and figure out how to operate it. My design is a complete set of maps. There is nothing simple about it. If we want to go around the Hukou waterfall, the waterway must be curved. Otherwise, the drop will be too big. In the future, during dry periods and when there is little water, we can lower the bridge pier and raise the height of the water. A normal medium-sized ship will be able to pass through. Then, we will add sails. When the wind is good, it will help the ship to accelerate. Li Yi did not dare to think about moving a ship that was a few hundred tons. A medium-sized ship could carry a full load of 15 tons, including the ship's weight. A canal was enough. Do not underestimate the transportation capacity of a medium-sized ship. When the number of ships reached a certain level, everything would be different. Forget about the goose ships. They would not be able to withstand the water. Li Longji continued to look at the map. Brother Yi, there are some places where the water flow is too fast. Can we move it in sections? The ship will be in charge of transporting it at the dock. Li looked at his third brother in surprise. Not bad. He knew how to move the ship in sections. Yes, that's right. My place used to move it in sections. Why were the ancient people so smart? It was starting to be difficult for him to act cool. Third brother, when there is more iron, we can build a waterway at the side of the river. Then, we can attach a buckle to the waterway and use the water wheel to move the ship. Li Yi felt that he should still perform. Hydraulic drive, hydraulic cheat. First, make a small one in Zhuangzi for me to see. Li Longji did not understand. He wanted to see the real thing. Okay. Li Yi agreed. It was useless to just talk about it. The village used the river to make one, and then made a small model. Artificial flushing, placed there for everyone to see, it was clear at a glance. If it works, Minister Bai will be upset. He will have to spend money. Li Longji said with a smile. There is no need for the Ministry of Revenue. I have the money to handle this project. I can support it. Li Yi did not mind. Money was easy to solve. Then he will be even more upset. In the future, the money will have nothing to do with him. You will be the one paying. Li Longji felt sorry for Bai Gu. Third brother, after another year, old Bai will have to leave the Ministry of Revenue. Yao Chong will be gone this year. There is also Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan. The Prime Minister cannot stay in that position for too long. Li Yi knew that Li Longji did not want to stay in the Prime Minister position alone. Yao Chong would be gone this year. It had nothing to do with his mistakes. It was time. After he was gone, he would still look for Yao Chong to ask for advice. A cup of wine could release military power. The Prime Minister would take turns. Li Longji nodded slightly. That was what he thought, and that was what he did. Thus, there was the so-called Kaiyuan Golden Age. The Golden Age was the imperial court's golden age, not the people's. Chapter 689. The night did not bring any coolness to Pu Jindu, but the bath was very cool. After dinner, the surrendered household split into groups and took a bath by the Yellow River. Someone next to them was responsible for measuring their figures and bringing new clothes. After washing and drying them, they put them on. The escorts from Bingzhou got a chance to rest and also found a place to take a bath. The Li family Zhuangzi took in the surrendered households. They actually bathed the used locust. They can even wash it clean by rubbing some grass ash. A non-commissioned officer said while soaping himself. Under the light of the torch, black water started to drip down when the soap was applied. It's called soap. The Li family Zhuangzi is rich and is willing to give the surrendered households new clothes to wear. Another non-commissioned officer corrected and envied at the same time. Look, brothers, look at the height, the short, the fat, and the thin. Dongzhu has prepared cotton clothes for you to wear to absorb sweat, especially cotton underwear. The Li family Zhuangzi's people came over and took a soft ruler and a 2-meter-long wooden ruler to measure the chest, waist, and shoulder width. The wooden ruler stood upright and waited for the other data to come out. The villager shouted, "One size bigger." Someone next to him chose one size bigger clothes, wrapped them in paper and put them on the shore. After washing and drying them, they put them on. 2 sizes bigger. 5 sizes medium. 4 sizes medium. They reported the sizes one by one and brought the clothes one by one. The non-commissioned officer of Bingzhou smiled. They had never heard of cotton clothes. What's cotton? Is it better than the fine linen clothes they wear? The people who had washed and dried themselves asked when they put on the new clothes. White fold, but we dyed it into camouflage color. It's yellow and green. Hide it in the woods and bushes and it's hard for others to find it. The villager explained patiently. White fold was white. It came from other places and was expensive. It was used as a currency like silk. When the non-commissioned officer heard about white fold, he did not want to wear it. It was too expensive. How can we bear to? The non-commissioned officer hesitated. Wear it. In 2 years, white fold will be worthless. My Dongzhu has a place to arrange for a large number of them to be planted. The villager smiled and turned around to make other arrangements. The governor of Bing province, Shi Wangbei, took a bath in a wooden basin in his tent and changed into a new set of camouflage clothes. He glanced at the other 2 sets of clothes on the straw mat. He sighed. I heard that Li Yi takes the most care of the officers and soldiers. If that's true, then take out the white fold Z and give it to us. Third brother, the most suitable place to grow cotton is actually the place where Hami melons are grown. Cotton varieties can be slowly cultivated in that large area. In the Li family, Zhuangzi, Li Yi and Li Longji talked about cotton again. There was also an area in the north, which was suitable for growing cotton. The imperial governor's office and Taiyuan prefecture were also very good. However, they could not destroy the grain fields to grow cotton. Eating was the most important thing. There. Li Longji knew who was there. It was the Shatua clan. The Shatua clan had always been in contact with the Tang dynasty. They bought things from the Li family Zhuangzi, sold them to other clans there, and then bought things back. Zhuya Jinshan always lived in Chang'an. He had a separate courtyard and did not go to Honglu Temple. Wait for them to come again and provide them with seeds? Li Longji calculated. Some of the cotton planted in the imperial governor's office had already bloomed and would continue to bloom in a few days. The cotton sprouting would be picked once every few days. A lot of people are needed to pick cotton. They can get benefits through the exchange of cotton, so they won't always be focused on the war. Li Yi made a gesture of picking cotton. When he did not use machinery to harvest, the cotton-picking army was dispatched. The imperial governor's office needs to organize the cotton harvest this year. Li Longji wanted to see how many people were needed to pick so much cotton. We are eating edamame now. After the winter wheat harvest, we planted a lot of beans. There are fewer sorghum, but it's about the same. The current situation is that we don't raise silkworms and don't plant hemp. The people have a free period and use it when picking cotton. After the cotton harvest, we can harvest soybeans and sorghum. The income will increase, including the people who work part-time in the imperial governor's office. Li Yi gave a harvest time difference. The people couldn't have nothing to do. He was eating edamame, unripe soybeans, boiled and eaten. Unfortunately, there were no peanuts. They had to wait for the voyage team to be formed, and they had to successfully reach America and come back from there. When Li Longji heard Li Yi mention edamame, he reached out and picked one up. If so, Tubo and Tujue are willing to plant it, it will certainly delay them from doing other things. It's not easy to tempt them. Tubo can't plant cotton instead of food. They can only raise the price to let their slave owners think about it. Li Yi did not underestimate the Tubo people. No matter how much they paid to buy cotton, Tubo would definitely ensure that they had food first. Tubo still had to evaluate the risks of exporting food to Tubo. Unless there was enough food, why would they plant all cotton? Let Tubo's slave owners get enough profit to slowly divide. The premise was that the two sides could not go to war. War would break the normal trade relationship, just like now, they had been smuggling. Without a perfect channel, economic war could not be fought. Li Longji had another idea. As long as they plant cotton, it will certainly reduce the food production. For every acre of cotton, they need to give up an acre of grain. Li nodded. It can be said that with the same staff, it is impossible to manage more land. A little at a time. If the number of times is too many, it will eventually affect the overall situation of Tubo. Li Longji had a strategic vision. The imperial governor's office had to punish those who secretly changed the fields. After the cotton was picked, it would be confiscated and a rent penalty would be imposed. Aren't you a lot of fields? When the harvest of sorghum or soybeans was finished, the rent would be paid according to the acre. The next day, Li Yi drew a set of pictures according to the flow of water in the pot and took it to the workshop to let the craftsman make it. At the same time, he looked at the blinds, the three-dimensional painting of the blinds, ready to raise a batch of funds. First, let them see the three-dimensional painting, otherwise it would be useless for them to buy it. Take a big paper and draw a few pictures, stick it on the wooden board and put it in front of the imperial palace. Li Yi muttered and went back to find paper to draw. Three-dimensional painting was not easy to draw. If it was made with a computer and printed, it would be easy. Any pattern and text could be made. On the other side, the surrendered households had breakfast, crossed the Yellow River along the bamboo pontoon bridge, and continued to rush to their destination. 3 days later, the surrendered households arrived at the location of the land Li Yi bought. One mountain after another, there were rivers passing through, but now it was dry, and many small rivers had no water. Everyone take a rest. Starting tomorrow, we will go to the barren hills to build houses. Before winter, we will have houses to live in. The farmer said to the interpreters, and the interpreters went to the surrendered households to listen. The surrendered households' speed was not fast. They had 3 meals a day, and there was meat. Their bodies recovered a little, mainly because their mental state was good, they were not bullied, and the new clothes were comfortable to wear. The clothes they changed out of were burned. It was said that they were too dirty, and it was easy for there to be unclean things. The fur clothes were also burned. Anyway, they did not see the process of burning. Now, they were more at a loss. After leaving the place they were familiar with, they had no plans for the future. Brothers and sisters who are reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please go back to Chidian to subscribe. There are also various kinds of tickets. Thank you. The farmer bowed. There are 6 chapters today. Chapter 690. Carts carrying goods left the Zhang family's manor one after another, heading toward the place where the families who had surrendered were. Ships were also carrying goods, heading to the same place from all directions. When the sun rose again, the surrendered families of the Tiela 9 families were eating steamed egg soup and pies. There was also century egg tofu mixed with tofu and century egg with aged vinegar. The non-commissioned officer of Bingzhou didn't leave. He was resting and eating the same food. Bingzhou's chief historian Wang Bei once again felt the logistics ability of the Li family Zhuangzi. When they were 30 li away from Pujin, the Li family Zhuangzi hurried on their way and ate wontons to welcome them. When they arrived at Pujin, they had stir-fried vegetables. When they arrived and rested for the night, they began to eat steamed egg soup and pies filled with pork and celery. The local area was more than 200 li away from the Li family Zhuangzi. The more time they had, the more things they sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. No wonder they were called the best logisticians in the world. If the Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of logisticians in a war, they could probably crush the enemy directly. Many of the surrendered families were eating steamed egg soup for the first time. It looked like milk tofu. You could add vinegar, sesame oil, soy sauce, and braised food. They scooped it up with a spoon and ate it. It was tender. Then they took a bite of pies. It was delicious. What was this thing mixed with the tofu? It looked like an egg, but the color was wrong. The steward of Zhuangzi didn't want to eat steamed egg soup. He only drank braised food and drank it as spicy soup. Wang Bei moved to the steward's side. There were tables, folding tables, including the surrendered families. They calculated based on the number of people. On average, 4 people were given a table. If there were only 3 people in a household, 1 table was given. If there were 5 people, 2 tables were given. The 9 families were 9 surnames. Each family had its own family. Some of the men on the road fell ill and died. The women brought their children and formed a temporary family with other men. When the men and women died, the children were taken into the family by the people with the same surname. In addition to the tables, there were tableware, towels, wooden washbasins, and dental tools. Clay pots, iron pots, and jars weren't there yet. They would be delivered one after another, including food, oil, and salt. They were not slaves, but surrenders who took the initiative to surrender. To put it bluntly, they were dependent on the Tang dynasty. According to historical records, this time, not all of them rebelled, but a portion of them didn't. They were no longer fighting and wanted to live a peaceful life. Zhuangzi's logistics is amazing, Wang Ke praised. The steward swallowed the food in his mouth. It's a matter of money. War consumes money. Dong Zhu said that as long as we have enough money, we can always win. If the rich soldiers can't do it, they won't win. Wang Bei disagreed with this point. If you have money, you will have good soldiers. If the soldiers are not good enough, it only means that you don't have enough money. The steward acted as if money was omnipotent. How will Zhuangzi arrange for us to surrender? Wang Ke didn't want to argue about whether money was useful or not. Daily necessities are sold to them. If they don't have money, they can return it when they have money in the future. Their horses, cows, and sheep have been taken away by you. We have exchanged our food for their livestock. You can keep the livestock and share it with your brothers. It's tiring to transport them over such a long distance. The steward talked about the arrangements for the surrendering households and mentioned the wealth of the surrendering households. The surrendering households came over to live normally. They brought their livestock and moved inland. The livestock couldn't follow them and were distributed to various places at the border. They had to return it to the surrendering households with food. Their clothes were changed and they had to change back to their previous clothes. The cooking utensils and other things were sold to the surrendering households. When the surrendering households had money, they would return it bit by bit. Thank you. Wang Ke chuckled. Zhuangzi's relationship with the 9 families is employment. Dongzhu hires them to work. The food they grow for the first 5 years belongs to them and they pay rent to the imperial court. After that, they pay a portion of the rent to Zhuangzi every year. After paying for 10 years, they take out a portion of the money to buy land. The land belongs to them. Or they can take out the rent that they should pay for 10 years and leave. The steward continued to talk about the arrangements made by Zhuangzi. The surrendering households were not slaves. They also had to be taught how to raise livestock. They only needed to raise cows and horses. They didn't need others to teach them. Or they could be given sheep. They could raise sheep in the mountains and grasslands owned by the officials. After 5 years, their lives would be stable. If they were allowed to leave, they would have to pay the rent for 10 years. They would also be poor. Where could they go? If they chose to pay the rent for 10 years and buy land, the land would belong to them. If they left, they would lose their family property. If they wanted to sell the land, someone had to buy it. Actually, they don't have much wealth. Wang Ke ate a pie. Then he said, there are a lot of horses and sheep. They won't surrender. When you go back, Zhuangzi has gifts. I hope you will be satisfied. The steward didn't think about the money of the surrendering households. He couldn't calculate it clearly and didn't have an account book. The two chatted and ate slowly. When they finished eating, another large batch of things was sent over and continued to be distributed to the surrendering households. The translators helped to tell the surrendering households that these things were sold to them. When they had money in the future, they would slowly return it. The surrendering households didn't have any superfluous thoughts about this. They would think about it later. When the picks, shovels, and saws were sent, they took the saws to the mountains that needed to be turned into terraced fields to cut wood. The wood that was cut down was just right to be used to build houses. The scattered branches were firewood. Catch one. This guy is big. We'll eat it tonight. Rabbits, a nest of rabbits. Quick. Pheasants and eggs. I want to eat roast chicken. The surrendering households worked. The non-commissioned officer was responsible for clearing the obstacles. All the birds and beasts were caught. Those that ran fast were left alone. When they encountered a snake, they directly cut off its head with a knife and threw the headless snake together. They took it down to the Li family Zhuangzi's farmers to deal with it. When everyone was preparing to eat wild animals at night, the food, iron pots, and pottery distributed to each household were sent over. These are all sold to you. It's cheap. The food, oil, and salt are for you. It's exchanged with your horses, cows, and sheep. The translators ran over to the surrendering households and said, "Don't always think that we stole your things. There's no such thing." The surrendering households looked at the large number of things, especially the iron pots. According to the number of households and the number of people, 4 people would get 1, 5 people would get 2. There were also kitchen knives, iron spoons, and a set of pottery. It didn't matter whether they bought it or not. In any case, they would use it first. In the rice bag, there were millet, yellow rice, sorghum rice, soybeans, rice, and even finely ground wheat flour. They compared the things they received and found that the things they received were more valuable than their cows, horses, and sheep. This is the first batch of food. When you're almost finished, the second batch will be sent over. When you grow the food, the exchange will be over. So don't worry about not having enough to eat. You can always eat until you're full. The translators continued to tell the surrendering households what the steward said. A burst of cheers sounded. The surrendering households thought that was all, but they didn't expect that they would be given food even after they ran out of food. It would only be over when they had food. The households stopped eating first. Taking advantage of the dawn, they quickly divided the food. Only then would they feel safe with what they had. As for food, it was okay to starve for a meal. While the surrendering households were happy, a young girl stood outside the Li family Zhuangzi's giant panda garden. Looking at the charmingly naive appearance of the giant panda, the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. Li Dongzhu raising a giant panda is indeed a happy thing. Don't you think so, Xiaolan? The young girl asked a young girl who was about the same age as her. Yes, but we should go back to the palace. The girl called Xiaolan softly advised. Chapter 691. It's rare for us to come out, so we can't go back. Let's stay in Zhang family's village tonight. There's no danger here. The girl looked around. There were many people pretending to look at the pandas and the stalls selling things here. Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan. The girl pouted. Okay, Li Wentian, Miss Li. You've never spent the night outside. Zhang family Zhuangzi's place is not clean. Xiaolan changed the way she addressed her. Yes, we're good sisters. Your name is Wang Xiaolan. The girl called Li Tianyi was satisfied. My name is Wang Xiaolan. Princess, why don't you use your own name? Xiaolan pouted. Because I want to ask the heavens. The world is so big. How many strange things are there? Li Yuanshu said as she turned to look at Zhuangzi. Then sisterly, let's go to Zhang family's village. Otherwise, there won't be any good places. Xiaolan looked at the sky and became anxious. Skewers. Skewers don't cost money. Li family Zhuangzi's new land has been reclaimed and cultivated. Let's celebrate. Just as the two girls were about to leave, a shout came from the left. Then, a pile of grills was sent over. Unlit kerosene lamps were looking for places to hang. When the people who saw the pandas heard about Li family Zhuangzi's situation, they chose to stay. After all, they were all living in Zhang family's village. Sister Wen Tian, let's eat skewers. Everyone says that Li family Zhuangzi's skewers are delicious. Xiaolan, who wanted to go to the village just now, swallowed her saliva. Princess Yongmu stood there with a faint smile and a hint of expectation on her face. Not long after, a grill was placed in front of them. When the others were about to help move the tables and stools, a group of people pushed them away and quickly sat down. The farmers came over with all kinds of skewers. On the other side, the charcoal was burning. There was also wine and rice wine, but no white wine. After a while, the charcoal was ready and the farmers began to grill the skewers. Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu. Dongzhu. Good evening. Amidst the greetings of many people, Li walked over from that side, surrounded by the Yulin flying cavalry. Good, good, good. Hello, everyone. Today, I bought a new piece of land. I can finally feel at ease. I want to find someone to share my joy with, so I'll treat everyone to a skewer. Li cupped his fists and bowed, then explained the situation with a smile. When he walked to the side of the two women, he was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and nodded. He looked left and right, pulled a chair, and sat at the same table as the two women. Li greeted the two of them. Greetings, young ladies. When this Li saw a beauty, he suddenly couldn't move, so he had to sit down and rest. Xiao Lan's eyes widened and her mouth pouted. She seemed very surprised. There was such a person. With a smile in her eyes, Princess Yongmu said softly, "Thank you for your praise, Li Lang. Wen Tian is too polite." Which one, which Tian? Li Yi asked. Wen as in hearsay, and Tian as in tranquil. Princess Yongmu introduced herself. My surname is Li, and my first name is Yi. Yi as in easy. Li Yi introduced himself. Everyone knows, but you still have to say it. Xiao Lan said. Ha! You are? Li Yi asked Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan, my name is Wang Xiao Lan, and this is my sister Li Yi. Xiao Lan looked at Li Yi carefully. She found that the Li Yi in front of her was different from her impression of him. Others said that he was polite and gentle. Why did he look like a lecher? Good name. What do you two want to eat? I'll roast it myself. Li Yi stood up with a smile and rolled up his sleeves. Li Lang, you don't have to do this. Princess Yongmu was just like what she meant when she introduced herself to her fake name, Tranquil. Especially her eyes, which were clear and gave people the feeling of a quiet girl in a painting. It's my duty to roast skewers for a beauty. Wen Tian, do you eat worms? Li Yi asked Princess Yongmu and took a skewer of worms from the side. The worms were green and about 3 inches long. There were 2 of them on each skewer. What kind of worms are these? I've seen them before. Xiao Lan was not afraid. She stood up and went closer to take a look. Bean worms. They usually like to live on soybean seedlings. People who plant soybeans hate these worms because they will reduce the yield of soybeans. Li put 3 skewers of bean worms on the grill. He continued to introduce, bean worms are best fried. If there's no oil, roast them. Otherwise, the worms will be soft and uncomfortable when you eat them. Princess Yongmu also stood up and went closer. She looked down at the big green worm and asked softly, will people get sick after eating them? You won't get sick if you cook them well. It's dry this year, but there's a lot of well water to water the soybean fields, so there are more bean worms. Since the bean worms have eaten the seedlings, we'll eat the bean worms. In August, the new bean worms will grow bigger. Zhuangzi will buy a lot of them. The people who plant soybeans can make up for their losses. Li Yi brushed oil on the bean worms and added some salt. This way, the water in the bean worms' bodies would be lost quickly and they would not be roasted. Xiao Lan took out a few skewers of mutton from the basin next to her. I think the worms can't eat them. I'll eat meat. When the northern part of Hebei province is managed, we can eat another kind of green worm, tussa silkworm. Li Yi took 2 skewers of dry tofu rolls, brushed oil on them, and roasted them slightly. When the scallions and coriander inside were soft, he put them on a tray and handed them to Princess Yongmu. Wen Tian, you two eat first. There are shredded sausages inside. Actually, shredded ham is the best, but there's too little ham. Princess Yongmu took the tray and let Xiaolan take it. She continued to look at the roasted worms. Li Lang, will the collected insects rot after a long time? She had a strong thirst for knowledge. Bury them with sand. At that time, the worms will drill into the soil by themselves and wait for winter. In April or May of the next year, the bean worms in the soil will pupate. After 1 or 2 months, the pupa will break, and the moths will come out and lay eggs. This cycle will repeat. Li Yi turned over the mutton skewers that Xiaolan brought over. Princess Yongmu stood there and thought for a while. When the bean worms drill into the soil, will plowing solve the problem? Bean fields will not be plowed at that time. In the Tang dynasty, there are only about 50 kilograms of soybeans per mu. If we plant them densely, we can now produce more than 7,000 bean worms per mu. With such a large bean worm, we can raise more than 50 kilograms of such a large bean field. Li Yi brushed oil on the bean worms again. He was talking about the yield of soybeans and the yield of bean worms. Princess Yongmu's big eyes were full of curiosity. She blinked and said, Li Lang wants to use the bean field to raise bean worms? No beans, just eating bean worms. Beans will reduce the yield. If you raise them well, the yield of soybeans will be reduced to about 10%. Use 10 kilograms of beans to exchange for 50 kilograms of worms. Li Yi brushed sauce on the bean worms again. When the sauce dried, they were ready to eat. Princess Yongmu bit her lip as she calculated, her beautiful brows furrowed. When Li Yi put the worms on the table, she finally reacted. Li Lang, worms are meat. 10 kilograms of worms for 1 kilogram of beans. Eating worms is a good deal. Exactly. Try it and see if it's edible. If everyone doesn't like it, no matter how many worms there are, it's useless. Li Yi picked up a skewer and used chopsticks to remove a worm. He put it into his mouth and took a bite. He nodded. Chapter 692. Princess Yongmu copied Li Yi and picked up a bug. She placed it in front of her nose and smelled it. It smelled like sauce. Sister Wen Tian, you can't eat it. It's a bug. Xiaolan was anxious. Li Lang won't harm people. If bean worms can be eaten, the people who plant beans will have time to raise them. Everyone will eat better. Princess Yongmu looked gentle, but her words were for the sake of the people. She opened her mouth slightly and took a small bite of the bug. She quickly closed her eyes and moved her mouth. She opened her eyes again and took another bite. Is it delicious? Li Yi asked. He then introduced, it's even better when fried. The oil is not wasted. It's still edible. Princess Yongmu nodded as she ate. Her eyes were filled with surprise. She realized that the baked bean worms could be eaten. They tasted pretty good. It looked scary. Xiaolan saw that Princess Yongmu had eaten. She had to eat first. As she spoke, she closed her eyes and took a bite. She chewed and directly stuffed the rest into her mouth. After swallowing, she said with a smile, actually, I'm not afraid at all. Really? No one said that you're afraid. Li Yi had a look of approval. Xiaolan pouted again and glared at Li Yi. Xiaolan, don't be rude to Li Lang. Li Lang cares about the people of the Tang dynasty. He actually knows how to raise bean worms. Princess Yongmu said to Xiaolan. When she looked at Li Yi, her eyes were filled with a different kind of expression. As expected, she didn't come in vain. She got a good idea. She smiled at Li Yi again. The people of the world all think that bean worms are harmful, but they've never thought of raising them for meat. There are also maggots that can be raised to feed chickens. When the grasshoppers aren't everywhere, even chickens and ducks can be eaten. In the southwest, we catch bugs to eat. Many of them are poisonous. Wen Tian, where are you staying tonight? Li Yi suddenly changed the topic. Zhang family's village. Princess Yongmu turned her head and looked in the direction of the village. I have an empty courtyard in Zhuangzi. It used to be third brother and sister-in-law's residence. Now that it's empty, why don't you stay in my Zhuangzi? Li Yi very naturally extended the invitation. Li Yi, what are you doing? Xiaolon glared at him and stood up with her hands on her waist. Many people from the Li family Zhuangzi went there, but I didn't do anything. Even the minister came, but the minister used the same courtyard. There's another courtyard for old man Mu and Madam Mu. They always send me cows, and I don't let anyone else live in their courtyard. I also have palace maids and eunuchs. They are not ordinary people. They are all supervisors in the palace. Li Yi continued to introduce his Zhuangzi. Eunuchs had the word eunuch in them. The eunuchs he was referring to were officials, and at the same time, eunuchs. Li Yi's words made Xiaolon speechless. She said anxiously, but, if we live there, others will think, listen to Sister Wen Tian, right? Li Yi asked Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu lowered her head and whispered, listen to Li Lang's arrangement. The Li family Zhuangzi has always been open and above board. I have chili noodles. Let's try it. I won't give it to others. It's still too little. Next year, more people will be able to buy it. Li Yi seemed to be relieved. He stood up and roasted skewers. They could be dipped in chili noodles, but they couldn't be sprinkled on the skewers. Princess, let's live in the Li family Zhuangzi, okay? Xiaolon whispered. The Li family Zhuangzi is safer. Living in imperial father and imperial mother's courtyard, there are also palace maids and eunuchs there. It's more convenient. Princess Yongmu was thinking about this. She knew who the third brother and sister-in-law Li Yi was talking about were. When she heard that others weren't allowed to live there, she was relieved. How could living in the Zhang family's village compare to the Li family Zhuangzi? After she finished speaking, she looked up at Li Yi, who was busy roasting skewers. She didn't eat any more. Wait a minute. She hesitated for a moment before asking, Li Lang bought land in Huazhou and Tongzhou to settle the 9 families of Tiela. Will they be able to live in a new house in winter? They will work very hard to build their own house. If they can't finish it before winter, they will freeze. After Li Yi finished speaking, he came back with a bunch of hoof tendons. Hoof tendons were originally cooked and would soften after roasting. They could be eaten directly with dried ingredients. He took a skewer for himself and put it in his mouth. He chewed and said in a muffled voice, this year, their job is to build a house. After the house is built, they still have to work in winter, right? When Princess Yongmu spoke, she imagined a group of people working hard. This year's winter is mainly for learning how to speak the Tang dynasty language. Some of them can speak it, but their accent is not good. Li Yi poured iced fruit juice for the 2 of them. He drank the yellow wine himself. Princess Yongmu paused for a moment. That's right. Wen Tian actually forgot about the language barrier. Sometimes I also forget. It's all thanks to the people in Zhuangzi who reminded me. In less than 10 days, the capital's water network will be fully connected. The Li family Zhuangzi will release a large number of boats. At that time, it will be convenient to travel to and from different places. If Wen Tian likes, she can directly go to the Li family Zhuangzi by boat. But when winter comes, she will change to a different kind of transportation. The speed on the ice is faster than on land, and it will save more energy. She will change to a large ice plow, which can transport goods from one place to another. Li changed the topic and talked about the use of the water network. When there was water, boats were used. After the water froze, it would snow on land, and it would be difficult to travel. The ice plow could be used. There was also snow on the ice, so dogs could pull the sleigh. When he was in the northeast, he also used dogs to pull carriages. There were also deer, elk, and horses. It was different from the horses in amusement parks. As long as the horses there could earn money, they could work themselves to death. Once the horses in the Tang dynasty were tired, the people would immediately let the horses rest if they were not fighting for their lives. Princess Youngmu blinked her big eyes and listened. In her mind, the scene of people and goods on the water network of the capital's water network appeared. She felt that it was especially beautiful. The water network's function was reflected. Just as she was about to speak, one of the village masters ran over. Dongzhu, the assistant minister of the Yellow Gate, Yuan Xianyao, who was appointed a few days ago, is here. He's walking over. Princess Youngmu's expression changed. She looked at Xiaolon helplessly. Xiaolon also became nervous. I won't see him. Stop him. If he's willing to eat skewers, arrange for him to go somewhere I can't see. Li Yi suddenly spoke up and refused. Xiaolon revealed a shocked expression. Prime Minister, Li Yi said he won't see him, but he came in person. If he wants to barge in, drive him out. Li Yi added. Yes. The village master nodded and left. Afraid that it would be too late, the winged knights followed. Li Lang, you. Princess Youngmu revealed a worried expression. The Prime Minister can't disturb me eating with a beauty. Li Yi said righteously. Xiaolon nodded vigorously. Yes, Li Dongzhu, I won't see him. Princess Youngmu was stunned. Could this be the reason? He's too scheming. Her Majesty arranged for him to be the Prime Minister and wanted to make good use of him. But when he comes to important matters, he doesn't say anything. What's the use? I'll think of a way to remove him from the Prime Minister position. Is Her Majesty more important or is he more important? Li Yi gave another reason. Her Majesty is more important. Is he really not good? Princess Youngmu was suddenly energized. This Prime Minister was not good? Chapter 693. Not meeting me. Private matters are inconvenient. I am the Prime Minister and Li Yi is rejecting me with private matters. Yuan Xianyao was furious that he was stopped. He wanted to take a look since he had become the Prime Minister. In the end, he was rejected when he rushed over after work. The reason was so straightforward. Li Yi had his own matters to deal with, so it was not convenient to meet him. Li Yi, do you even respect me as the Prime Minister? I can meet His Majesty even if I have urgent matters. Why can't I meet you? I will meet him personally. Yuan Xianyao was about to go over. The winged knights blocked him and did not move. Get out of my way. Yuan Xianyao was angry. Prime Minister, do you want the winged knights to listen to your orders? The winged knights asked directly. Ah! Yuan Xianyao was stunned. He did not dare to say yes. The winged knights were His Majesty's private army. The Prime Minister wanted the winged knights to listen to him. Was he planning something big? Prime Minister, my Dongzhu has specially prepared an apology gift for you. Songde rushed over and bowed when he saw Yuan Xianyao. Then, he leaned forward and said softly, my Dongzhu saw a beauty. Dongzhu is young and Yuan knows how it feels. Really? Yuan Xianyao had a way out. How can this be faked? There are so many tourists and many people saw it. Prime Minister, you are the Prime Minister. How can a beauty be afraid? Songde continued to flatter him. This was his job. Without waiting for Yuan Xianyao to speak, he continued, Dongzhu ordered us to prepare some things and invite you to a good spot in the panda park to look at the pandas under the lights. I hope you will do me the honor. Alright, since this is the case, it is a good thing. I am happy to see it happen. Yuan Xianyao was brought to eat. He knew that he had to go. The winged knights were blocking him. If he dared to go, the winged knights would dare to draw their blades. He was arranged to eat at the side and could not leave. If he left, it would mean that he held a grudge. Other than His Majesty, he had to give face to anyone who could command the winged knights. Li Yi continued to eat worms while Songde rushed over after making arrangements for Yuan Xianyao. Dongzhu, Yuan Xiang went over there to look at the giant panda under the light. I've prepared 500 yuan worth of things and 2 thermos bottles. Don't forget the people who are with him. Li nodded and added. Got it. Songda had already made arrangements. If you know, then don't disturb me talking to a beauty. Li glared. Songda nodded vigorously, covered his eyes, and jogged away. Don't fall, or I'll have to treat you. Li added. Princess Yongmu looked on with envy in her eyes. She envied the relationship between Li and the village lord. She could tell that the village owner respected Li, not because Li was a dongju. Other than Xiaolon, there were too many scheming people in the palace. I'll heat up the worms and eat them. Eating worms is the same as eating eggs. One worm is equivalent to half an egg. Li picked up 3 bean worms to heat them up and brushed some sauce on them to make them salter. After heating them up, the 3 of them ate 1 worm each happily. Li Lang, I want to eat some bean worms. I didn't remember what you said just now. Can you write it down? Princess Yongmu wanted to use 10% of the bean harvest to exchange for a bunch of edible worms. She was going to do it herself. Of course, she would personally instruct others to do it. Wen Tian, do you have soybean fields? Li Yi asked with a smile. Princess Yongmu lowered her head. Xiaolon said, yes, yes. Since you have it, I'll write it down for you and draw a picture. It will be published in the newspaper tomorrow. Tell the people to catch worms and sell them or raise them themselves. Li Yi didn't ask where it was. He wanted the people to accept it. Today, he treated everyone to a meal and there were many worms. People who had the time to come and see pandas and stay in Zhang family's village at night were not poor financially. They accepted it first, then the others could accept it. They used the rich people to influence the surroundings. Today, they ate skewers for free and gave worms. They even said that Li Dongzhu would eat them too. They had to give face, right? After eating it, they found it was not much. It was quite delicious. After bragging about it in the newspaper, it became high-end. The value of the worms that they could trample to death when they saw them increased. When this kind of worm became popular in the capital, the people in other places either caught it to sell or ate it themselves. They thought that only rich people would eat it. In this way, the nutrition kept up. Today, there was one more type, and tomorrow, there would be another type. Many things make a mickle. The quality of life changed from little to little. Princess Yongmu couldn't see through Li Yi's thoughts. She was excited now. She could finally do something. In the past, she always heard that Li Yi did something that benefited the people. Today, she participated in it. There was nothing to do in the palace. All she could do was watch others fight. As the eldest princess, she had to be a role model. Nothing could happen to her and she could not cause trouble for her father. The things she learned were from books. She had learned them long ago. Unfortunately, only the upper class could rule the country. They could not directly help the people. Li Yi in front of her was different. He could rule the country from the upper class, but he could also fall to the bottom and teach people how to raise maggots. What she saw today was more interesting. It was much more fun than what she saw at the drunken immortal resident's hot spring. After the 3 of them finished eating, they left in another direction. Yuan Xianyao took the things and left. He didn't see Li Yi. Yuan Xianyao felt that even if Li Yi had a beauty by his side, he should come and meet him. Unfortunately, he didn't see him. The things were not bad. 2 thermos bottles, a payment card for the bath, and a small mirror box. When Li Yi brought Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon back to Zhuangzi, he called the 8 palace maids and eunuchs to arrange for them to stay in the courtyard where his 3rd brother and sister-in-law were staying. The palace maids and eunuchs were speechless. They brought 2 people in and took out the bedding and pillows again. Princess Yongmu, why are you here? And Xiaolon, it's just the 2 of you. Peach Blossom number 2 looked around and asked in a low voice. Xiaolon pouted. The guards can't come in. They are pretending to be passers-by. They can't come in. It's okay. We don't need your guards in Zhuangzi. They have someone to arrange it for them. Suelio number 2 looked at the door and promised. The other palace maids and eunuchs nodded. Yes, if something happened in Zhuangzi, it would be a big deal. Princess Yongmu stood there quietly and looked at the house where her father and mother lived. Princess Yongmu, I won't give you the master bedroom. You can stay in the side bedroom. If you want to stay in the master bedroom, I will open another courtyard for you. Peach Blossom said that the master bedroom was where His Majesty and the Empress lived. There are only 2 people. The small bedroom is enough. Xiaolan is tired today. Tonight. Princess Yongmu looked at her palace maid. She didn't want Xiaolan to stay at night. Princess Yongmu, you don't have to worry about anything at night. Someone will take care of it. Bai He number 2 promised. She didn't need to curry favor with the princess. As long as she did her job well, Dongzhu could definitely protect her. Li Yi instructed the winged knights, guard that place well. Guard it the same way my third brother and sister-in-law came. After the winged knights left, Li Yi began to write how to eat bean worms and how to raise them. Worms eat leaves. Worms are nutritious. People eat the leaves of bean sprouts. There is no protein. Chapter 694. The sun rose again. During the morning assembly, Li Longji looked at Yuan Xianyao a few more times but didn't say anything. Please send someone from Honglu Temple who knows the language of the Tiela 9 surnames to teach the language of the Tang dynasty. Bai Gu appeared. He sold the land to Li Yi at a cheap price. Then, he would wait for the terraced fields to be built quickly so that he could collect rent every year. Now, there was a problem with language communication. Privately, he owed Li Yi a favor. Even his teeth were inlaid by Li Yi. In public, he wanted to earn more money for the Ministry of Revenue. How many acres of land was that? Okay. Li Longji agreed. Bai Gu retreated. Yao Chong stepped forward. Your Majesty, Li family Zhuangzi is collecting bean worms. At the same time, this morning's newspaper wrote about bean worm farming. I think we can try it out. Yao Chong took out the newspaper as he spoke. Now, there were 4 copies of the newspaper. There were more advertisements, half a page, and half a page more for other content. The newspaper was more profitable. The price had dropped to 3 coins. A 4-page newspaper was 3 coins. It was printed on one side and could be written on the back. One was to make money from advertisements. The other was to reduce the cost of paper and printing. Yao Chong picked out a newspaper and asked someone to bring it to him. Li Longji didn't touch it. He had already seen it. His newspaper was the first to be printed. It was immediately sent to him. Of course, 3 copies were sent at once. One for him, one for Empress Wang, and one for Baifu Palace. When he was eating breakfast, someone was reading the newspaper beside him. When he reached the important part, he would take the newspaper and read it. Last night, he already knew that Li Yi had given many people worms and bean worms. He pressed his hand on the newspaper. Li family Zhuangzi came up with a way to make bean worms edible. He said that worms are like eggs and eating them is good for the body. He paused and looked at the officials. Everyone nodded. Shrimps, and shrimps were all worms from the sea. They could be eaten. Grasshoppers were now being caught and fried. The situation in the southwest had been reported, and the local food was even more frightening. Losing more than 10 caddies of beans, we gained more than 100 caddies of worms. The worms can be buried in the sand and can be used at any time. During the season when there are bean worms, I will eat 2 bean worms every day. They will be dry-fried and stir-fried. Before stir-frying, they must be blanched. Then there are deep-fried, grilled, salted, lightly baked, dumplings stuffed with 3 delicacies, wontons, and pies. Li Longji made his stance clear. He would eat, and the rest would eat as well. He wanted the commoners to believe that this thing could be eaten. I have also told you how to make it. I am now very knowledgeable about food. Why not steam and stew it? Because it was disgusting. It's better to wrap the stuffing. We can't see the worms. Zhang Shua stood up. He couldn't accept this. Bring me the insects provided by the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Longji took a deep breath and ordered. There were bugs, provided by the Li family Zhuangzi. They had all been tested and there wouldn't be any problems eating them. The insect was alive, big green insect. There was one on a tray, wriggling there. Li Longji was at the top. He used his hand to grab some mustard and garlic juice mixed with chili oil under the table. He used this hand to grab a bug and directly put it in his mouth. He chewed with a calm expression. There was too much mustard. He wanted to cry, but he endured it. Let me do it. Lu Huaishan was the first to stand up. He grabbed the bug on the tray in front of him, threw it into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed it. The officials understood. In the past, Li Shimin had eaten locusts raw. That was a disaster. Now, it was really edible. Everyone, I won't force you. If you treat it as a bug, it's a bug. If you treat it as a vegetable, it's a vegetable. Li Longji said to everyone with an easygoing expression. At this moment, all the officials had a tacit understanding. They believed that His Majesty wouldn't force them, because this was a vegetable. That's right, no problem. What kind of bug? A vegetable. Everyone grabbed the bug, took a deep breath, and stuffed it into their mouths. Each person ate a bug. They stood there and endured all kinds of psychological reactions. Physical reactions didn't actually exist. It was a psychological reaction. The Li family Zhuangzi gave these bugs. I heard that he even fed them medicine. It's more convenient and useful, Gao Lishir said at the crucial moment. He was afraid that someone would vomit, so he emphasized this sentence. As expected, when everyone heard that it was the Li family Zhuangzi who fed them medicine and was good for that, they instantly didn't feel disgusted and wanted to eat another one. Li Longji picked up the teacup and drank some water. It was too spicy. He almost couldn't hold it in. Everyone, it's not delicious raw, but cooked ones are better. The common people eat bugs. As long as they're cooked, there's no harm. It's just like eating meat. Li Longji waved his hand. The palace maids broke the teacups and served each official a cup. Everyone quickly drank. The bugs had a grassy smell, so they used the tea to suppress it. Your Majesty, it's too difficult to eat raw. It's better to fry it. It's crispy, Grand Chancellor Jiang Jiao said. He found that raw bugs were hard to swallow. He was the older brother of Jiang Hui, who wanted to be close to the common people and gave weapons to those who surrendered. The historical incident didn't happen. Li Yi stopped him. He still didn't know that Li Yi didn't have a good impression of him and his younger brother Jiang Hui. Li Longji glanced at him. The best way is to mix the bugs with flour and then bake them into snacks. But the common people don't have this ability. I'll think of another way. Everyone, you have to work harder. It's not important how you eat it. What's important is to promote it. Li family Zhuangzi. During breakfast, Li Yi spoke to Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan. There were bean bugs for breakfast. They were first blanched, then wrapped in dough and fried with a layer of bread crumbs. I think the preparation method is more important. This is better than the one I baked last night. Xiao Lan ate 6 bugs in a row. She still wanted to eat more. It was delicious. There were no more on the plate. There were 10 bugs in total. She ate 6 while Princess Yongmu and Li Yi ate 2 each. Princess Yongmu was very quiet at this time. She ate in small bites and kept looking at the kitchen. She wanted to see how the kitchen staff cooked. Li Lang, you said yesterday that tussa worms can be eaten. What about mulberry silkworms? Princess Yongmu thought of the mulberry trees that everyone was planting now. Mulberry silkworms are allergic. Tussa silkworm cocoons are also allergic, but it's not as serious as mulberry silkworms. That's why everyone doesn't eat it. It's not that they don't want to eat it. It's that they will die if they eat it. Li Yi was very patient. He explained the difference between the two types of silkworm cocoons. Li Lang, are you allergic to bugs when you eat them? Princess Yongmu didn't understand. Since she learned new scientific knowledge, she always wanted to explore it. Mulberry silkworm worms are too small. How can you eat them if you're not allergic? Tussa worms are as big as bean bugs. During the process of silk reeling, they must be boiled before they can be separated. Then, they need to use water from plant ashes. In the end, when the silk comes out, the pupa can't be eaten. Mulberry silkworm pupa is small, but Tussa silkworm pupa is big. Now, Tussa silkworms can cut cocoons, but mulberry silkworms can't cut cocoons. Mulberry silkworms are small. If Tussa silkworms cut cocoons, there will be more broken silk. It's not good for weaving. Li Yi introduced the processing technology. In fact, all kinds of silk were not easy to reel. In his era, the technology was very advanced. Only then could they reel out all the broken silk. Otherwise, it would be a live pupa. If the silk was broken, the silk would be connected, and the pupa would die. A live pupa was cut open by cutting the cocoon. Silk reeling was cut open by cutting it open. How could it be wound continuously? Princess Yongmu only understood 80% of the content. She was very unhappy and didn't follow. She asked softly, "Do you want live or dead?" "Dead. Dead ones will be used as fertilizer. Then, we'll reel out the silk and sell it to other places in exchange for benefits." Li Yi chose to give up on eating and strengthen the export. In 2 or 3 years, the Tang dynasty's navy would be large. It was not like building an aircraft carrier. It would take a long time. Chapter 695. Princess Yongmu listened quietly. When she heard Li Yi talk about trading benefits, she inexplicably wanted to laugh. Li Lang's family is rich, but you still want to seek more benefits? Princess Yongmu asked with a smile. When Tian, you don't know how expensive the rice is until you're in charge. It's not easy for me to maintain my small family, let alone the big families of the Tang dynasty. His Majesty sent troops to protect me. Don't you think I should think more for His Majesty? Li Yi looked like he was going to be a virtuous minister. Princess Yongmu blinked. Li Lang, you've worked hard. It's not that hard. It's just that the Turks are too hateful. They actually occupied Suiye town and didn't let caravans pass. Li Yi mentioned the Turks. The Silk Road on the land was broken. Otherwise, many good things would be sent over from the Silk Road. Princess Yongmu asked softly, "You can't do business? Are the things there good?" She was young. When the Silk Road was broken, she couldn't remember anything. We used silk, tea leaves, and ceramics to trade for horses and wool. The key was the seeds. The seeds that the Tang dynasty didn't have. Li Yi explained patiently. He couldn't expect everyone to know what was exchanged on the Silk Road. Princess Yongmu ate a mouthful of rice and looked up. I heard that every year in Guangzhou, people from Kunlun come by boat to trade. Can't they go by sea? Wen Tian, you're amazing. Not only are you beautiful, but you're also smart. Yes, 2 years ago, there was an ambassador from Annan City in the Tang dynasty. However, that person had been studying technology and wanted to make fun things for His Majesty. His Majesty didn't want it. Li Yi praised Princess Yongmu first. Then he said that there was an ambassador from Annan City 2 years ago. His name was Zhou Qingli. He followed the Persian monks to make things for Li Longji. Li Longji didn't know what to think. He probably didn't want it because he was worried that it would be a waste of money and wouldn't benefit the people. Princess Yongmu blushed slightly at the compliment. Xiaolan listened and watched from the side. Li Dongzhu, my sister Wen Tian is naturally smart. Xiaolan is also beautiful and smart. Li Yi praised Xiaolan again. What about Guangzhou? Xiaolan was happy and wanted to study the business. Guangzhou should be the place to set up a merchant division to specialize in trading with outsiders. Zhou Qingli shouldn't focus on making things, but on making money. His Majesty needs money, not toys. When Li Yi mentioned Guangzhou, he guessed why Li Longji didn't want Zhou Qingli's things. The reason why Zhou Qingli was appointed as a merchant was to trade with other people, not to build things. Yes, Guangzhou. We can arrange it now. Take the things out and sell them elsewhere. We don't want jewelry. We want spices and food. Li Yi had an idea. Food and spices in Southeast Asia were not worth much. Some precious things, including pepper, could be sold at a high price by land or by boat. The Tang dynasty took the initiative to go out with their fleet. Before the pepper in Liezhou and Qiongzhou became a large scale, they could use sea trade to make up for it. Frankincense, myrrh, cinnamon, cloves, and other things. There were also few spices. It was expensive to eat something in Zhuangzi. There were many things in Guangxi, but the road was not easy to travel. From Guangxi to Chang and by sea. Why not jewelry? Xiaolan's eyes lit up when she mentioned jewelry. Li Lang doesn't like luxury goods. Princess Yongmu said. She felt that she knew Li Yi better. Li Yi didn't want pearls and beautiful embroidered cloth. Unless he could spend it as money, he preferred livestock and food. When Tian reminded me, I should take it. Thank you. Li Yi changed his mind again. I said it. I said the jewelry. Xiaolan emphasized her importance. Yes, you said it yourself. When Tian said that the luxury goods should be exchanged. Look, a ship of ceramics should be exchanged. Li talked about economic accounts. A ship of goods in exchange for a ship of food was not worth it. Spices were also not worth it. Bringing empty ships to transport food was a waste of transportation capacity. They could exchange for luxury goods and fill the ships with spices and food to transport back. Sell luxury goods to the rich and take money from them. We can't let them have too much money. The more luxury goods there are, the less valuable they will be. Li Yi told the reason why he was willing to exchange luxury goods. He wanted to make the wealth of the rich shrink. He wanted to use the money to repair roads, build schools, give things to students for free, and provide welfare benefits to the people. Why are you so bad? Xiaolan's eyes widened. Li Lang must be thinking of benefiting the people. Princess Yongmu helped Li Yi. When Tian knows me best. Xiaolan, no matter how many luxury goods the rich buy, they still have ways to make money. Poor people often give them money directly, but they still don't have money. The idea I came up with is not to make the rich poor, but to make them earn money slower. The gap between the rich and the poor is not so big. I knew Li Lang was kind-hearted and magnanimous. Princess Yongmu approved again. Thank you. Li Yi smiled. He was willing to listen to Princess Yongmu. Her voice was pleasant, and the key was that the content was better. Xiaolan rolled her eyes and didn't want to say anything. After dinner, Princess Yongmu said goodbye. Come and play when you have time. Tao Hong, find a few people to send you off. Li Yi didn't send her off and let Tao Hong arrange it. Princess Yongmu left Zhuangzi and crossed the bridge. A group of people surrounded her and a car stopped. She got in the car and looked at Zhuangzi through the window, then nodded to Xiaolan. Let's go. Xiaolan shouted, and the group headed towards the imperial city. Li Yi returned to normal and went back to the study to write a memorial. The imperial court should build a memorial to the Department of Shipping in Guangzhou City. Before noon, Li Longji received a memorial. It said, if land trade is blocked, make up for it by sea. The Department of Shipping in Guangzhou City can collect taxes. There is a lot of food outside, and merchants bring food back with tax exemption. Li Yi wasn't in the mood to write anything fancy with just this little content. Li Longji read it and called for the prime ministers to come over and eat. There was one more prime minister, and it hadn't been removed. Under normal circumstances, 2 prime ministers were enough. Sometimes there were 3, and one of them was bound to be removed soon. The extra prime minister was Yuan Xianyao. Normally, he should replace Yao Chong. But he couldn't take the blame. When he took down Yao Chong, he would also be taken down. The 4 of them arrived and ate zhejiang noodles. There were many kinds of salted vegetables, each of which was a mouthful. The weather was hot. It was just autumn. During the meal, Li Longji didn't say anything and ate mouthful by mouthful. The 4 prime ministers looked at each other, not knowing the situation. When Li Longji finished the last mouthful of noodles and put down his chopsticks, the 4 of them were eating. What a coincidence! A palace maid served tea. Li Longji said, "I heard that there are always Kunlun people in Guangzhou bringing things to trade. Your Majesty, I thought of someone. Zhou Shi, Zhang Jiuling, is from there. He just resigned and went home. He should be on his way now." Lu Huaishan didn't express his opinion. Instead, he mentioned Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling said a few days ago that his term was up and he resigned to go home. Zhang Jiuling's home was in the south. It was better to ask him than others. Chapter 696. A group of fast horses rushed out of Chang'an to chase after Zhang Jiuling, who had left for a few days. The meeting in the imperial court continued. The matter of Zhang Jiuling had to wait until they caught up with him. "I request the governor of Guangzhou to report the types and quantity of goods traded between Guangzhou and Kunlun. If the quantity is too large, we will open the market." Yao Chong did not know how many things in Guangzhou needed to be exchanged. If they opened the market rashly, they would send people to manage it and waste money. Zhang Shua took a sip of tea and put down the cup. "Your Majesty, did Li Yi mention this?" "Yes." Li Longji responded. "I think we should immediately set up the market." Zhang Shua got the answer and immediately supported it. Lu Huaishan glanced at Zhang Shua and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, what did Li Yi say?" "Take the initiative to go out and sell. Use silk and ceramics to exchange for things outside. Finally, come back with a ship of grain and collect taxes." Li Longji did not hide it. "We need the market. Long Zai will be happy." Yao Chong did not need to ask anymore. When going out to sell things, they could control the quantity and have a department to manage it. Lu Huaishan added, "One more ship of grain is 1 more year's worth of food for 100 households. It will be accumulated and transported. Even if there are losses on the way, the people will not be hungry." Li Longji nodded. He had not thought about how to eat the grain. It was still early. He looked at Yuan Xianyao. "It's your turn." Yuan Xianyao lowered his head and pondered. After a while, he said, "When people are outside, it is difficult to communicate. If there are conflicts in the market, it will damage the reputation of the Tang dynasty. We should be careful." He paused and said, "However, the market should be opened, but not collect taxes from Kunlun people. This is to show the kindness of the Tang dynasty." "I understand." Li Longji did not make a conclusion. The 4 of them left and returned to the political affairs hall. At night, Li Longji's family of 3 went to the Li family Zhuangzi. Empress Wang took the little fellow for a run. Ever since the little fellow could run, he couldn't stay idle. Unlike some children who always felt tired and wanted adults to carry them, the little fellow didn't want to be carried. "Third brother, you're here. Let's take a look at the model we made." Li Yi brought Li Longji to the river. There was a small dam built by the river. When the water reached here, it flowed faster, simulating the Hukou waterfall. Beside the waterfall there was a smaller river, and a boat a few inches long passed through the sluice gate. First, the boat stopped at a low point, and then the sluice gate closed. The water continued to flow, and the water level rose until it was at the same level as the platform above. The boat went over. Continuing forward, they arrived at another location with a sluice gate. The boat stopped, the sluice gate closed, and the water level rose. Third elder brother, look. The river is dug out from the side of the hookah waterfall. It goes up layer by layer, and there are more than 10 boats going up at once. Li demonstrated and explained with a small model. Then, he repeated the same method and did the opposite. Li Longji looked at it. Good idea. What about the other one? The other one is here. Li Yi brought Li Longji to another location, which was not far away. It was also simulating the hookah waterfall. A board was placed diagonally, and the angle was not big. On the board, there was a row of rollers. Li Yi tied the boat with a rope and pulled it up the slanted board. The bottom of the boat touched the rollers, and the rollers rotated, and the boat was pulled up. The board was placed flat on the track, and there were wheels under the board. The wheels of a train were stuck on the track. Pulling the rope on the board, the wheels rolled, and the board moved forward on the track. On the other side, there were ropes behind the board. The board tilted, and the boat slid down. Brother E, let's go with this track. It uses a lot of iron, but we can afford it now. Li Longji made his choice. Don't want the gradual rise? Li Yi felt that the first one was better. The stones of the hookah waterfall are too hard. Each rise requires too many stones, and there is not enough water. The water around the hookah waterfall will gather towards the hookah waterfall. Li Longji explained to Li Yi. Although the profit model was well done, it was useless. Traveling on the track was like traveling on dry land, and it was convenient to have the track. Li Yi lowered his head in thought for a while, and showed an embarrassed smile. I forgot that our current level of technology is not enough to support it. He pulled the board back and forth on the track. The track does not use too much iron. I originally planned to use the 250 stone boat, but now I have decided to use 100 stone. Li Yi had previously considered a 15-ton boat, and found that if they used the track, the boat would sink, and the track had to be able to withstand it. Using hand gourds to pull a 15-ton boat was also tiring, but changing it to 6 tons of 100 stone was relatively easier. The key was the rollers on the board. If the boat was too heavy, it would crush the rollers. Li Longji squatted down and looked at the track. Use cement on both sides of the track, and use animals to pull it. Make 2 tracks, one going up, one going down. Okay, I can fill the track now, and we can start construction in winter. Li Yi's method of making the track was to fill it. Li Longji looked at the track again and suggested, if it is only 100 stone, use wooden tracks. The wheels can be made of iron, and put it on the wooden tracks. Li Yi looked up at the sky. He calculated the bearing area of the 6-ton thing and the bearing capacity of the wood. A 100-stone boat was placed on a wooden board with 8 wheels under it. A 150-stone boat is also fine, the wooden tracks are not a problem. Li Yi wanted to increase the boat's transport capacity again. Make a few more types and see if it works. If it doesn't work, use it on other rivers. Li Longji did not know how to calculate, but he would try. Okay, from 100 stone to 300 stone, make 5 types. Li Yi agreed. Each type was increased by 50 stone. It did not matter if the boat was wider or narrower, as long as the distance between the wheels under the board was not changed. Everyone agreed to the establishment of Guangzhou City's Department of Shipping in the Imperial Court today, but Yuan Qianyao did not think that sending a team out would be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Li Longji prepared to go back and ask people to build wooden tracks at Hookah Waterfall. He changed the topic and talked about the Department of Shipping. After he finished talking about Yuan Qianyao's worries, Li pursed his lips. It's just a business deal, how can it damage the Tang dynasty's reputation? Will the Tang dynasty take the initiative to bully others? Li Yi realized that Yuan Qianyao was simple-minded. At this moment, he was thinking about other people's opinions. Li Yi smiled. If we don't take other people's taxes and don't take the initiative to buy and sell, what's the point of the Department of Shipping? What are the good things outside? Li Longji did not care about what Yuan Qianyao said, but Yuan Qianyao could not make the decision. There are a lot. Ivory, pearls, corals, tortoiseshell, gold and silver, animals and plants that we have never seen before, spices. We can use things that we can grow to exchange for them. Their smelting skills are not very good, so we can also exchange ironware for things like knives and iron pots. Li Yi said a few things simply. He valued gold and silver, spices, and grains. Ivory and rhinoceros horns as Chinese medicine. Then tortoiseshell, corals, and pearls could also be used as medicine. Okay, we should go out and build more ships. Li Longji did not care about anything. Anyway, he paid less and got more in return. I have a map, a sea map. Li Yi added fuel to the fire. There's no need to use your lifespan to exchange for it. When the time comes, let them make the trip themselves. The predecessors also left some things behind. Li Longji asked first. Li Yi shook his head, there's no need for lifespan. Li Longji smiled, the more, the better. Chapter 697. Li Longji put down the new model and fiddled with it for a while. The design is exquisite. Zhou Qingli and the Persian monk built a bunch of useless houses. This is not as good as this one. He has no authority and cannot start trading in Annan. Only someone who understands economics can be in that position. Li Yi felt that the root of this situation was that he did not know the right person. Throwing an opportunistic person who wanted to curry favor with His Majesty into the position of trade, cheating people. Is Zhang Jiling the city shipping commissioner of Guangzhou City? Li Longji asked for a name. Zhang Jiling. He should be Zuoshi now. His position is not bad. Previously, he told the emperor that there was a problem with the district magistrate chosen by the Ministry of Personnel. Li Yi knew Zhang Jiling. He used to be the prime minister. He went home 6 days ago. Li Longji sighed. That can't be. Li Yi was puzzled. Zhang Jiling, Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan all had their own opinions. He first bluntly mentioned Yao Chong's situation because Yao Chong had written to Yao Ling's official letter. Then, he mentioned that Cui Ryong was not the Minister of Personnel and that Lu Huaishan was the minister. There was a problem with the Ministry of Personnel and Lu Huaishan was not punished. Zhang Jiling felt that the two prime ministers were not good. He left in a fit of anger. He went home and did not play anymore. But now, Cui Ryong was still the Minister of Personnel. If there was no problem with Lu Huaishan, why did Zhang Jiling leave? Was it because Cui Ryong was not punished? There was a problem with the district magistrate and 2 assistant ministers were removed. Then, there was good news. The students who did not pass the imperial examinations ran to the village to be village officials. Maybe he is homesick. Li Longji said something that even he did not believe. Zhang Jiling brought his family to Chang'an to take up his position. He brought his family with him. He had a wife and a son. His son was not an official yet. He would be a district magistrate in the future. Li Yi nodded. He was relieved. Let's go back. Then. Third brother, quick, I'll get the money, give him the money, I'll give him 20,000 gold coins, I'll get the winged knights to send it to him. Li Yi remembered something and ran to withdraw the money after saying that. After a while, he ran back with 20 winged knights. Each of them carried 2 tactical backpacks with crossbows, bows, and swords. Each person had 3 horses, and the horses carried their own rations. The coupons Li Yi took out were worth 10 grams each. There were a total of 2,000 coupons, which was quite heavy. Go after Zhang Jiling. Once you catch him, give him the money and tell him that he wants to fix the road. Send him on his way. Li Yi gave the 2 bags of money to the 2 winged knights. The 20 men glanced at Li Longji. Li Longji smiled. The 20 men mounted their horses and rushed out of Zhuangzi. Brother Yi, which road does Zhang Jiling want to fix? Li Longji was puzzled when he could not see the cavalry. Dayu Ridge. His house is there. We will pass by Dayu Ridge this time. He is familiar with Guangzhou's situation. Diyu Ridge is not easy to walk on. If we fix the road there, it will be much more convenient to travel to Chang'an. He does not have an official position, so he cannot use the local people. I'll give him 20,000 gold coins, he can fix a long road. Li Yi knew that Zhang Jiuling wanted to fix the road, but he would only say so next year. Then, he received the order and led the people to work. It took him a long time to fix the road. Even after the new country was established, there were still people walking on that road. He took advantage of the slack in the farming season to ask the people to fix the road. There will always be a time when the slack ends, and the farming season will become busy. Fixing the road had to consider the livelihood of the people, and the imperial court did not provide funds. Give him 20,000 gold coins, and it will be slack again after the autumn harvest. He could fix the road properly, and it would be better than the one in history. Li Longji thought for a while. He did not ask Li Yi how he knew that Zhang Jiuling wanted to fix the road. It was fine as long as the 20,000 gold coins were not thrown away. I will write a letter to Her Majesty in a while. Third brother, help me send it up and explain why I used the winged knights. Li Yi then said to Li Longji. Okay, Her Majesty will definitely not blame you. Li Longji said. At noon the next day, a horse carriage was moving slowly. Boss, there is a village up ahead. It will take less than half an hour to get there. Let's go there to eat. A person about the same age as Zhang Jiuling said to him. Zhang Jiuling's group of 5 people was him, his wife, his son, the steward, and the manservant. The steward and manservant were brought over from Shaozhou's Zhujiang County when he took office. The horse carriage was filled with luggage. Most of it was books and newspapers, as well as gifts from Her Majesty. Everyone got on the horse carriage. The horse was too tired, so the manservant and the steward took turns to walk on the ground. After arranging the time, if they had lunch in a village and found that they could not walk to another place at night, they would just stay in the village. If they met other people, they could travel together and take care of each other. Less than a quarter of an hour after the steward finished speaking, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Zhang Gong, wait! The people behind shouted. The horse carriage stopped. Zhang Jiuling got off and looked back. 5 horses and 5 people had arrived. One of the horses was a small yellow door. Zhang Gong, Her Majesty asked if Guangzhou could be built into a city. The small yellow door looked tired. He bowed and asked on behalf of Li Longji. This official, I have not returned for many years and do not know the details. When I return home, I will write a letter. Zhang Jiuling did not expect the other party to ask this. He had not returned for many years and did not know much. Thank you, Zhang Gong. Zhang Gong, Her Majesty gave you the money. The small yellow door took out 100 gold coins and gave it to Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling's eyes were red. He took the money and bowed in the direction of the imperial city. Thank you, Her Majesty. Zhang Gong, take care. We are going back. The small yellow door did not care about his tiredness and turned to get on the horse. Before he got on the horse, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Compared to the 5 of them, the sound of horse hooves was more hurried. As the sound got closer, a group of people and horses appeared. When they got closer, the 20 winged knights slowed down their horses and rushed out for a distance before coming back. They did not pull the reins directly to make the horses stand up. That would be harmful to the horses. Zhang Gong, I am a squad leader of the winged knights. My name is Fang Guangzhang. I am under Her Majesty's order to escort Zhang Gong back to your hometown. The leader of the winged knights dismounted and came to Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling looked at these people and knelt in the direction of Chang, and with tears streaming down his face. After kowtowing, he wiped his tears and asked Fang Guangzhang, Is Her Majesty well? Her Majesty is well. This is. Fang Guangzhang looked at the small yellow door. We are also under Her Majesty's order to come here. We are going back. The small yellow door looked at Zhang Jiling again and remembered him. Her Majesty actually sent the winged knights to escort him. When he returned to Chang and in the future, he could not afford to offend her. The 5 people from the small yellow door left and the group set off again. The 5 people, including Zhang Jiling, were completely relieved. The 20 winged knights could do whatever they wanted at night. They could leave and stay as they wished. Zhang Gong, when you pass by the village, if someone is willing to sell a horse, buy another one. 2 horses will pull the carriage. Zhang Jiling's wife, Tan Shi, said to him. Chapter 698. The winged knights did not have any scouts, so there were only a few of them. When they arrived at the village, they saw smoke rising from the kitchen chimneys. It was noon. The village is close to the capital, so the people in the village benefited. Zhang Jiling guessed why the village had 3 meals. Whenever the Li family Zhuangzi made a move, the capital and the surrounding areas would benefit. At the entrance of the village, they saw many chickens. Ropes of different lengths and colors were tied to the legs of the chickens. They cooed and scratched the ground with their claws. No one knew whether they were eating worms or sand. When the steward went to look for them, the village chief led a group of people to welcome them. It's really the winged knights. Quick, get grass and feed the horses. Everyone, bring out the good food. When the village chief saw the winged knights, he excitedly ordered them. The people who followed them out ran back to get the food. The group of people entered the village and fed the horses first. The villagers were almost done eating. The weather was hot, so they ate millet rice. Some villagers ate pickled vegetables today, while others fried onions with eggs and brought it over. Mr. Zhang, the village is small and there's no good food. Just a bite. The village chief brought over a plate of pickled eggplants and said politely. Thank you, Mr. Tong. Zhang Jiling knew that the village chief would not ask for money today. The village chief's surname was Tong, and his first name was Di. He also knew that the village chief did not give him the food because he had lost his official position, but because of the winged knights. The winged knights had a good reputation, and the people even further away knew about them. The steward was on the other side looking for someone to buy a horse. There were 3 horses in the village. If he gave more money, the steward could buy another horse. The squad leader Fang Guangzhang walked over. Mr. Zhang, you will stay in the village today. Our brothers rushed all the way here last night, so now is not the best time. I'll listen to General Fang. Zhang Jiling raised the other party's status and expressed that he had no objections. The winged knights should be in good condition in case of danger. There were 15 winged knights, so they ate quickly. Water and rice were easier to eat. They ate 3 bowls in a few mouthfuls. Taking advantage of the dawn, they found a shady place, covered their faces, and slept. The other 5 ate slowly. After eating, they began to stand guard. When it was time for dinner, the 5 of them ate quickly and went to sleep after eating. The others were divided into 3 shifts, taking turns to stand guard. At daybreak, the group ate breakfast and continued on their journey. Sure enough, there was an additional horse. It turned out that the horse that was pulling the carriage alone seemed to be very happy and snorted a few times. Village chief, there is a paper bag pressed down by a stone at the entrance of the ancestral hall. A villager noticed the situation when he passed by the ancestral hall. He didn't dare to touch that thing. How could he disrespect the ancestral hall? He found Muramesa Tong Di. The Muramesa brought people over. Sure enough, there was a fist-sized stone pressing down on a yellow paper bag. He went into the ancestral hall to offer incense, and then came out to move the stone away. He picked up the paper bag and opened it. There were $2,100 exchange vouchers inside. There was also a letter written in pencil. Thank you for your hospitality. However, the winged knights will not take advantage of the common people. Therefore, they will leave 2,000 yuan for us, the village chief read out. Good soldiers. They are the best soldiers of the Tang dynasty, an elder in the village said loudly, full of vigor. Time flew by, and it was the last day of July. With the protection of the winged knights, Zhang Jiuling's team did not need to calculate the time to rest and travel. As long as the horses could rest, the people in the team did not care. The team grew bigger, and there were more than 40 people. They were all in a hurry. When they saw the winged knights, they quickened their pace and trotted after them. The winged knights had no choice but to let them ride their horses. Those who did not know how to ride had to be taught. They were all going to the south, and Zhang Jiuling was from the same prefecture. They met more people on the short journey. They followed the winged knights and parted ways when they reached the destination. We're at Diyu Ridge again. This road is too difficult to travel. We can only take a long detour. Otherwise, the car won't be able to pass. Zhang Jiuling looked at the Diyu Ridge in front of him with worry in his eyes. If they wanted to take a shortcut, there was only one road. Everyone had to carry something on their backs. If there is a road that connects the villages on both sides, it will be less dangerous. Otherwise, there will be people robbing and killing. Zhang Jiuling was even more worried. The common people in the team were also worried. Mr. Zhang, you are an official in the imperial court. You can tell His Majesty that if you take the lead, we are willing to build a good road for you. Another person from Shao Prefecture's Zhujiang County came over to say this to Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling shook his head. If it's just for us, it will be difficult to build a road. We need a reason. This. Canton City's Department of Transportation? He knew that if he wrote a letter saying that the road near his house was difficult to travel, the imperial court would not care. If the road at his house was difficult to travel, would it be easy for others? If it was related to business and goods needed to be transported, the imperial court might agree. The common people had long wanted to build a road. Without a leader, they did not know how to do it. The winged knights came over. He did not care if the road was good or not. With 20 winged knights around, what robbery? Who would rob who? Does Mr. Zhang want to build this road? Fang Guangzhang looked at the Diyu Ridge and asked. This road is difficult. You can go back now. Jiuling thanks you for escorting me. Zhang Jiuling cupped his fists and bowed. We are not in a hurry to go back. Does Mr. Zhang want to build the road? Fang Guangzhang asked again. At the same time, his hair stood on end. He was afraid. He did not mention anything about money. When they left, Li Dongzhu said that the money was for Zhang Jiuling to build the road. But today, they were at the Diyu Ridge. Was he really going to build a road? Li Dongzhu, not only should we build a road here, we should also build a checkpoint. Zhang Jiuling admitted that he had an idea. Since that is the case, why don't Mr. Zhang lead the common people to build the road? The autumn harvest is coming. After the harvest, the common people will be free. Fang Guangzhang gave an idea. Should they build it or not? Without the imperial court's orders, we cannot touch the common people. Zhang Jiuling shook his head slightly. Can we do it with money? Fang Guangzhang asked. Of course. Zhang Jiuling looked at Fang Guangzhang. He thought that if he had money, he would build it directly. But he did not have money. Do the locals recognize large value exchange coupons? Fang Guangzhang had another question. They had used small value exchange coupons on the way. There was no problem. This place was already south enough. The common people knew and accepted them. Yes, we are willing to take them. As long as they are from the Ba Shuili family Zhuangzi, we will take them. There was a merchant in the group. Obviously, he had been to Chang'an and knew about large value exchange coupons. That is great. Mr. Zhang, please take a look. Fang Guangzhang looked at his two brothers. The two of them each carried a bag and opened it. They directly poured the bundle of coupons on the ground. The people who were following them looked hard. It was money. It was all money. Zhang Jiuling picked up a bundle and saw the familiar pattern and the number 10 on it. How much money is this? Zhang Jiuling's hands trembled. He had figured it out. Why did the winged knights follow them all the way here and ask him if he wanted to build the road? Mr. Zhang, is 20,000 yuan enough to build a road? Fang Guangzhang looked at the people around him. Everyone consciously stepped back. 20,000 yuan was money that they could not earn in several lifetimes. Guanglu Dr. Li paid for this? Zhang Jiuling thought of the person behind this. His Majesty knows. When Mr. Zhang returns home, you can organize people to work and write a letter. Fang Guangzhang did not directly answer and emphasized His Majesty. Li Dongzhu said that all good things belong to His Majesty. Remember this. His Majesty's kindness is like a mountain and a father. Zhang Jiuling understood and shouted. More than 40 common people also shouted, His Majesty's kindness is like a mountain and a father. Chapter 699. One of the carriages was dismantled and the wheels were placed on the horses. Everyone helped to carry the things in the carriage. The shafts were also carried and the carriage was broken into pieces. The horses were led through Dayu Ridge. The winged knights ran back and forth and looked around with binoculars. Zhang Jiuling asked the winged knights to continue following and protect the money. They didn't take a detour and quickly returned home. They told the people that after the harvest, they would immediately come back to repair the road. The people didn't want to work for the yamen for free. They wanted to do it themselves and needed a leader. The carriages were dismantled just like that and flipped over. The distance was short and the speed was fast. Zhang Jiuling carried a bag filled with newspapers. The earliest ones taught pinyin, as well as the popular science section that he cut out himself. What Li Yi was puzzled about was actually very simple. Zhang Jiuling knew that his hometown had to wait a long time for newspapers. In addition, the prime ministers didn't do a good job. He wanted to come back and teach a group of people so that everyone in his hometown could read. He saw the changes in the capital's residents after they learned how to read. They read newspapers and learned from them. The children who cleaned shoes could even write. The people would know the life tips in the newspapers after reading them. Zhang Jiuling originally wanted to bring back a few dictionaries when the dictionary came out, but he realized that it would be a waste of time. He decided to learn pinyin first. Help, there's a tiger. Help, the group was moving forward with difficulty when a cry for help came from the front. Everyone, don't be afraid. We have more people. The tiger is also afraid of people. Another shout came. Put down the things and follow me. Fang Guangzhang heard the commotion and let go of the horse. He took the crossbow from the horse and rushed over with the bow on his back. The others let go of their crossbows. 5 of them pulled out their swords. The handle fell off and the scabbard was directly attached to the back of the swords. The tip of the scabbard was exposed and the scabbard was twisted. The scabbard immediately turned into a cudgel. This was designed by Li Yi for them to use when the cavalry was charging. The brothers who had died in Song Zhou had been at a disadvantage when fighting the enemy cavalry because their weapons were too short. With the addition of a section, the short weapons became long weapons. Li Yi was still in the process of improving it. He wanted to connect the scabbard without moving the handle. He needed an extra ring and a slot on the hilt, and an extra rod and a bayonet on the scabbard. That pole could be designed as a sharpening stick, which could also be used to sharpen knives. Just like a bayonet, as long as the scabbard was strong enough, it could become a long hilt. Featherwood rushed over with such equipment. When they arrived, there were more than 10 people. Some of them were holding sharpened wooden sticks, while others were holding stones. Not far from them, there was a tiger eyeing them covetously. It did not seem to be afraid of this group of people and wanted to gain some benefits from them. Indeed, a pass should be built here. There are houses in the pass for people to guard and live in. When the people come over, they can rest in the pass. Fang Guangzhang saw that there was no blood at the tiger's mouth, and the tiger did not fall down, so he was not in a hurry. It was just a tiger. According to Dongzhu, such a small tiger was called a South China tiger. The 5 cudgel swordsmen came up. They stared at the tiger. When the tiger pounced, they made an assassination move. Once he made contact with the tiger, he would let go of his hand and let the knife pierce into the tiger's body. There was no need to hold the knife and compete with the tiger in terms of strength. Is it a cub? Fang Guangzhang could not see clearly and asked the locals. It's a male. Kill it. If you don't kill it, it will kill people. The people from before ran to the back of the Yulin winged cavalry with stones and stood beside them with sticks. Those who were familiar with the tiger were afraid that the soldiers would be soft-hearted. Fang Guangzhang picked up the crossbow, and the other 14 people followed suit. The tiger did not recognize this kind of crossbow. It wanted to find a chance to catch one and eat it. 3 batches. 1, 3, 6, 9, 12. Shoot. Fang Guangzhang had no intention of protecting wild animals. After he shouted, he fired the crossbow. The other 4 people fired together. 5 arrows flew out and all hit the target. Roar! The tiger roared and rushed over. South China tigers had a bad temper. Shoot! Fang Guangzhang shouted again. Whoosh! 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 Another 5 arrows were shot. 3 missed. The tiger moved up and down as it ran. Of the 2 arrows that hit, one pierced its foreleg and the other pierced its eye. Shoot! Fang Guangzhang shouted again. 5 arrows flew out. 3 hit the target. Sword! Ha! The 5 people with sticks and swords took a step forward. The other 15 people took out their swords. Roar! The tiger that was rushing forward suddenly lost its balance and rolled a few times. Kill! The 5 people with sticks and swords rushed forward. Kill! The people with sticks also rushed forward. Fang Guangzhang and the others naturally took out their swords and rushed forward. When the tiger lost its balance, they used all kinds of methods to cut and stab it. After a few seconds, the tiger was twitching on the ground. Its body was covered with blood. Dongzhu is a liar. He said that he drank too much and fought the tiger alone. How can he fight the tiger alone? One of the winged knights wiped the sweat off his forehead and said with fear. Dongzhu can. Dongzhu has a gun. If Dongzhu wants to fly, he can paralyze the tiger and put it in the zoo. The other featherwood flying cavalry felt that it was okay, but the premise was that the owner had to personally make a move. There are a lot of holes on the tiger's skin. Peel it off and bring it back to Dongzhu. In fact, if we hit the tiger's eyes, we can get the whole skin. If we are prepared, we can get the whole skin online. Tiger penis is good stuff. So is the tiger bone. Bring them all back. Let's eat the tiger meat. Soak it in cold water and then stew it. After killing the tiger, the winged knights started to study the value of the tiger. They wanted to give the good stuff to Li Yi. The people who were saved by the tiger, where did these soldiers come from? Why were they not afraid of the tiger at all? You can go and get the reward. As long as you kill the tiger, leopard and other things, you can get the reward. You are, the winged knights? The man with the wooden spear looked at the clothes of the winged knights and guessed. He was illiterate. But he had heard that the winged knights were the strongest soldiers in the Tang dynasty. They were not afraid of anything. Zhang Jiuling and the others rushed over with their horses. He looked at the tiger that was lying motionless on the ground with a serious expression. Sergeant Fang, we need a good road here. If it weren't for you today, I don't know how many of the 16 people would have survived. Zhang Jiuling said to Fang Guangzhang. He was not happy. It was a good thing that the people were saved. It was normal for 20 winged knights to kill a tiger. He was thinking about the future. There were too many beasts and mosquitoes on the mountain. You are Uncle Zisho. A man in his 30s came out from the rescued people. He looked at Zhang Jiuling and shouted in surprise. Xiao Bang! Zhang Jiuling recognized him. Both of them were from the same place. They were from the same clan. They were 10 years apart. Uncle Zisho. The man was so happy that he jumped like a child. Xiao Bang, come here. This is Sergeant Fang Guangzhang of the Winged Knights. Zhang Jiuling was also happy. Zhang Jiuling was not stupid. He always helped the Winged Knights to become famous. They were His Majesty's private army. The news of the Winged Knights killing a tiger today would spread quickly. Who knew what would happen if the news spread? Chapter 700. The dead tiger was carried on a bamboo pole as the group headed to the south of Dayu Ridge. The 16 people were actually going to sell their goods at the north of Dayu Ridge, but they lost their goods when they met the tiger. Winged Knights squad leader Fang Guangzhang told them to bring the tiger down and reward them. They casually picked up the things that were dropped and took them back if they could. They didn't want anything that was too tiring. This is a hungry tiger. Zhang Jiuling saw that the Winged Knights' horses were not in good condition and mentioned the tiger. Fang Guangzhang agreed, otherwise, it wouldn't think of attacking 16 people. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of toilet water and sprinkled it on the tiger. Horses are afraid of tigers. When there are more wild animals in Lidongzhu Zoo, let the horses go there more often. When the tiger is brought over to receive the reward, I will tell them that His Majesty wants to build the Dayu Ridge Road. Zhang Jiuling was flexible. Wasn't it just telling them in advance before they received the official document? There was no need to be afraid. The sooner they told them, the more prepared the people would be. The government wouldn't arrange for them to do other work. Duke Zhang, why don't I say it? You say that it's a fake order. Fang Guangzhang wanted to take the responsibility. Guangzhang, I still have this bit of responsibility. Zhang Jiuling laughed and didn't care. He gave people the impression that he was a gentleman. The people who walked with the group told the 16 people about Zhang Jiuling wanting to build the road. The commoners seemed to have a lot of energy when they walked, as if a road would be built soon, and another pass would be built. Li family Zhuangzi. Li Qingqi came over and brought a lot of pomegranates. Li Yi didn't like to eat pomegranates. There was little meat, so he only ate the core. Brother Yi, the Shi tribe leader Li Dehu and the Khitan Day leader Li Shihua are here. Li Qingqi told Li Yi the good news. It seems that our group is still doing business there. Otherwise, they would have come back with him. They should have gone to Bohai. Li Yi knew Li Shihua. He was the leader of the Day tribe and also the leader of the Khitan 8 tribes. In history, he was conferred the title of king, governor, and provincial governor. He was also sent to that place by the Tang dynasty. However, there was no further development. It was a pity that the good resources of the Khitans were wasted. Things were different now. Trade teams were sent out, and when the people there discovered the benefits of trade, there would be more exchanges. Only through communication could they be tied to the Tang dynasty's chariot and take their time. The Shi tribe naturally developed along with them. The trade team passed by the two tribes and interacted with Bohai. Big brother, Tubo is probably going to ask for peace. I'm afraid that the Tang dynasty will send people to attack Songzhou. They've suffered great losses in the two battles. Li Yi didn't want to waste any more time on the Khitans and Shi tribe, so he talked about Tubo. Brother Yi, didn't you say that if Tubo wants to make peace with you? Li Qingqi stood in front of a wall and looked up at the map. Li Yi drew a map of the Tang dynasty and its surroundings. It wasn't very detailed as the terrain changed too much. He could only draw according to the information he had. Li Yi nodded. We can't agree. If we don't agree, Tubo will think that we're going to attack them and they will invest in the military. Especially when it comes to the exchange of captives. They don't make the best use of time and lack of soldiers. The captives of the Tang dynasty have been waiting for too long. Li Yi was thinking about this problem. What's the use of asking for peace? If we agree to it, they won't let us go. If they don't agree now, they will fight at any time. Only then can we come back. Li Chengqi stared at Tubo's position. It will be better in the future. You've helped the imperial court earn a lot of money. The house of Zhizong has suffered great losses. Use the money to recruit soldiers. Li Yi smiled. Recruiting soldiers was the right thing to do. The imperial court spent money to recruit soldiers, and the food was provided by the imperial court. The local generals only had the right to command, unlike the personal soldiers. Later on, the local generals would be mobilized once in a while. They were not allowed to have complete control over the soldiers, especially the mid-level generals. Later on, they recruited soldiers and became strong for a period of time. They even opened up the Silk Road on the continent. And that general was called Go Xianji, a Goguryuan. Unfortunately, the Tang dynasty ran out of money. Due to the problems in the palace, Li Linfu was appointed as the prime minister. Then came the Battle of Talas. The Tang dynasty lost. There were many reasons, but in war, only victory and defeat mattered. There won't be another war. There won't be another one, Li Yi muttered. Where is the war? Li Chengqi heard. It's a war with the people outside. It's going to take so long. How can I wait? Li Yi said something that Li Chengqi didn't understand. Dongzhu, there's a person called Kind and Fearless outside asking to see you, Songda reported to Li Yi at the door of the reception hall. Kind and Fearless. He's... Li Yi was stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses. He's 80 this year. I don't believe in Tantric Buddhism. They want to spread everything to the Tang dynasty. It's enough for the people of the Tang dynasty to learn from themselves. Li Yi knew who the other party was. His identity wasn't ordinary. He didn't want to discuss the scriptures with the other party because he couldn't win. Those people spent their days sparring with each other based on the teachings of the Tang dynasty. Trying to subdue the other party with just a few words? Dream on. Since he couldn't win against the other party, based on the records, Li Longji would ask the other party to stay. What was he going to do? When the steward left, he would tactfully reject the other party. Li Chengqi's eyebrows shot up. What's he here for? He wants me to print sutras for him. My newspaper sells well, especially the ones with color sets. I even issue currency coupons, which are highly technical. He wants the sutras to be printed so well, and more importantly, he doesn't want to spend money. I have to treat him respectfully. Do I know who he is? He's an outsider. I'm not familiar with him. Li Yi had already guessed the other party's purpose just now. Since Li Longji had personally welcomed him, others naturally had to give him face. The old man had lived for so long and had a lot of experience. With just a few words, he had already led others into a trap. However, it was useless against him. He should have gone to look for Princess Jean Xian. Princess Jean Xian should have produced a set of bronze movable characters by now, right? Li thought of someone else. Princess Jean Xian liked to print and send books. Taoism, Buddhism, and Tantra all loved to print. Princess Jean Xian doesn't have the technology and color ink. Li Chengqi analyzed the reason from the conversation just now. Li Yi told Princess Jean Xian how to make bronze movable characters, but he didn't give her any other technology. The other technology could be used to print currency coupons. To put it bluntly, it was just money. Oh, right. The problem is, isn't it good to be black and white? Our giant pandas are black and white. How cute are they? Li Yi laughed as he spoke. Other people could take photos in color, but giant pandas only took photos in black and white, unless it was a giant panda with gray fur. Dongzhu, Shan Wuwei is not leaving. He said he knows about your matter. Songda returned. So what if he knows? Go and tell him that I'll use my lifespan to exchange for things. I can fly into the sky and go into the ground. Li Yi looked down on him. At this time, he still wanted to be mysterious. If he didn't want to leave, he could just stay on the other side of the bridge. There was free soup to drink, and he wouldn't starve to death. If he wanted to find others to pressure him, he would know the consequences after trying it out. Today, the farmer's room was even later. He had a cold, a stuffy nose, and a headache. But he would work hard to write 5 chapters. Thank you for your support. Chapter 701. I Caught a Worm. In the soybean field of Liangpa village in Lantian County, 4-year-old little Z was holding a small basket and catching a bean worm. Little Z's face was pink and tender, and her hair with 2 braids didn't look yellow at all. She wore small clothes and pants, and even the dirt on her sandals couldn't hide her cuteness. She didn't look like this last summer. At that time, she was thin and her hair was tied behind her head with a straw rope. Then her family planted a greenhouse, and in less than a year, she grew beautiful. Now was the best time for the bean worm to grow, and it was ready to drill into the soil for the winter. People who had soybean fields began to catch the worm and then found a place to raise it. When the winter wheat was harvested next year and the fields were plowed, the worm could be planted. In the capital government's area, winter wheat was planted, and then soybeans or sorghum was planted. The grain field was dedicated to grain, and the vegetable field was dedicated to vegetables. The method of raising bean worms was announced, and the people in the capital government chose to believe it completely. They lost 10 pounds of beans in exchange for 100 pounds of worms. If others didn't buy it, the Li family Zhuangzi would buy it. The price was high, or they could eat it themselves. Even the emperor could eat it. Li Dongzhu had eaten it when he barbecued it. Why couldn't she eat it? It was said that eating the worm was like eating eggs. Adults were looking for the worm, and 4-year-old little Z actively participated. Adults had psychological barriers when catching the worm, but children didn't. They felt that the worm was soft and fleshy. If it wasn't deliberately told that she couldn't eat it, she would open her mouth and bite it. Wang Su and the other village officials accompanied little Z and helped to find the worm. Another Daodu. Little Z's eyesight was actually not as good as the adults. She needed to grow up to have better eyesight. But she was very focused and patient. She regarded catching the worm as a game to play with the adults. Little Z, are you thirsty? Xia Hao raised his arm and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his scratched arm and asked little Z. I don't drink water. I catch Daodu and worms. Little Z moved the small basket and squatted slightly. She was as tall as the bean seedlings. The reason why she could find the worm faster than the adults was because of her height. When she stood up, she could see the worms on the bean seedlings. She squatted down and saw the worm on the back of the leaf. It was tiring for the adults to squat and stand up, but the children didn't feel tired. The adults could only use their hands to hold the leaves and turn them over to look at the insects, so there were scratches on the back of their hands and arms. Little Purple changed the bean worm into Daodu and Buggy. She felt that the smaller one was called Daodu and the bigger one was called Buggy. The big bean worm was longer than her small hand. When she grabbed it, it looked like a piece of art. The contrast was strong. Li Yi insisted that insects were delicious, so he asked us to raise them. What a waste! Chai Baohong found that catching insects was hot and tiring. Insects eat leaves. Li Dongzhu said it was good, and the people believed him. Wang Su did not know how to compare insects and eggs. He only knew that whatever Li Yi said, the people would definitely listen. I feel like I haven't helped much. I'm even living in the village for free. I can't even be a village official. Zhuan looked dejected as he flipped through the leaves one by one in search of worms. He used to be ambitious and thought that he was talented. What he lacked was an opportunity. As long as he passed the imperial examination and became an official, he could show his ability and expand the territory for the emperor and raise the people. But the opportunity came. He didn't need to take the imperial examination and became an official in the village. When he first came, he felt that he was overqualified. Now he felt that he was useless and didn't know anything. He just learned how to keep accounts, but he didn't know how long the cucumbers and eggplants needed to grow in the greenhouse. The cucumbers and eggplants in the greenhouse were different from the ones in the field. They grew slowly. After asking the people who had planted the greenhouse, he understood that the vegetables in the greenhouse in winter needed to be dipped in flowers so that more fruits could be hung. At least we can cook by ourselves. Wang Su was more optimistic. Finally, when they were eating the food in the village, they secretly started a fire. When other people started a fire, they went over to learn. They helped pass the firewood and then used the fire stick to make the fire. What dishes to cook, how long to cook, how much water to put under the curtain in the big pot, stewed vegetables and steamed rice or boiled rice and steamed vegetables, they didn't help much with the administrative work, but they did work and learned a lot of survival skills. I want to know if Li Yi knows how to cook by himself. Chai Baohong wanted to compare himself with Li Yi. He knew how to cook. Zhuan found 2 big worms and quickly put them in the basket. Many kinds of stir-fried dishes were made by Li Yi. He must know a lot. Of course, my Li Lang knows everything. When I grow up, I want to marry Li Lang. Li Lang plays with me and cooks delicious food for me. Ha 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 ha, little Z suddenly added and was inexplicably happy. The 4 people were speechless. Not only in Liangpa village, but also in all the places with bean fields in the capital, they were looking for worms. Bean worms didn't necessarily live in the bean fields. They ate grape leaves, sesame leaves, hemp leaves, and white perilla leaves, which were used as spices and medicine. In the past, when they saw such worms, they would trample them to death. Now they had to catch them quickly. If they knew how to raise them, they could bury them in sand and stay motionless. Occasionally, if they didn't want to sleep, they could climb out, feed them some leaves, and bury them again. They could eat them now or wait until they turned into pupae next year. They could lay eggs and continue to raise them. Anyway, as long as they saw them, they knew that they could be eaten and were not harmful to any crops. If they couldn't, they could stop eating beans and grapes and eat worms all day long. Li Yi was now looking at the worms in a daze. Li Shihua, the leader of the Khitans, came to Chang'an. He said that he was asking for forgiveness, but in fact, no one could do anything to him. He brought some human bodies, fur, and dried meat as gifts. He even brought a gift for Li Yi. He said that when Li Yi's team went there to trade, they had saved more than 1,500 people of the Tang dynasty. He asked about Li Yi's hobbies. Li Yi liked to collect things, including flowers, plants, insects, and birds. He didn't give any flowers, insects, or birds, but he gave the worms. They were raised from mulberry leaves all the way here. But I can't raise them. In our capital office, there are too few people who raise tussa silkworms. Li Yi looked at the 2 baskets of big green worms and was worried. He wanted to eat them, but he also wanted to raise them. If he wanted to raise them, he had to take them to the wild and put the worms on the leaves of the tussa trees to make cocoons. With cocoons, he could cut them open and eat them. Or wait for them to turn into moths in the winter, then he could collect small worms and continue to raise them. Zhuangzi was obviously not suitable to raise these things. He had to take them to the wild. Was he going to make a forest of tussa silkworms? Li Qingqi looked at him and asked, "Is he making things difficult for you?" Li Shihua. He knows how to raise silkworms. Others can learn how to farm, but if they want to learn how to raise silkworms, they have to wait. Li Yi didn't think that Li Shihua wanted to cause trouble. The silkworms of the Tang dynasty were just there. Others couldn't raise them even if they took them. It was much harder than farming. In the future, some countries would know how to raise them. They couldn't be compared to China, but they were referring to the silkworms. If it was tussa silkworms, who would dare to make a sound if the Hunan, Hebei, and northeast provinces didn't make a sound? Especially Liaoning in the northeast. Chapter 702. Brother Yi, the tussa silkworm looked scarier than the bean worm. Li Qingqi realized that eating it required a strong mental fortitude. The tussa silkworm had thorns on its body like a caterpillar and was bigger in size. It looked scarier than the bean worm. Can this thing be eaten? Brother E, I want to pray to Buddha recently. Li Chungchi took a deep breath and said. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. So let's eat worms to celebrate. Li looked as if he had found a confidant. Brother E, it's really hard to swallow. Li Chungchi was convinced. Let's eat something else. Also, Li Shihua, you've already lost your life. Go and die. You can't eat this. You should have eaten the silkworm moth before. It's a tonic. The medicine shop and the palace have it. Li mentioned something else. When the big worm spins silk to form a cocoon and the cocoon breaks, the moth's wings will be pinched off and cooked into porridge. Li Chungchi was stunned. After a few breaths, he said, Is that so? Brother, you didn't catch up with the famine era. People eat tree bark and grass roots. If there's a worm, everyone will fight for it. In the past, Li could not eat. He would look for pictures of the place where the refugees lived. When he saw that it was not easy for those people to eat, he instantly felt that his food was delicious. At this moment, he did not have pictures, so he said it with his mouth. Okay, go ahead. Li Chungchi thought carefully and found that it made sense. If one was hungry, they could even eat soil, let alone worms. Moreover, this worm eats the leaves of the tussa tree. It's not dirty. It won't eat it, right? It will squeeze out the worm's innards and only eat the skin. Just like my Li family Zhuangzi. Brother E, I know that you eat toads mouth to mouth. But the worm eats the tussa tree leaves. Can the leaves be eaten? Li Chungchi understood. In Brother Yi's Zhuangzi, anything that others think is inedible can be eaten. It's in the 92nd medical book I wrote. It's about medicine. When I wrote the 200th book, I promised to rest for a month. When I went to Luoyang, I was writing it. Someone even charged me secretly. How did they promise me? Li Yi brought up old scores. Back then, he said that if he learned his medical books, he would treat patients for free. If there were doctors who could prescribe more medicine, they would need more money to see a doctor. If you want money for treatment, no problem. You can pay the tuition fee. Don't you have to pay tuition fees to attend medical school? Oh, yes, the top scorer of the college entrance examination. If he couldn't reach that level, he would have to pay and become a doctor to earn money. Weren't textbooks precious? Learning knowledge but not doing anything. Is there such a thing? It's up to me. Either you don't learn it, or you have to do it. Li Chungchi frowned. Now that he was on the side of the people, it was only right for him to charge for the medicine. It wasn't a problem for him to charge for treating illnesses, but he had promised that he wouldn't charge for learning new knowledge. Why would he still charge for it? Thus, the green worm was first put in some salt and water, then blanched and stir-fried. Li Chungchi ate 6 of them. He realized that if he didn't consider the appearance of the insects now were very delicious. Especially when it was fried together with chili, there was a lot of oil and it tasted delicious. This thing is not bad to raise. Li Chungchi's previous frightened look disappeared, and he wanted to eat a lot. Artificial. Silkworms are silkworms. They are fed at home and go outside to pick their leaves. Tussa silkworms were wild silkworms that were placed on trees outside. I chopped down a lot of mulberry trees in the mountains of Hunan Prefecture and planted them with dwarfs. If you want to raise tussa silkworms on a large scale, you also have to dwarf the tussa trees. They are about the same height as cotton seedlings, but a little taller is fine. The key is that if you raise them outside, there are many things that eat them, such as birds and other insects. You can't inject them with medicine, otherwise, they will be poisoned to death. Li didn't want to raise them in the capital office. The chitons were good. The capital office didn't plant many tussa trees, and the people there were busy. Unless outsiders came to raise them. Then why bother? Just to eat insects? The two of them ate the insects and talked about the people's livelihood. Shan Wuwei, who was rejected by Li Yi, ate at Xingfu Temple in Shudafang, which was next to Fonglin Garden. He ate meat but no wine. There was also a fried bean worm in front of him, but he didn't eat it. He just looked at it. While he was looking at it, his face was calm. After he finished eating, he asked the people around him, "Who can persuade Li Yi?" The emperor of the Tang dynasty refused to introduce me to Li Yi. I heard that Li Yi likes cows and horses. Also, the rich businessmen in Chang and know Li Yi. The attendant collected some information. He said that he only needed to send something to Li Yi. Li Yi was usually very easy to talk to. What about the others? Shan Wuwei shook his head slightly and refused to send something to Li Yi. Sending something to his door was lowering his status. Just as Li Yi thought, he planned to print the scriptures in color, preferably with pictures. The pictures on the exchange coupons were complicated, and there were pictures in the newspapers occasionally. Shan Wuwei liked it. He thought it would be better to use it for publicity and wanted to get in touch with Li Yi. He didn't expect that others respected him, but when it came to the Li family Zhuangzi, he couldn't even cross the bridge. The attendant went to agree. Those who didn't know the situation, and those who knew kept it a secret. Shan Wuwei, who had lived for 80 years, couldn't help but be curious. What was going on? Go and say that I have a way to benefit the people. Only those who have the same heart can learn it. Shan Wuwei thought of another way. He was actually quite regretful. He hoped that Li Yi would meet him. That way, it would be easier to communicate. On the 4th day of the 8th lunar month, the news spread that there was a way to be kind and fearless, and that only the fated person could obtain it. Shan Wuwei was not alone. He had many fans. He went to one country after another. Even Tubo gave him face, and the Tang emperors also gave him face. Naturally, there was his personal charm, but the most important thing was his wisdom. For example, those school of vertical and horizontal maneuvers could make people send troops or withdraw their troops just by talking. In addition, Shan Wuwei was good. He gave people a solemn feeling. When others saw him, they thought he was good. This was called the halo effect. The simplest example was that a man's handsomeness and a woman's beauty were only one step behind in terms of talent. Of course, at Li Yi's time, many people agreed that he was rich and thought he was a good person. When the news reached the Li family Zhuangzi, Songde deliberately went to Li Yi. "Dongzhu, I feel that you are the fated person who cares about the people." "Really?" Li Yi smiled. "Shan Wuwei is a person. How should I say it? In the early stage of Kaiyuan, the Tang dynasty restricted Buddhism because of money. Yes, but his Buddha is different from other Buddhas." Songde nodded to show that he understood. Every kind of Buddhism has restrictions. The news had reached his ears, and he had come at just the right time. He represented a faith force. The people of the Tang dynasty believed in many things. Although Buddhism was restricted, it was just to get rid of some unqualified people. The temples in each square were not sealed. The people still had to burn incense. Before Shan Wuwei came, the news reached them first. Many people were waiting. What could His Majesty do? Li Yi rationally analyzed the situation. Why did Li Longji have to welcome him in person? It was not a dream. Shan Wuwei himself was an important person. If the Tang dynasty wanted to be on good terms with the western regions and India, he was a bridge. This was a political exchange, not a simple matter of sending scriptures. Could the Tang dynasty restrict Buddhism? There were so many people who believed in it. Shan Wuwei stayed behind. The restrictions on Buddhism began to loosen. At the same time, the Tang dynasty prepared to increase its contacts with the surrounding countries. Shan Wuwei as a link reflected his importance. Chapter 703. Songde listened and thought. He was dumbfounded. He thought that Shan Wuwei was the one who brought the scriptures to Great Tang. At this moment, he felt that Dong Zhu was even more impressive. "Owner, are we going to meet him or not?" Song Dei saw that this matter involved too much and felt that he should meet him. "If we don't meet him, what will benefit the people? Clothing, food, shelter, transportation, medical care, and education are the needs of the people. Education was not to teach the people to believe in religion, but to analyze, to find out the reason behind everything, to know how it is, and even more to know why it is. Publish a notice in tomorrow's newspaper to tell the people that the Li family Zhuangzi has work to do. Get ready." Li Yi still refused. He felt that there was no point in seeing Shan Wuwei. "Do I have to give you face just because others give you face? If you have the ability, bring the army and fight. If you can capture me, you will naturally gain face." Song De bowed deeply. He learned something today. He wants to force my brother Yi to meet him. His intentions are terrible. Li Longji received the news in the palace. He was not Song De. Song De's political wisdom was not high enough. Li Longji remembered that Tubo used 200 Tang dynasty people as a bet to force Li Yi. In the end, Li Yi easily resolved the bet and even made a fortune. Li Yi did not want to know about the test questions. He only cared about the people. I knew this day would come. Unfortunately, he still prioritized teaching. Li Dan sighed. When Shan Wuwei was at the border of the Tang dynasty, he ordered people to deliver things and protect them. The other party was too powerful and had sent the news in advance. It was the same this time. The person had not arrived, but the letter arrived first. I will not back down. Books can be printed, Buddhism must be limited, Taoism must be limited, and Confucianism must be limited. Li Longji's expression was ugly. Father, Li Lang has already published the newspaper and the dictionary is out. Let Auntie Golden Immortal Princess print the dictionary. Princess Yongmu was also there. She had not seen Li Yi for more than a month. She was busy sending people to catch insects to feed them. She specially bought a piece of land next to Luli village to plant soybeans. Of course, she also bought other crops and began to harvest them. She thought that Shan Wuwei might ask Princess Jingxian to print the scriptures. While the dictionary was out, she would print the dictionary first and delay it for a while. Li Longji looked at his eldest daughter and shook his head. She was too naive. Do you think this is a battle? The real battle was the combination of pinyin and dictionary in the newspaper. This was propaganda and education, teaching the people how to read. Apart from Buddhism, Taoism and Confucianism, there was a new type of power that could contend against them. The little guy at the side was playing with a small ball with the palace maids. The ball was very small, but it was still big for a child. He kicked it with his feet. He kicked out but missed the ball. He sat down on the ground and climbed up with a smile. He kicked again. My eyesight is not good enough. Sometimes I can't find the ball, so I lower my head and feel around. The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs were always able to send the ball to the little fellow in time so that he could continue to play. If he couldn't see the ball for a long time, he would divert his attention and stop caring. Some parents played with the same child. After playing for a while, the child stopped looking for the ball. The adults thought that the child didn't want to play anymore. In fact, it was the child who couldn't find the ball. His eyesight was too low. If he couldn't find the ball, how could he play? The palace maids and eunuchs had been taught by the Li family Zhuangzi. They knew that the child wanted to play. Empress Wang watched her son sit on the ground again and again. She said, I don't think Shan Wuwei can come up with any good method to benefit the people. Uncle has already done enough to benefit the people. There are fixed things to do all year round. Occasionally, there will be more. Uncle probably won't pay attention to him. Uncle is actually a proud person. He has different attitudes towards different people. Report. The winged knights ran over at this moment and handed over a stack of paper. The Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper content has been printed. This is a trial print. Li Dongzhu ordered Wu Wei to send it to the palace. Empress Wang took it and put it on the table. She nodded and the winged knights withdrew. Li Dan, noble consort Lu, Empress Wang, and Li Longji. None of the four people read the newspaper. Princess Yongmu wanted to read it, but she couldn't say anything. She sat there and felt slightly uneasy. She looked at the four people and found that all four of them were smiling. She was even more puzzled. What's going on? The Li family Zhuangzi specially sent the newspaper in advance. No one read it, but they were happy. There's no need to worry. Xiao Yi is a sensible child. Noble consort Lu spoke first and praised Li Yi. Li Dan nodded. He dealt with it well. Empress Wang said, with him here, everyone is at ease. Imperial Mother, what are you talking about? Princess Yongmu finally couldn't help but ask. She didn't understand. They sent a newspaper and no one read it. How did they know the situation? Yuan Shu, take a look. The newspaper must have written a strategy that benefits the people. It's about to start. Li Longji said to his daughter with a smile. Ah! Imperial Father, it's a strategy that benefits the people? How did you know? Princess Yongmu was even more puzzled. In the future, you have to find a smart person to marry. Otherwise, you will be bullied. Noble consort Lu laughed. Won't a smart person bully me? Princess Yongmu felt that the words were reversed. The smarter they are, the less likely they will bully you. Empress Wang raised her hand and rubbed Princess Yongmu's hair. They all understood. Kind and Fearless wanted to use the benefits of the people to force Li Yi to show himself and take the initiative to contact him. Li Yi was worried that the palace would be unstable, so he sent the unpublished newspaper. The content was, of course, beneficial to the people. Who cares about Kind and Fearless strategy? Who would the people believe? Others didn't know, but all the people who stayed in the capital government believed in Li family Zhuangzi. Kind and Fearless had a way to benefit the people. You can find a fated person slowly. My Li family Zhuangzi didn't find a fated person. He was busy and had to arrange things for the people. There were also people who were idle and couldn't find work to do. A bloodless battle began. Li family Zhuangzi firmly had the upper hand. Wasn't it just a battle of influence? Let's see if your religion was powerful or if Li family Zhuangzi was more attuned to the people's hearts. Not only attuned to the people's hearts, but also to the palace's hearts. I can sleep well tonight. Li Longji looked at Empress Wang and then at the little fellow. Go back to Xingqing Palace tonight. Empress Wang also looked at her son and said. Princess Yongmu was confused again. She didn't understand what sleeping well had to do with Xingqing Palace. Li Dan smiled and looked at the little fellow who was having fun. Zhangsun Xian has been in Lantian County for a long time. Wait until after the new year. He's making money now, and he's even trying to build a good reputation. Empress Wang pursed her lips and smiled. Zhangsun Xian was her brother-in-law. Li Yi said that he was going to die, but he was directly thrown to Lantian County. Li Yi helped to protect him. After a setback, her brother-in-law was actually not in a hurry to come back. He set up several enterprises in Lantian County and provided a lot of jobs for the local people. He stopped being greedy and didn't accept bribes from others. He always said that he wanted to make the people rich. He made money himself and gained a good reputation. At the same time, he really gave the people high wages. Princess Yongmu thought hard and finally remembered who Zhangsun Xian was. But why was that person suddenly mentioned? Chapter 704. Li Longji pondered for a moment and shook his head with a faint smile. There's no need, Jin doesn't need to show others anything. Li Longji changed the way he addressed her and said, Zhen. San Lang, Xiao Yi is here, don't tire yourself out. Noble consort Lu's words brought the atmosphere back. She was the one who raised Li Longji when he was young. At that time, the struggle was so cruel, but she still protected Li Longji. Can I ask what you're talking about? Princess Yongmu was really anxious. Empress Wang pulled her to her side. When Jean wasn't around, there was a struggle inside and outside the palace, and my brother-in-law was a bit silly. Now that Jean and the Li family Zhuangzi are here, your imperial father doesn't need to transfer your uncle back to show others. Your uncle is doing well in Lantian County, so let him stay away from the struggle there. Your aunt is also there. Imperial mother, who is it for? Princess Yongmu still didn't understand. It's for some people who wanted to abolish my position as empress. Empress Wang said faintly. Ah. Princess Yongmu's eyes widened and her breathing quickened. She was frightened. She looked at her imperial father, noble consort Lu, and retired emperor, and all she saw was an expression of approval. She turned her head to look at the palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs were playing with the little guy, looking very serious. At this moment, she seemed to have grown up a little and smiled. Imperial mother, winter must be very fun. Li Lang said that if there is water, there will be ice, and the water net will become an ice net. When it snows, there will be horses and dogs to pull the plow. Dogs don't seem to be enough, so we need to raise big dogs. Pandas save money in winter. I heard that during the hot autumn, they even hug ice and lie down. Empress Wang changed the topic. Noble consort Lu said with a smile, I heard that Xiao Yi wants a lot of animals, but I don't know how to afford it. He earns a little money and gives it to the imperial court. Why doesn't he think of saving some money and use it for his wife in the future? He's already 18, and after the new year, he'll be 19, and no one can even give him a name. With his talent, does he need someone else to give him a name? Li Dan said, and then quickly added, how about I give him one? He saw that his always gentle imperial consort was unhappy. Hearing this, Princess Yongyu was anxious. That was right, how was he going to raise more animals to raise? He had only bought a piece of land to raise insects. He couldn't help much. She was you, and when she looked at her, she was to S's smile and nodding. When she looked, she to her to see her to S of her. Selling newspapers, Li family Zhuangzi is recruiting people. After harvesting soybeans and sorghum, go to the Li family Zhuangzi to make clothes. Good news, Li family Zhuangzi wants to find people to weave cotton yarn and cotton cloth. Li family Zhuangzi is going to promote winter greenhouses, and they need all kinds of people. They don't need work experience, and they will also pay during the training period. Come and see, Li family Zhuangzi is buying river fish at a high price. The water net has been built, see if there are any fish. Li family Zhuangzi is buying wild basil, white basil, and sesame seeds at a high price. Is the Hunter family ready? They are raising big dogs now, and they will be used to pull the plow in winter. Dogs can eat bones, and people can eat meat. You don't want to go out? It's okay, cross embroidery is popular this year. Learn it for free, and buy it at a high price. The next morning, after eating the breakfast provided by Li family Zhuangzi, the newspaper boy shouted with all his might. The mornings of autumn were cold, and they had an extra thin jacket. There were buttons inside the jacket that could be connected to the cotton lining. In the political hall, Yao Chong, who had just finished the morning court meeting, put down the newspaper and said to the other three people, Li Yi has made a move, as expected. It's too messy, it's better to specialize in one area, Yuan Shenyao said while holding the newspaper. What he meant was that Li family Zhuangzi was providing too many things, and it was difficult to manage them. It was easy to cause problems. Zhang Shua looked at Yuan Shenyao in surprise, and continued to read the newspaper without saying anything. Lu Huaishan coughed, The workers, people, and abilities are different, so they can't be used together. He directly supported Li Yi. Every situation was different, so the people they found would naturally be different. If they looked one by one, what would the others do? How could Li family Zhuangzi not be able to handle such a small matter? Especially the Heavenly Family's outreach business. The original cotton candy had been copied by others, and it wasn't profitable anymore. Wasn't the money they earned previously invested into that billiard hall? It was said that playing billiard could cultivate one's focus and calculation ability. Yes, the calligraphy that Lu Huaishan wrote back then was converted into billiard when the cotton candy business was not making much money. There were now 4 billiard halls in Chang'an, and they were all opened by Heavenly Earth. Lu Huaishan still had things to take. Lu Huaishan didn't have the energy to study the problems of the billiard hall. Anyway, his family was still being taken care of. Although Li Yi is providing a lot of things, he actually earns a lot. When he has more money, he will take it out to repair roads and give it to the students. Yao Chong seemed to have noticed something, and he started to support Li Yi in his attitude. Zhang Shua heard the two of them and thought for a while, more people have new jobs. At least before the winter ice chisels, life at home is better. Yuan Xianyao, he could tell that these people would occasionally badmouth Li Yi to restrict Li Yi. When Li Yi was being targeted, they would turn around and speak up for Li Yi. Why were their relationships so complicated? This included the Ministry of Works Wei Zhigu, the Ministry of Revenue's Minister Bai Gu, the Ministry of Justice's Minister Song Jing, and the Ministry of Appointments Minister Cui Riong. Their attitudes were the same. They could benefit from Li Yi for the imperial court, but others couldn't touch Li Yi. Yuan Xianyao was a little afraid. Did he say something wrong just now? It had been a long time since anyone impeached Li Yi in the imperial court. Li Yi was an official. Didn't others see his development? He wanted to take the lead and let others take action. In the end, he was suppressed the moment he showed his head. There are more forest frogs this year. You can take them out to eat. Farmed ones are the best when braised. It's just that you use a lot of sugar. If you fry them, you use a lot of chili. Li Yi had specially found a place to raise the forest frogs. It was time for them to exercise. Crabs could also be eaten. The season had arrived. Li Yi was tempted. Actually, farmed forest frogs were not bad in the past. However, when special circumstances arose, the entire country guaranteed to restrict the wild farming industry. While Li Yi stared at a forest frog and thought about how to eat it, the commoners were happy. They suddenly had a lot of jobs to choose from. They could save a lot of money this year. They didn't know about religion or politics. They only considered the situation at home. Shan Wuwei read the newspaper and was worried. He understood Li Yi's meaning. I don't care about you. What method do you have to benefit the people? Is it as good as what I have now? Is there? Then why don't you take it out? Are you waiting for the fated person? Just wait. The commoners are very busy. They won't wait with you. If you don't take out a good method, the commoners will forget about you. Li Yi, the foundation of the Tang dynasty. Shan Wuwei gave an evaluation. Chapter 705. In Xiagu village to the west of Taowan County, a small boat carrying 4 people was sailing along the water net that flowed from the north to the south from the Wei River. There were 8 seats on the boat, and the other 4 seats were empty. There were baskets of kiwis in the baskets. The villagers of Xiagu village picked kiwis to sell in Chang'an. In the past, they used the village's ox cart to get there. If the villagers had oxen, they could only walk. If they were willing to spend 2 coins, they could walk to the middle of the county. There was a black river there, and they could wait for a boat on the black river. If a boat came, they would pay 2 coins. Now, they changed to a small boat. They went out of the village and followed the black river to Chang'an. Xiaojiu, what are you doing? Put on your clothes. Because they were following the river, the 4 people walked slowly. One of the older people scolded a 17 or 18-year-old person. Uncle Big Head, don't you know that I'm a good swimmer? It's tiring to wear a life jacket made of bamboo. Nothing will happen to the boat. The person who was scolded muttered, but he still put on the life jacket that he just took off. The rules are set. You have to wear the life jacket before boarding the boat. If you don't wear it, you won't be allowed to use the boat. Uncle Big Head said slowly. Uncle Big Head is right. We have to listen to him. Don't think that nothing will happen just because other people don't see it. Will Li Dongzhu harm us? Someone a few years older chimed in. The fourth person was a 12 or 13-year-old girl. She smiled. Brother Xiaojiu, how can you be compared to me in swimming? I'm still wearing it. Humph. Xiaojiu snorted and did not answer. He knew that the girl was good at swimming. 2 years ago, there was a heavy rain, and the 9-year-old girl saved 11 villagers who were washed away by the water. Last year, she swam directly to Chang'an from the Black River, and then swam back from Chang'an against the current. The key point was that she brought a basket of 40 eggs, and came back with 5 kilograms of salt. The basket was lined with paper, and the salt was placed inside. When she came back, the salt was not wet, which meant that she was treading water all the way. With this kind of swimming, why would she need a boat? She could swim by herself. Uncle Big Head, you said that this boat is short of one person. We are going one way, 4 coins. No matter how many people there are, 6 coins for each trip. How long would they have to wait before they could earn the money back? I still prefer the Big Goose boat. It's smaller than this one, but it has a roof. The little girl adjusted the life jacket on her body and looked at the boat. It was her first time on such a ship. The last time she went to Chang'an, she saw the goose boats that other people played in the river. She was very envious, but she didn't want to spend money. This time, she was the one who begged to come and sell the kiwis. Otherwise, there would be kiwis in her seat. The reason she gave was that everyone had fallen into the water and she could save them. This reason was very strong. It was only because the villagers agreed that she was allowed to board the boat. Uncle Big Head did not know. He estimated there should be at least 10 or 8. The village sent 6. The chief is in charge of the box to collect the money. Li Dongzhu is not afraid that we won't pay. There are people in charge of going from the village to Chang'an, and from the village to the neighboring villages, 1 coin each time, and no one cares. The person who was 2 years older than Xiaojiu explained the operation model of the ship. If you leave the village or neighboring villages, you will get 1 coin, and if you return, you will get 1 coin. If you go to Chang'an, you will get 4 coins, and if you return, you will get 2 coins. The chief of each village was in charge of this matter. There was a box. If anyone wanted to use the boat to throw money into the box, the chief would send the money to the Li family Zhuangzi once a month. There was no one specially sent to take care of it. The villagers relied on themselves. There are village officials. The village officials helped to take care of it. The little girl laughed when she talked about the village officials. She saw that the stupid village officials did not know how to feed the pigs. Isn't it enough for the chief to take care of it? Uncle Big Head emphasized that there was no problem with the chief. The chief was an official. Wasn't it just sending an official to take care of it? The little girl looked around and said, Brother Xiaojiu, why don't you be a peddler? When there is water on the river, you can take the goods and run from village to village. She thought of a good idea. She heard that in Jiangnan's water villages, peddlers either carried poles to sell things or ran around on the boat. I promise there will be, but I won't do it. I want to work with the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu can always find work for everyone. Xiaojiu shook his head. He was a good swimmer, but he did not like to stay on the water all day. He looked at the rotating wheels on both sides of the boat and said, actually, this boat can be propped with a pole. The water is shallow, 6 to 8 feet deep and about 3 feet wide. It's too tiring to use a pole to go against the current. It's suitable for calm water and short-distance ferries. Uncle Big Head said. Use it with the current. Don't use it when it's against the current. Xiaojiu said. Why do we need to use a pole when it's against the current? It will be washed away by the current. However, the speed of the pole is fast. This kind of boat is not suitable. The little girl retorted and felt that it was reasonable. The four of them pedaled the boat and chatted. They did not feel tired at all. The same situation occurred on the small rivers of the capital government. Some people did not have anything to sell. They just asked their neighbors what they were selling and gathered a bunch of things to set off. They simply wanted to ride this kind of boat and experience it once. There were many small docks built around Chang'an City for the boats to dock. Naturally, there were several canals connected to the Ba River. Entering the Ba River from the west and northwest was considered following the current. Entering the Ba River from the south was considered going against the current. Some boats were not controlled well and would bump into each other. Everyone was trying their best to separate. Li Yi stood on the other side of the bridge and shook his head. There should be a traffic rule. If a small boat bumps into a small boat, it's fine. If a big boat bumps into a small boat, the small boat will break. It's because they are not familiar with the operation. There are many small boats on the river. They all know how to avoid a big boat. Li Chengqi stood on the side and knew the situation. Many people were operating a boat for the first time. The more nervous they were, the more mistakes they would make. He came back specifically to deliver the shrimps, golden hook shrimps. The shrimps caught by the Navy were all very small. They were sent to the shore and boiled in a big pot with a little salt. After they were cooked, they were spread out to dry. At the same time, the shrimps would have skin on the outside. This skin needed to be processed separately and beaten down. The dried shrimps would be placed in a bag and beaten. After a dozen rounds, the skin and the head would fall off. The shrimps would pass through a sieve and a dustpan. The shrimp's skin and head that were beaten off could be added to feed chickens and ducks. Li Chengqi's seafood catching and processing had reached a large scale there. The local people helped to process it. This kind of dried shrimps were transported to Chang'an by boat when there was water in the Yellow River. The price of shrimps in Chang'an dropped by 30%. Brother Yi, I didn't expect the people of Chang'an to like eating shrimps so much. They said that the people by the sea don't eat shrimps. They only eat big shrimps and fish. Li Chengqi talked about shrimps. They were all small things and were far inferior to shrimps. Many people in the mainland like to eat seafood. This is the importance of transportation and business. Especially mussels, which are made into mussels. The people by the sea also prefer it. Li Yi liked to eat golden hook shrimps as a snack. The road from Luoyang to Chang'an is basically repaired. The people of Chang'an no longer have to worry about lack of food. The imperial court also doesn't have to go to Luoyang to eat. Li Chengqi looked in the direction of Lantian County. The road from Luoyang was the same as Lantian County. From there, it would be transported to Chang'an. Chapter 706. The imperial court's money is indeed useful. Li Chengqi could not help but sigh. Repairing roads and water networks. Brother, I paid for the roads. Li Yi emphasized that he paid for the roads from Luoyang to Chang'an. Huh. Brother Yi, I'm talking about the roads in Lantian County. Li Chengqi recalled that the roads were indeed not from the imperial court. Before the imperial court built the roads in Lantian County, they were built by us in the mines. The things in the mines needed to travel on land, so we might as well fix them all. Li Yi emphasized again that they could not be confused. Brother Yi, speaking of the roads in Lantian County, they were not built as well as other places. After connecting the roads, it did not affect the speed at all. Li Chengqi could only change the topic again and praised the roads in Lantian County. As there were a lot of stones in Lantian County, they built gravel roads and used large stones to press them down. When it rained, water could seep down and there were ditches beside it. The people were very happy that the stone carts would not sink when they walked on the roads. Ordinary places did not have the same conditions, and of course, there were no heavy carts passing by. Now that there were no tolls, Li worked with the merchants to mine the mines. The roads were not easy to travel on, so they could only fix the roads themselves. Otherwise, the imperial court would not have taken care of it at that time, and the people in the county would not have paid for it. That's right. Li Yi did not want to say more. How could it not be good to travel on the stone carts? However, the road from Lantian County to Zhuangzi is still a gravel road, but it is more sturdy. It would be better if it was a gravel road. Li Qingqi found the problem. The road from Luoyang to Lantian County was good, and it was a cement road. The road in Lantian County was also completely gravel. The road from Lantian County to Li Family Zhuangzi was a mixed road that was normally built. It did not have cement and many stones. The road from Li Family Zhuangzi to the city gate was a cement road with dirt roads on both sides. Cars could travel the fastest on it, but the disadvantage was the broken horseshoes. Li looked in the direction of Lantian County. In a few days, free up some manpower to build a good road from Lantian County to Zhuangzi. The main problem is the oil. We've been sending oil to you, Zhuangzi. It's already turned into gasoline, diesel, and paraffin wax. There's more. There's also asphalt. I'm saving up asphalt. When they're done with the autumn harvest, I'll plant winter wheat. It'll be just in time to build roads. The asphalt road was specially made to be 6 feet wide. A horse carriage could run on it. When 2 cars meet, one car will go to the side first and wait for the other car to pass before getting in. Brother E, the road is hard in winter. It's not really winter. It'll be cold when I put the asphalt on last. I used the pouring method. I heated the asphalt and poured it on top. After that, it has to be flat. It won't work when the weather is hot. Li Yi said helplessly. He didn't have the road equipment he had back then. The asphalt was a mixture, and the speed was fast. The crowd followed behind the car. The car drove over, poured down the asphalt, and manually tidied up the edges, and placed them on the road roller behind. The pouring type was usually used on bridges, but it was also used for other things. The asphalt road that Li Yi wanted to build was the most primitive one. It was better to pour asphalt when the weather was cold. Asphalt road is better than cement road? Li Qingqi had never seen an asphalt road. The asphalt road now is not good. When it's too hot in summer, it needs to be watered. Otherwise, it will become soft and sticky. In fact, asphalt is good for defending the city. There's no need to boil anything on the city wall. Just boil the asphalt and pour it down. When the asphalt touches people's skin, people will be burned. The key is that it's not easy to get it off. Li Yi actually had no way to deal with the asphalt from the oil refining process. He had to use it to build roads. If he used asphalt as firewood, it would produce too much smoke. Just like the houses in the northern countryside, the Kong bed would be too dusty and affect the heat passing through. At this time, he used linoleum paper to light the fire in the stove. The fire was very strong, and some of the Kong beds were directly busted. Hey! Yes, you can make linoleum paper. It's waterproof. When people's houses leak, they have to urgently spread linoleum paper. Li Yi shouted. He had found another use for asphalt. Making paper from messy rags and unusable animal hair was simple. It was simpler than making newspapers. Then, he threw it into the asphalt to soak it in, took it out and pressed it a little, and the linoleum paper came out. Brother, I have a new business. Make linoleum paper and sell it to the imperial court at a low price. Li thought of the business partner, the imperial court. What's it for? Li found that his knowledge level was low again. In fact, it was higher than Li Yi's. To replace the oilcloth. Don't people build sheds to provide water in summer? How do you deal with the sheds when it rains heavily? Sheds? Use straw mats and bamboo mats to cover the sheds. The rain will be blocked outside. After a long time, the sheds will become moldy and water will also leak. Yes, it's different with linoleum paper. With a thin layer, it will be fine no matter how the rain pours on it. Even if you pour water on it with a bucket, it still won't leak. Li Yi discovered a new world. The biggest function of asphalt at that time was to build roads and waterproof. Now, the houses in the Tang dynasty needed to be waterproof. What were the tiles used for? One by one, they were waterproof. Brother, not only to the imperial court, but also to the common people. Of course, this thing is not fireproof. For example, if you want to put water in a big square wooden box, you have to deal with the gaps. It's easy to use linoleum paper. You just have to spread the linoleum paper inside and bake it with fire. Then, the linoleum paper will stick together. The linoleum paper in the canned bamboo tube has the same function. Li Yi explained the advantages of linoleum paper to Li Qingqi. The disadvantage was that it could easily catch fire. Li Qingqi immediately said, "If you brush the inside of the bamboo tube with a layer of asphalt, can you directly put the canned food in it?" Li Yi, "No, brother, you can't. People will die from eating it. You can't put the asphalt in your mouth." For the common people who can't afford tiles, they can buy linoleum paper and solve the problem. Li Yi was in a good mood after finding something new for the common people. Make a lot of money. Let's change the place. We don't have to lay asphalt on the road. We can just make linoleum paper. No matter how expensive it is, can it be more expensive than tiles? At the same time, no matter how cheap it is, can it be cheaper than stones? We can build stone roads. There will be enough stones. Li Qingqi decided not to use asphalt on the road. But I have too much asphalt in reserve. There are big pieces of asphalt like mountains. There's also a lot of gasoline, diesel, and kerosene. Li Yi was worried. He had never stopped the distillation of petroleum. The crude oil extracted from the open pit was constantly being transported over. No matter how bad the craftsmanship was, it couldn't handle the large quantity. Make them into linoleum paper. You have to keep the gasoline and diesel well. Don't let them explode. Tell them not to bring the petroleum over first. Li Qingqi knew the power of gasoline. We don't have enough manpower. Brother, you can find more people. Li Yi thought it was fine. Don't send the crude oil first. It was enough. Then, they don't use the asphalt to build roads. They can just make linoleum paper and lay stones on the road. Brother Yi, for this matter, you should share the profits with Her Majesty. Li Qingqi reminded. Yes, but if I give it to Her Majesty, will I get 10% of the profits? The kind that I don't dare to spend? Li Yi wanted to make things clear. Her Majesty will provide you with the site. How about 20% of the profits? Li Qingqi didn't want his third brother to keep reaping the benefits. Brother Yi, don't you need money? The salt well is almost ready. It's enough to feed an army. Okay, I will write a letter to Her Majesty. Let's start making linoleum paper on the gravel road here. Li Yi agreed. Chapter 707. Your Majesty, there is a new business that can benefit the people and make money. I will give you 20% of the profits. Do you want it? Li Longji read it out loud. Li Yi's letter arrived. It was simple and straightforward. Gao Lisher stood to the side with his eyes closed. He was speechless. Was Li Yi writing a letter to the emperor so casually? Li Longji read a sentence and continued. There were more words below. The ancestors used leaves to shelter from the rain, the descendants used curtains as a shelter to prevent water. /Anburn cultivation has become a ridge. Animal skin as clothing has gradually become muslin. As in the past, progress is passed down. The rich build tiles, the poor refuse to leak thatches. All things change according to reason, be flexible and adaptable. There is a new item in the manner that is cheap. Daring Tsangqiong. As Li Longji chanted, Gao Lisher opened his eyes again, and this time, they were wide open. Aya, how did Li Yi have the leisure to write prose again? He waited for it to continue. Later, Gao Lisher understood that this was written for the officials to hear. He wanted the imperial court to buy things. Sure enough, powerless people don't wake up early. Ha ha ha. Li Longji finished reading and laughed. He actually said that his things are the cheapest in the world. Gao Lisher, what do you think? Yes, Li family Zhuangzi's things have always been cheap. Gao Lisher didn't hesitate for half a second. He had to admit that he was taking Li family Zhuangzi's things for free. At least they are cheaper than tiles. I will give him a piece of land and take 20% of the profits. All right. Li Longji said with a smile. He didn't care about the profits. In any case, when Li Yi had money, he would think of ways to spend it, especially on road repairs. Li family Zhuangzi always had enough money to spend. In terms of wealth, it was less than some people. Others didn't spend it. The richer they were, the more they wanted to save money. Li family Zhuangzi wasn't like that. Even now, they didn't sell mirrors and perfume. They had a foundation. Invite the Prime Minister, Long Zhe, and Guang Ping over. Li Longji decided that the imperial court would not be able to buy a part of it and would use it for the benefit of the people. The sheds on the roads of the capital government, which existed all year round, needed to be changed. The existence of those sheds saved a lot of lives. In the summer, no one said that they would get heatstroke after rushing to the capital office, unless that person didn't drink water or rest. In the winter the huts would burn coals and provide hot soup and rye bread, so that the travelers could rest at intervals in the snow and wind. Gao Lisher arranged for someone to invite the minister. Li Longji spoke to Gao Lisher with an expectant look in his eyes. When will there be sheds everywhere in the Tang dynasty to provide shelter for the people? Your Majesty, it's fine as long as you have money. The shed could also increase the number of jobs. It would be even better if it could be sold. Someone would pass by and buy it. Gao Lisher was open-minded. As for the problem of money, Li Yi was helping the imperial court earn money. One day, he would be able to do it. He didn't know that the shed belonged to Li Yi's service station at that time. The service station provided free hot water and a temporary place to rest. No, if there are other things, they will be robbed. Li Longji was unwilling to sell things in the shed. Now the shed was using clay pots, which were very heavy. Then there was some salt and a dozen caddies of mung beans. In the winter, there would be frozen meat bones, some dried vegetables, and some salt. The other things were firewood and coals for the fire. If it wasn't worth much, who would rob it? If there were other goods, it would be different. They would rob money and expensive things. Your Majesty's worries are correct. Gao Lisher admitted that he was dreaming. However, he raised his own idea. Your Majesty, in the winter, there should be more straw curtains in the shed for people to use as bedding. Building a small Kong bed is also fine. Okay, that will be the case. Li Longji agreed. In the winter, he would build Kong beds for the various sheds in the capital government. Who would be able to take the Kong beds away? The straw curtains weren't worth much. Wouldn't they be tired to death if they rolled them up and carried them while running? The value of the things in the shed must be lower than the desire of the robbers. Why was it free? If they took a coin, they could take a lot of money in a day. That way, people would think it was worth robbing. Robbing was often equivalent to killing people who had seen their appearance. The profits were low, and the cost of committing a crime was high. Naturally, it was safe. These words were all taught by Li Yi. Don't use money and opportunities to test people's character. Not long after, the 4 prime ministers arrived first. They were close to each other. The 4 of them first bowed to Li Longji before taking their seats. After a while, Song Jing, Bai Gu, and Wei Zhigu arrived. Wei Zhigu hadn't been called by Li Longji. He had come to ask for money from Bai Gu. Your Majesty, this subject requests that there be less water in the canals during the winter. Do your best to clean up the silt. Wei Zhigu first spoke of his own matters when he arrived. He was the Minister of Works and had to be responsible for the Ministry of Works. He had gone to ask Bai Gu for money. Bai Gu didn't even know how to distribute the money this year. Wei Zhigu wasn't happy when he tried to shirk responsibility. Bai Gu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, who knows what Li Yi will think of to get the court to fork out the money? This subject's wealth can't be easily given out." Bai Gu was helpless. He knew that he had made a lot of money this year and had accounts. However, Li Yi could come up with ideas at any time. He could see that Li Yi was using the Ministry of Revenue as a tool. He helped the Ministry of Revenue earn money and spend money. It was like loving and killing each other. There's a good thing called linoleum paper. It's not very thick and can be waterproof. It's best to put it on the roof of the house. If it's properly processed, it's watertight. The price isn't high either, slightly more expensive than the grass curtains you make yourself. It's about the same as buying grass curtains. It's light, less than 20% of the weight of bricks and tiles. The pressure on the house is small, and you can pay for it in installments. Li Longji didn't care about the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. There was no need for him. He introduced the linoleum paper and had someone pass over what Li Yi had written. "Your Majesty, did this come from the hands of the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi?" Yao Chong took the paper and asked directly without looking at it. "Yes." Li Longji nodded. At the same time, he cursed silently. If it didn't come from Brother Yi's hands, could it be that you could research it? When facing Shan Wu Li, look at all of you. Each and every one of you is afraid. Isn't it because he has many people who believe in him? Look at Brother Yi. Shan Wu Li has made a move. Does Brother Yi care? He can solve it with a newspaper. If you can't do it, then so be it. After all, you don't research this. You still can't do it in political battles. If it weren't for Brother Yi, how much of a price would we have to pay to settle the consequences of the Buddhist restrictions? I want to see the real thing first. Yao Chong still didn't look at the words on the paper. He knew that it was useless to write anything. This wasn't a prime minister's book. It was something that the Li family Zhuangzi had researched and wanted to sell. Bai Gu was anxious. When he thought of selling something, he thought of taxes. Sell it. Yes, sell it with all your might. He moved closer and watched as Yao Chong reached out to take the paper. Yao Chong didn't give it to him. He looked at it first and curled his lips when he saw the words on it. As he continued reading, he finally felt comfortable. This was how an official should write. When he finished, he smiled and handed it to Bai Gu. "Here, you can read it. The other prime ministers can read it later." Bai Gu took the paper and also frowned when he saw the first sentence. Dragging His Majesty to do business, and even saying it in such a tacky way. As he continued reading, his expression changed. "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue's money should be used in important places. How can you buy linoleum paper for a shed?" Chapter 708. 30% tax, Li Longji said to Bai Gu. "Your Majesty, I think it's feasible to take care of the people. But this year, we will never change the linoleum paper for the capital office." Bai Gu's attitude changed instantly. Collecting taxes was fine. No problem. It was almost winter now. What was the use of changing the linoleum paper? Next year, the Ministry of Revenue would have more money. They could just buy it. The paper continued to be passed around. Everyone read it one after another and thought of the same thing. It was the first sentence. Give Her Majesty 20% of the profits. They didn't care about the linoleum paper. They were thinking about Her Majesty and Li Yi's intentions. Was Li Yi short of paper at home? Why did he have to write two things on a piece of paper? Her Majesty wouldn't cut it. The first sentence obviously shouldn't be told to others. Was Li Yi going to stand up, or was Her Majesty trying to knock someone down? "Your Majesty, I ask Your Majesty to summon Shan Wuwei to translate the scriptures to prove his knowledge." Yao Chong was good at reading people's expressions. The first thing he thought of was that Shan Wuwei attacked Li Yi. Li Yi easily solved it. Solving it didn't mean that Li Yi didn't have a temper. For example, he and others occasionally bullied Li Yi. That was for the sake of the people's livelihood. Li Yi didn't care about it. This was because Li Yi wasn't afraid of their status. It was because they didn't want to harm anyone. It was all for the sake of the imperial court and the people. Li Yi had a bad temper when he came up with a plan for Lantian County and impeached Huazhou. If you touched that line, he promised to take care of you. Li Yi was so tolerant of his own people. He pretended not to know if they occasionally took advantage of him. It wasn't the same for outsiders. Who dared to offend him? What did he do to the foreign envoys? A very influential person had come, but before they could set up a trap, he had seen through them and directly refused to meet them. Shan Wuwei was already 80 years old, so he had to scheme against the 18-year-old Li Yi. Shan Wuwei made a move, but Li Yi dispelled it, subduing the enemy without a fight. Li Yi was on the winning side, but his temper. You made a move and lost, but that doesn't mean that I won't make a move. You lost because you're stupid. Now, it's my turn. Yao Chong suggested to find something for Shan Wuwei to do. Li Yi was not happy. How many plans could he come up with that would benefit the people? They could have done it bit by bit, but if they were all released, the people would not be able to choose which one to participate in. Li Longji indeed revealed a smile. That's right, that's how it should be, tormenting each other. Your Majesty, I've seen the dictionary. It's relatively simple, but it's enough for the people to use. I heard that Princess Jingxian has a full set of bronze words. I asked Princess Jingxian to take pity on the people of the Tang dynasty and print dictionaries to enlighten them instead of doing all the things of Buddhism. Lu Huaishan followed closely. He was afraid that Princess Jingxian would print some Buddhist scriptures. Princess Jingxian had a full set of bronze words a few days ago and was working hard to print Taoist books. She even threatened to let all the temples of the Tang dynasty have a full set of books. Wasn't this nonsense? With that kind of money, what couldn't she do? I'll also ask Princess Jingxian to print a small dictionary. Zhang Shua followed. He had a small dictionary that was very useful. It was not a big book like Ci Hai, but a small book with pinyin. It was enough to check the words, understand the simple meaning, and know how to spell it. Your Majesty. Yuan Shenyao spoke. Shan Wuwei is a virtuous person and is already over 70 years old. Li Yi is weak, so he should go and ask for advice. If he learns a thing or two from Shan Wuwei, it's also good. Yuan Shenyao gave a different opinion. He meant to let Li Yi learn from Shan Wuwei personally. Shan Wuwei was already 80 years old and Li Yi was only 18. If Li Yi could learn something useful, wouldn't it be better for the Tang dynasty? Li Longji narrowed his eyes and looked at Yuan Shenyao. There was an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. Minister Yuan's words are wonderful. Why don't you go to Li family Zhuangzi personally and ask Li Yi for advice? Gao Lishir, who had been standing at the side, waved at a eunuch. The eunuch came forward. Gao Lishir gave a few instructions and the eunuch ran away. He went to the empress's place and found someone to send a message to the Li family's manor. He told Li Yi that Yuan Shenyao was too hateful and asked Li Yi to think of a solution. Because what Yuan Shenyao meant was that Shan Wuwei was 80 years old and you dodged a slap. Shan Wuwei slapped you for your own good, so you should go and apologize to him. Gao Lishir's observation skills were not bad. He could tell that His Majesty was unhappy. Your Majesty, please call upon Shan Wuwei to translate the scriptures. The Tang dynasty needs a foreign strategy. Lu Huaishan said. He naturally had to stand on Li Yi's side. Li Yi had given him a lot of things, and his family's life was getting better and better. If he went against Li Yi today, what would others think of him? The key was that Li Yi did not make any mistakes. He always thought of the people. Look at the people in the capital. How much did their income increase in the past 2 years? Oh, and the people in the east of Taihang Mountains. There was a drought this year. According to the situation of last year's locust plague, there should be a big outbreak this year. But after the wells were dug, the people watered the fields, and the food was saved. They even went around looking for locusts for chickens and ducks. Shan Wuwei, no matter how awesome you are, will the people in the capital build a long-life memorial tablet for you? I second the motion. Zhang Shua cupped his fist. I second the motion. Bai Gu said. I second the motion. Song Jing said. I would like to go to the Li family Zhuangzi to talk to Xiao Yi. Bai Gu did not agree, but his attitude was expressed. He was referring to Xiao Yi. When he called Xiao Yi, the corresponding person was naturally old Bai. I ask your majesty to prioritize national affairs. Yuan Shenyao felt the pressure again. Good. According to Minister Yuan, national affairs are the most important. We should call upon Shan Wuwei to translate the scriptures. Li Longji followed Yuan Shenyao's words and led the conversation astray. Yuan Shenyao, the matter was settled. Originally, it was about the linoleum paper, but in the end, it became Shan Wuwei to translate the scriptures. He thinks that he is the prime minister and wants to test me. He wants me to work for him. His idea is good, and his dream is beautiful. Unfortunately, his cautious personality is not suitable. Li Yi met Pine Tree Number 4. Pine Tree Number 4 specially ran over to pass the news to Li Yi. Dongzhu, what should we do? Pine Tree Number 4 was not an outsider. He went to Zhuangzi like he was going home. He was angry on behalf of Li Yi. Li Yi was not angry. Instead, he smiled. It will be fine after some time. Don't you know about the Li family Zhuangzi? Are you in a hurry to go back? What do you want to eat? You will be on the next shift. There are still 4 days. Li Yi chatted casually with Pine Tree Number 4. They were familiar with each other. Black bean chili sauce, fermented bean curd, chives, braised prawn sauce, frozen mutton rolls. When I came out, everyone said that we were having hot pot tonight. Pine Tree Number 4 did not stand on ceremony and directly asked for it. Do you lack vegetables? Frozen tofu and oil tofu puffs? Dried tofu, tofu skin, oil tofu skin? Sesame oil? Li Yi wanted to give more, but someone ran out to inform him. It was a small court meeting. In less than 30 minutes, Zhuangzi knew about it. What was the point of giving something? This kind of information system did not have a phone. Otherwise, it could be live broadcast. I rode out alone. I can't bring it back. Pine Tree Number 4 was distressed. Ask a few Winged Knight's brothers to send it to you. There are so many people. Don't just eat one bite each. Eat more. Do you have enough perfume? Li Yi helped to think of a solution. Winged Knights went to send it. I want jasmine flavored. 6, 8 bottles. Pine Tree said. 30 bottles. How many bottles more? You decide. Li Yi gave more. Chapter 709. The 20 Winged Knights took the things and left with Pine Tree Number 4. There were ice cubes in their boxes. There were mutton rolls, frozen tofu cubes, dried oysters, and dried mussels. There were also pork blood sausages, 5-flour 3-layer meat, chicken breast meat, and noodles made by Li family Zhuangzi with iron rods and yams. Together with a bunch of other things, it was enough for more than 300 people. There was no need to bring the hot pot. There was one in the palace and a bunch of seasonings. Li Yi was not stingy at all. They were all acquaintances. Moreover, they brought out the contents of the court assembly. How much was the contents of this court assembly worth? He didn't bring it out after the court assembly. He brought it out during the court assembly. A prime minister's hostility towards Li family Zhuangzi was directly reported by someone. How many hot pot meals could be exchanged for this? Therefore, Li gave everything. He would help you think of anything you didn't think of. Pine tree number 4 felt that it was normal. There should be a lot of Dongju's things every shift. He ran an errand and everyone in his shift could eat it. There were also people in the Empress's palace. Everyone ate together. One's glory, one's glory. Yuan Xianyao, last time when Yuan Shu was watching pandas at Li family Zhuangzi, uncle gave her skewers and refused to see him. He actually held a grudge. He should be killed. Empress Wang wanted to kill Yuan Xianyao after seeing a bunch of hot pot food. In fact, if she wanted to kill Yuan Xianyao was not her opponent in a one-on-one fight. He would probably be killed in 3 moves. Prawn. The little guy felt his mother's killing intent. He agreed, but there was a problem with his pronunciation. Everyone in the Empress's palace had a common enemy. They also felt that Yuan Xianyao deserved to die. They had family members. Every month, they would send money or things to their family members several times. The Empress was rich. She always gave everyone money and sometimes things. Now, Tao Hong and the others worked in 4 shifts for 10 days. 8 people at a time. When they came back, they would bring a bunch of things and distribute them in the Empress's palace. In other palaces, a set of tableware had dozens of pieces of porcelain. If one of them was broken, they would not be able to make up the rest. In the Empress Palace, a set of dozens of them would be broken into pieces, and the remaining set would be placed aside. Then, another set would be taken out. As for the set that was placed at the side, if anyone from the other palaces broke it, he would bestow it to them and replace it. Empress Wang had said that she had to use a tray when carrying things. When he picked up the bowl, he suddenly realized that it was too hot. He threw it away and dropped it on the ground before cleaning up. He didn't want to burn his hands. If he didn't support such an empress, wouldn't he be a fool? Most importantly, the empress had a son. Uncle is sometimes too kind and gives people the impression that he is easy to bully. Don't you think so? Empress Wang did it herself and didn't need anyone to serve her. She, who had her appendix removed, opened her mouth slightly and blinked her big eyes a few times. Empress, it's not like that. Li Dongzhu did not hesitate when he killed people. Say that again. Empress Wang looked at Li Dongzhu is a kind person. He doesn't even know how to fight back when he is bullied. He is always at a disadvantage. Empress, we have to help him. Er's words instantly changed, describing Li Yi as a good person. Yes, even you know that. Unfortunately, many people don't know and still want to bully uncle. Empress Wang sighed. The surrounding peach blossoms, pine trees, and purple jade were speechless. They had always been in contact with Li Yi. Why didn't they realize that Dongzhu was easy to bully? Some people always took advantage of words and felt that they were powerful. However, Dongzhu never cared about words. Whoever wanted to take advantage of him could do so, but don't touch the bottom line of benefits. The next day, Shan Wuwei came. He looked very hasty. Li Longji summoned him alone. He wanted to take out a translated scripture. In history, after the new year, he specially prepared it with a group of people. Then, Li Longji summoned him. He asked a famous monk to participate in the translation. In fact, the translation was completed. The purpose of asking a famous monk to participate was to test Li Longji's thoughts and at the same time to open an opening for the limitless Buddha. In history, he succeeded. Li Longji saw his reputation, so he let him stay when he made a concession. This was a compromise between both sides. If you stay, I will give you and the Buddhism you want to help a chance. At the same time, you have to help me stabilize the belief of the Tang dynasty. Mainly, you have to preach to the people according to my ideas. This was the real situation, not Li Longji's dream of someone who looked like Shan Wuwei and then gave so many benefits when he saw the real person. This was a game between religion and politics. Shan Wuwei was held back. At the same time, the Tang dynasty gradually let go of the suppression of Buddhism. The existence of Shan Wuwei itself was a kind of power. He succeeded, but Li Longji didn't give it to him for free. Shan Wuwei didn't expect things to happen so quickly and so suddenly. He had just translated a small part of the scripture. He had to take it out for Li Longji to see. He didn't even have time to ask a famous monk to participate. Strategically, he lost, but he felt that he could turn things around tactically. He translated a small part of the scripture and went back. He continued to think of ways to promote Buddhism, no matter which sect it was. Li Longji and Empress Wang did it again at night. After taking a shower, they went to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi was copying a medical book. Other books were not as important as medical books now. It was related to human life. Third brother, why are you here so late? Do you still want to eat? Li Yi didn't stand on ceremony with Li Longji. He directly asked if he wanted to eat something. No, today Shan Wuwei said something like Bodhisattva hiding in the void can fulfill all wishes and surpass the heart dharma. I was very distressed when I heard it. Li Longji said something important. Translating a scripture was not ordinary. Li Yi listened and was stunned. His eyes seemed to be out of focus. After a while, Li Yi's eyes became clear again, that is Bodhisattva. Enter the samadhi of the equal nature of Brahmi. From the beginning, it is said that this can fulfill all wishes. Bodhisattva hiding in the void can surpass the heart dharma, Bodhisattva said. This is dharma. It is said by all the Buddhas in the past and present. If one can recite this dharma, if one obtains this, one will become a divine medicine. If one consumes this medicine, one will obtain the dharma. Once one hears and understands the meaning. Li Yi said it out loud. He looked at Li Longji and waited for his approval or denial. If Li Yi denied it, he would have to look for other information. He didn't say so much. Brother Yi, you. Li Longji was confused. His brother Yi also knew. Then why would he let others translate? Third brother, it doesn't matter how much he translates. His existence is troublesome. How many people believe in him? His political wisdom is much more powerful than his teachings. Li Yi gave a positive evaluation of kindness and fearlessness. The other party was indeed extraordinary. Brother Yi, the first part of what you said is the same as what he said. He hasn't said the latter part yet. Li Longji was speechless. If that's the case, what eminent monk? Get lost. I'll just ask Brother Yi. Then let him say it. It's impossible for me to translate so many scriptures. I want to copy medical books. Medical books are more important than religious books. Li Yi understood, but he did not want to waste time on translating scriptures. Brother Yi, tell me the truth. Is there anything you don't know? Li Longji asked the question from the bottom of his heart. Giving birth to children. I know the theory of cloning technology, but I haven't done it in practice. Li Yi pointed out his shortcomings. Chapter 710. Selling newspapers. Ba Shuili family Zhuangzi is buying tattered clothes and useless paper. Feng family of de Datang is hiring sorghum workers. Selling newspapers. Li family Zhuangzi is buying things. Ba Shui Pier has a new batch of dried fruit for wholesale and retail. Selling newspapers. Li family Zhuangzi is buying tattered clothes and waste paper. Lin's gold and silver shop is buying old gold and silver jewelry. The paperboys waved their newspapers again and shouted as they ran. They shouted not only what Li family Zhuangzi needed, but also what other people wanted. The idea was naturally Li Yi's. Whoever wanted the paperboys to shout for them would have to pay extra. The more words there were, the more money they would have to pay. They could appoint several paperboys and have all the paperboys in the capital government shout together. Each word was worth a penny. Li family Zhuangzi took 90% of the money and gave the paperboys 10%. 10% was not a small amount. Li family Zhuangzi took 90% of the money, but most of it was used to provide food and clothes for the paperboys. The paperboys, who were originally poor financially, were now the pillars of the family. At the same time, they could also learn. When the commoners heard that Li family Zhuangzi was buying things, they began to search their own homes to see if there were any tattered clothes that could not be mended. When they found them, they took them to Li family Zhuangzi's bridgehead to drink a bowl of free soup. They threw the things aside and left. It was free. The commoners only knew that Li family Zhuangzi needed them. As for what they needed them for, they did not care. Li family Zhuangzi's people picked up the things sent by others and transported the supplies out. A large batch of leather clothes and boots from the pawnshop had been processed and refurbished. They were sent to the soldiers at the border of the Tang dynasty in Tubo. The first batch of supplies was all leather. Li family Zhuangzi gave it to them for free. The imperial court was responsible for the transportation. The second batch was being processed. It was the military coat that Li Yi used at that time. It was made of cotton. The cotton harvest was basically over, and the people who helped earned a lot of money. Those who didn't have farmland continued to work in the Li family Zhuangzi's workshop outside. They cut cotton seeds, spun yarn, weaved cloth, and dyed cloth. The military coat was the color of dried grass with a hint of white camouflage. It was the same color in Tubo during winter. Double-breasted, with room for buttons on both sides. When the wind blows from the right to the left, it means that the wind on the right presses against the wind on the left and vice versa. The buttons were made of copper, which was better than iron. The military coat could be used as a blanket. Wearing a military coat in winter, one could find a place to curl up and not freeze to death. Why is this pocket placed on the chest? It's useless. Bai Gu came over to discuss the distribution and costs of the purchase and processing of cotton. I saw an interesting military coat and tried it on. It was hot. He found that there were 3 pockets, the left and right side of the waist pocket and the left upper pocket. Put in the kettle. Li Yi brought over a combination kettle that fit perfectly. Old Bai, look, the pot is filled with water. If you put it in your clothes, it won't freeze easily. If someone shoots an arrow and hits the heart, the kettle will block it. Li Yi told him his original intention of designing the coat, which was to use the kettle as a breastplate. Okay. Bai Gu gestured and felt that it was not bad. He quickly took it off. It was too hot. Li Yi took him to look at the account books and calculated which items belonged to whom. The cost of the military coats for the soldiers was borne by the Ministry of Revenue. This money was not paid by the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi would make a batch of items for the soldiers at the front line. The people outside saw carts of leather coats and boots being sent away one after another. They were curious and asked about it. Soon, they got the answer. It was for the soldiers at the border. The news spread, and the Tubo people in Honglu Temple quickly sent people back to Tubo. The Tang dynasty is unwilling to make peace, and they sent us items to keep out the cold. I'm afraid they will take the initiative to attack in winter. Butchia looked worried. Isinba sighed. Now that Tubo can no longer attack, it's difficult to defend. Maybe they will lose a piece of land. Butchia looked at the teacup on the table. Let's wait and see. If they send grain to that side, they will definitely fight. This year, the governor's office used the stall to rent the land, so they collected a lot of rent. Everything will be clear when the soybeans and sorghum are harvested. Isinba felt that the governor's office of the Tang dynasty's stall was terrifying. The imperial court received a lot of grain and could directly turn it into military rations. The governor's office could send grain to the side, and the side could send grain to the west at the same time. All the prefectures worked together. The overall loss of grain did not decrease, but the speed was faster. The westernmost prefectures would give the local grain to the soldiers, and in a few days, the grain from the eastern prefectures would arrive. Don't worry. We also have grain for the autumn harvest. What I'm afraid of is the war in spring. Butchie could only comfort himself. The war in winter would yield grain, but the consumption would be great. Even if they could resist the attack of the Tang dynasty, they would not have a good time next year. I hope we can exchange the soldiers captured by the Tang dynasty and farm next year. Isinba could not continue. He was very worried. Tubo captured the people of the Tang dynasty to farm. They did not exchange them with the Tang dynasty. Tubo lacked soldiers who could fight. If they exchanged with the Tang dynasty, Tubo lacked people who could help farm. The weapons of the captured people could not be returned. Tubo had to forge them themselves. They were short of iron. In the Li family, Zhuangzi, Li Yi, and Bai Gu were also talking about grain. When the grain is harvested, go through the Wei River to Xie Gushui, and go through a short land route to Baoshui. Li Yi helped to arrange. Enter the Han River again. Enter the Yangtze River and send it to the Shu lands. Bai Gu naturally followed and told them the following route. No, after entering Baoshui, we'll reach Liang province. We'll sell soybeans there. Since people started to eat soybean oil, more and more people planted soybeans after wheat. There are so many soybeans in the capital, so the price will be low. It's not good for bean farmers. We'll sell them to Liang province to reduce the price of soybeans there. Li Yi gave such a reason. Bai Gu could not keep up. Not for war. There's grain there. We won't fight this year. We'll scare the Tubo people and make them have problems with their deployment. Li Yi said with a smile. Bai Gu shook his head helplessly. Are we going to sell soybeans for Tubo's envoys to see? Let them think that we're going to fight. Of course. In the past, we were always worried that they would fight, but now we have to make them worry. We have to take the initiative in the war. Otherwise, they'll make peace and fight whenever they want. We'll just be playing with them every day. Li Yi did not want to sign a ceasefire agreement with Tubo at all. According to history, after this peace, Tubo would fight again next year. Then the initiative in the war would always be in Tubo's hands. Tubo would make peace when he wanted to rest and then suddenly attack when he was done. Since that was the case, why should he let Tubo relax when both sides were in a state of war? That's good too. This year, the imperial court will collect a lot of soybeans and sorghum. They'll only be used in the capital. Why don't we let the people of Liang province eat soybean oil and bean biscuits? Bai Gu did not care. Since Li Yi mentioned it, he would sell it. He could also see what Liang province had and buy some back. After discussing the matter of business, he asked Li Yi, next year, will the prefectures around the capital also be cleared of farmland? Luoyang will be the second test area. There's no rush for other places. Luoyang is another capital, and the annexation of land is serious. Li Yi wanted to stabilize things a bit more. After settling the capital and Luoyang, there would be less resistance in other places. Chapter 711. Your Majesty, many people from the temple went to Xingfu Temple to pay their respects to Shan Wuwei. Shan Wuwei preached and discussed the scriptures for them. In Xingqing Palace, Li Longji was in a good mood as he listened to Gao Lisher's report. Yes. Shan Wuwei is the Sanzang Ajali. The Sanzang is proficient in sutra, law, and treatise. Ajali must be proficient in the 5 aspects of sutra, Kung Ming, Medicine Ming, Kun Ming, and Internal Ming. Li Longji admitted that Shan Wuwei was powerful. He was proficient in almost everything, including debate, lobbying, musical instruments, industry, farming, breeding, traveling, and so on. Your Majesty, although Shan Wuwei is proficient in everything, he is still lacking compared to Li Yi. Gao Lisher knew that he could not face Shan Wuwei. It seemed that there was nothing Shan Wuwei could not do. However, if it were someone else, Li Yi from Shan Wuwei would know. What Li Yi knew, Shan Wuwei might not know. If Shan Wuwei was so powerful, why didn't he take out the short curved plow? Why didn't he create the earthworm? There were no plows, seedlings, planters, or seedlings. Li had already taken out a lot of things, all of which were beneficial to the people. The people now believed in Li more. Li Longji smiled. He was happy. Yes, with Brother Yi, who cares about Shan Wuwei and Shan Wuwei. Brother Yi could also translate scriptures, but he did not have the time. Shan Wuwei, who had just been lectured by the two of them, had just given everyone a lesson. Everyone bowed and left. Someone came over and said to him, Li family Zhuangzi sent out a lot of carriages. The carriages were filled with leather clothes, leather hats, and other things. He said that they were sent to the border for the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. There are many things in the world, but it is hard to stop fighting. Shan Wuwei sighed. He did not like war. In the past, he had led an army to fight. His brothers had raised an army to fight him for the throne, but they had not been able to defeat him. He felt that the throne was meaningless, so he became a monk and gave the throne to his brother. Now, he came to the Tang dynasty for two reasons. One was to preach, and the other was to help other Buddhists. Li Yi is proficient in 10,000 arts and is an erudite celestial being. I'm afraid he is a reincarnation. Unfortunately, he has no fate with our sect. Shan Wuwei analyzed Li Yi according to his own thoughts. Therefore, he said that he knew Li Yi's secret and wanted to see it face to face. At the same time, he also wanted to ask Li Yi to help him print the sutras with colored pictures. But Li Yi didn't want to see him at all. He didn't even give him a chance to speak. Let's go out and take a look. Shan Wuwei wanted to know more about the situation. He went out of the temple to the street and was surrounded by a group of people. The weather in autumn was cold in the morning and evening, but it was still very hot in the afternoon. The commoners tried their best to walk to the shady areas. The children who cleaned shoes ran to the north wall of the house. If there were no customers, they would read the newspaper. Take a look and write on the ground with a wooden stick. The people carrying the poles wandered around the various workshops. There were also people carrying bags of live fish to the east and west markets. These were to be used to make fish slices. Shan Wuwei walked slowly through the imperial city. It took him an hour to reach the Tonghua Gate. This was the second time he passed through the Tonghua Gate. The first time was when he wanted to see Li Yi. There were still people coming and going at the Tonghua Gate. The non-commissioned officer guarding the city gate was drinking free herbal tea. The free herbal tea was naturally given by the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi's herbal tea would be sent to various places for people to sell on behalf of the people guarding the city. Shan Wuwei went out of the Tonghua Gate and went to the Ba River. He saw the porters sweating on the dock. Some women were washing clothes by the river. There was a water wheel by the river. The Li family Zhuangzi repaired it for free. The women brought the clothes that others asked to be washed. There was a pole to dry clothes by the side. The clothes that were not very private were hung up to dry after they were washed. Shan Wuwei looked at it. He didn't know why, but he suddenly thought of his own country. We should pass on the techniques of the Tang dynasty back to the people. The benefits of irrigation can be used to raise the people. Shan Wuwei had an idea. The Tang dynasty had so many good techniques. People in other places also needed them. The techniques could be used by the people. Naturally, it was not difficult to learn. Change clothes. Prepare to change clothes. The E-League has received a new advertisement. It will be printed on the clothes. Let's change clothes for everyone. When Shan Wuwei was thinking about the good life of the people, a group of people appeared behind him. They were driving a cart. The cart was equipped with a canvas vest. The people working and resting at the dock ran over happily. There were new clothes again. As long as the E-League received an advertisement, it was guaranteed that good clothes would be made. The old clothes would be taken away. No one knew what they were used for. Usually, they would change clothes once a month. If they didn't receive the next month's advertisement, they would change clothes with the E-League's words. The new clothes were put on and the old vest was taken away. Shan Wuwei also thought of what the old clothes were used for. He walked over personally and asked in a soft and comfortable voice, "What will be done with the clothes that are changed?" "Master, the clothes that are changed will be made into canvas shoes. The canvas shoes that are changed will be taken apart, cleaned, and resold. Then, these shoes will be painted with the words Tang Dynasty. After a certain amount is accumulated, it will be sent to the people who don't have shoes to wear." The people from the E-League looked at Shan Wuwei and explained patiently. "Sent?" Shan Wuwei found the key word. "Yes. If you don't have money to buy shoes, you can only weave your own straw sandals. Can you sell them to them? The advertisement money already includes all these. Actually, it should be given to the people who advertise. It's just that they don't like it and don't know how to change it, so they don't want it." The people from the E-League said that the clothes were bought by the people who advertise. The porters at the dock wear them all day. They wear them and sweat it. They have to find someone to deal with the people who advertise and spend extra money. Some people came to advertise. When the goods were almost sold, the group left. They couldn't wait for a few more days for the clothes. Of course, some merchants always bought and sold the same goods. They discussed with the people from the E-League and asked them to stay. When they came again, they would pay less for the advertisement. However, the E-League wanted to collect cleaning and storage fees. According to the heavens, they realized that it was better to make new shoes. Tang Dynasty. Shan Wuwei smiled and asked, "If you give the shoes to others, what if they sell them?" "If they sell them, then they sell them. After selling the shoes, they have money to buy things," the people from the E-League said indifferently. "Next time, when you give the shoes, will you return them to them?" Shan Wuwei pointed out the situation. "You can only give one pair of shoes a year. If they sell them, wait a year, maybe 2 or 3 years. The Tang Dynasty is a big place. We can't just give them to one place." The people from the E-League answered questions. They didn't care what others did with the shoes. They were only responsible for giving them to others. Shan Wuwei had no more questions. He bowed. The people from the E-League quickly returned the bow and left with the old vest. They even told others that the master looked kind. There's actually such a way of doing things. Shan Wuwei realized that he had learned something. He liked to learn. Using advertisements to provide clothes for others. After changing, they would give them to people who don't have shoes to wear. The key was that the words written on the shoes were from the Tang Dynasty and not the E-League. The imperial court had a different view of the E-League. No one would find trouble with the E-League. The people of the Tang Dynasty would feel that the imperial court was thinking about them. At the same time, he knew that the management of the E-League was not ordinary. If they said they would give it to others, they would give it to others. Chapter 7:12. Shan Wuwei came to the Baishui Bridge again. At this time, many monks knew that he was going out and ran over. There were still so many people at the bridgehead. They set up stalls to do business. Some of them lived in Zhang's village and watched the pandas. They came here to eat snacks. When it was dark, the lanterns were lit. Chang and city didn't close the city gate, so the people walked a few miles to play here. From the city gate to here, there was a military camp all the way. The people were not afraid of encountering bad people. Would the bad people dare to come here? When the stalls saw a large group of monks, they were very curious. However, they didn't kneel down and kowtow to them. They were not in the temple. In the temple, they respected Buddha. The monks couldn't represent Buddha. Moreover, the people all knew that Li Dongzhu hated people kneeling. If they had to kneel, they would kneel to Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu sent out a large number of medical books and cured countless people. The monks and Taoists in Chang'an were used to it. When the people came to buy grass incense, they didn't burn the incense and took it home. At first, they didn't know the reason. Later, they knew that the people went back to burn incense for His Majesty and Li Dongzhu. What was more infuriating was that there were free grass incense in the temples and monasteries. The people also took it and went home. Recently, it was said that the people bought incense made of wormwood. After lighting it, they put it on the longevity tablets of His Majesty and Li Yi for a while. Then they took it to their rooms to drive the mosquitoes away. It meant that they had the intention, but the incense was useful to them. They couldn't keep burning them. It was said that Li Yi discussed it with others when he went to catch the pandas. Li Yi didn't care. Shan Wuwei found out that the people were not so respectful to the monks. When you looked at them, they would nod to you. There are few people who believe in Buddhism in Changfen. Shan Wuwei unexpectedly sighed with emotion. Master Sanzang, the people in the capital government now believe in Li Yi more. Some people say that Buddha is in the heart and it's enough to know it. Li Dongzhu does things that benefit the people. We must remember it. The abbot of a temple gave the answer. In the people's hearts, Li Yi was more important than Buddha. Li Dongzhu, of course. Good Fearless actually addressed him as Dongzhu and acknowledged this point. He did not have any major problems or shortcomings. He was already 80 years old and had seen too much. His character was not bad. He saw the lives of the common people and knew that Li Yi had done a lot behind the scenes. Now that the commoners had gotten actual benefits, of course they would respect Li Yi. The group of people stayed there while the villagers ran to inform Li Yi. Let's go and meet him. I still need to rely on him to translate the scriptures. I don't have time to copy them. If the scriptures were left behind, they would be the wealth of civilization. Our Tang dynasty can accommodate all the religions in the world. The people's hearts are in the Tang dynasty. It's not a bad idea to learn about the cultures of other places. Li Yi decided to meet him and see what kind of charisma he had. So he changed into a new white coat and hung the stethoscope around his neck. The palace maids and eunuchs also changed into palace attire and surrounded him. The bodyguards on Zhuangzi prepared their hidden arrows. The winged knights were at the outermost circle with only a horizontal blade at their waist. The group of people walked to the bridge and the other party saw the group of people at the other end of the river. Li Yi strode across the bridge. Shan Wuwei seemed to have guessed something. He stood still and faced the bridge. The 1,000 bull guards beside him immediately rushed out and stood on the left and right. Li Yi walked across the bridge and looked at the person in front of him. He found that the other party was indeed good-looking. His face was solemn and kind. Shan Wuwei also looked at Li Yi. Li Yi gave people a very casual feeling, but there was also a sense of intimacy. He looked at him and felt that he was trustworthy. This was normal. Li Yi did not know how Buddhists practiced, but he knew how doctors practiced. When communicating with patients and their families, the other party must be trusted. Li Yi showed a professional smile and saluted. Sanzang Ali, Li Dongzhu. Shan Wuwei put his palms together and put his thumbs in them. Great Master Sanzang, are you free today? Li Yi asked again. What was the other party's purpose? I was indeed strolling. I didn't expect to come to the Ba Bridge and see a prosperous scene. Li Dongzhu has nurtured countless people. Shan Wuwei told the truth. It's all thanks to His Majesty's kindness that the people of the capital can be where they are today. Li Yi quickly threw the honor to Li Longji. As he spoke, he extended his hand and invited the other party to sit at a noodle stall next to him. There were tables and long stools. He did not want to bring the other party into Zhuangzi. It was too tiring to walk back and forth. The stall owner who sold handmade noodles excitedly took out a new rag and wiped the table vigorously. He also used the rest to wipe the stools. Li put his palms together and bowed to the other monks. The group of people returned the gesture. They saw how great Shan Wuwei's bow was and how Li Yi had changed into a new set of clothes. Li Yi was most serious when he was wearing a white coat. They understood. Then they were squeezed to the side. The palace maids and eunuchs stood on the left and right. Great Master, what do you drink? Li Yi asked the other party to sit down first and asked after he sat down. What does Li Dongzhu drink? Shan Wuwei asked in return. Shopkeeper, give me 2 bowls of water for noodles. The stall owner took out 2 porcelain bowls. They were chipped. He was about to find more when Li Yi said, Heaven and earth are flawed. It is difficult for the human heart to be complete. There are bowls with mouths available. If the heart is not lacking, the bowl will not be lacking. Shan Wuwei followed. The palace maid Chui Lu saw the stall owner in a daze and went over to fill 2 bowls with boiling water. The water was white. There were floating things in it. They were all noodles. Neither of them drank it. It was too hot. Li Dongzhu printed newspapers, taught pinyin, and made the Calligraphy Association produce a dictionary. Although he does not preach, he has already taught. Shan Wuwei said to Li Yi. Great master came from thousands of miles away. He experienced hardships, overcome difficulties, and translated the scriptures. Although he is preaching, his virtue is higher. Li Yi also praised the other party. Li Dongzhu, I have a question. I caught a bean worm in my family's bean field this year. If I want to raise it next year, can I just bury the worm? An ignorant woman came over from the side. She was selling beans, and she was worried about raising a bean worm. Li Yi gave Shan Wuwei an apologetic smile and turned to look at the woman. He stood up and said, If you want to raise it, then you have to bury it deeper. Otherwise, it will freeze to death. About 3 inches deep. Don't step on it too hard. In the next year, it will turn into a pupa. If you plant beans on it, it will turn into a moth. You have to take a look and find bean leaves to feed. Don't stare at a bean tree and pick the leaves. That way, the bean won't grow well. I know. 3 inches deep. The soil can't be too hard. The woman nodded and happily went back to sell beans. Li Yi sat down again. If you use bean seedlings to raise worms, you will gain 100 pounds of worms and lose 10 pounds of beans. The bean worm can be eaten like eating eggs. If the people are willing to eat it, this method is good. Shan Wuwei saw Li Yi's actions and what Li Yi said. Li Yi stood up. At the same time, his words were not elegant at all and were long-winded. Li Dongzhu, my people heard someone say that sorghum should be harvested. Li Dongzhu, do you have a new method to threshing sorghum? Shan Wuwei thought of something. He knew all kinds of skills, but he did not study all kinds of linen. He was also curious. How could the sorghum grains be harvested? Was there a better way? Yes, but it can't be used. Li Yi nodded and shook his head. Chapter 7:13. Hearing Li Yi's words, Good Wuwei smiled and waited. As expected, Li Yi pointed out the problem. If I can figure it out, the equipment can only put the sorghum ear in and then knock out the sorghum grain. Li Yi gestured. He took the ear of a sorghum. Sorghum isn't like that. Good Wuwei really didn't understand this time. If you have a good idea, the people will use it. The noodle stall owner next to him was anxious. He said, If you make brooms, you can't make brooms. Li Yi nodded slightly. The stall owner was right. The stalk behind the sorghum ear could be made into a broom. Only the ear could be picked, and the back could only be used to make a curtain. The brush used to wash the pot was also made from the ear, so no one directly started from the ear. Usually, they used a flail or stone beads to press down. The long ones with the stalk were made into brooms, and the short ones were made into brushes. Good Wuwei smiled brightly. He finally realized that Li Yi knew too many things, and they were related to the people's livelihood. Therefore, he asked softly, Is Li Dongzhu a reincarnated person? Reincarnated? Ah, great wizard, are you saying that you came back with the memories of your previous life? Yes, I am. I didn't do well in my previous life, so I have to start over. Li Yi nodded and said, I told you, But I didn't tell you that I have a system. Good Wu Wei suddenly doubted his judgment. Could reincarnation be said so calmly? Speaking of which, sorghum can't be used, but soybeans are not a problem. Step on it and stuff the dried bean seedlings in. After knocking them out, the beans and seedlings come out together and blow them. Soybeans are easy to solve. It's the same if you dry it and beat it with a flail. Its particles are bigger, and its shell is brittle, so it's easy to open. Li changed the topic. So what if he was reincarnated or not? Good Wu Wei still didn't understand. Soybeans don't need to be beaten, but sutras need to be printed. Great Taoist Master, I can't print sutras for you with the printing equipment in Zhuangzi, especially the colors and patterns. The items in Zhuangzi had to be printed with money. The Li family Zhuangzi had exchange coupons. However many items the Li family Zhuangzi had, the number of exchange coupons would be printed. Why don't you go look for Princess Jinxian? She has a full set of copper movable type printing materials. Li Yi refused. If he didn't print scriptures, it would be useless. If he wanted to print scriptures, he would print medical scriptures. Princess Jinxian is printing dictionaries. Shan Wuwei's expression was calm. Great Taoist Master, translate it first. After Princess Golden Immortal finishes printing the dictionary, we will print the sutra. Zhuangzi provided the ink. The great Taoist Master preached the scriptures and teachings, and he should also preach the politics of the Tang dynasty. Where there is a religion, there is the source of the people. Without the people, there is no religion. Without the people, there is no sect. The foundation of the world is clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. The imperial court of the Tang dynasty is responsible for the welfare of the people and the education of the people. Passing on the sutras must not become rootless duckweeds. Li Yi began to raise his conditions. Princess Jinxian has printed many dictionaries. If you translate one, I will print yours. The ink will be provided by the Li family Zhuangzi. When you speak, remember to mention more about His Majesty. The scriptures are the foundation. Shan Wuwei did not agree with Li Yi's words. How can a Jolly be the emperor? What is Gong Qiaoming used for? Great Taoist Master, please teach me, Li Yi asked. The people will follow the scriptures. Shan Wuwei knew what Li Yi was asking. Gong Qiaoming was something that a Jolly had to have. It was knowledge of agriculture and mulberry. A Jolly did not cultivate alone. He needed to lead the lives of the people. However, later on, no one led the people to work. I've learned something. Alright, after Princess Jinxian finishes printing the dictionary, I will sell the ink made by the unimportant people cheaply and print the scriptures. Li Yi nodded. Previously, he said that he would give it for free. Now, he was selling it. He emphasized the word cheaply. Shan Wuwei smiled and said, the Tang dynasty's method of educating and teaching the people is the scriptures. It should be spread. That's great. The people are grateful. The ink is free. Li Yi was prepared to give it away for free again. He was impressed. The other party was too amazing. The moment he said that it was free, he immediately raised the matter of publicity to the level of scriptures. This was wisdom. There was nothing that could not be discussed. No matter what religion was, people were real. After Li Yi finished speaking, he picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful of broth. Shan Wuwei also drank a mouthful. He stood up and walked back. His goal was not completely achieved, but he was in a good mood. Li Yi walked out dozens of steps and stood watching the group leave. He turned back and said with a smile, the old man is quite interesting. He is preparing to print the original scriptures. Leave it. This is the civilization wealth of the world. Great Master Sanzang, did Li Yi disrespect you? A monk asked Shan Wuwei. Shan Wuwei smiled and shook his head, it's done. How can there be disrespect? Li Dongzhu does not want to fight. His heart is for the people. What he said is for the country and the people. Shan Wuwei understood. Li Yi's goal was very simple. He had to spread the good news of the Tang dynasty. The people had to trust the court. This way, the court would have no worries and the people would live a good life. The soybeans and sorghum were ripe. The people who were farming went to harvest them. Then, they planted wheat and went to the Li family Zhuangzi to find work. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th of August. This year was different from last year. Everyone was preparing to eat mooncakes. The Li family Zhuangzi gave the method of making mooncakes. They used molds. Then, it was more expensive to use oil. The dough needed to be baked. Of course, they could also be steamed. Steamed ones would not be so oily. There were also grapes. Now was the best season for grapes. Li Yi was preparing to celebrate the 15th of August with the villagers. However, groups of people came one after another. Old Man Mu and his wife, Li Wentian and her sister, third brother and his sister-in-law were with their children. Eldest brother did not come. He said that he was at home with his family. Welcome, welcome. Two beauties are here again. Wentian, can you eat spicy food? Today, you will eat with my third brother and sister-in-law. Also, Uncle Mu and Mrs. Mu. Li Yi sent out an invitation for everyone to have a meal together. What a coincidence! Wave after wave of people arrived. The only regret was that Old Man Mu did not bring a cow today. He only brought a sheep. It seemed that he wanted to use this sheep to pay for the expenses. Li Wentian and her sister sent a basket of insects and bean worms. They said that they were from her family's bean field. The little ones were cute and were close to Old Man Mu and his wife and Li Wentian and her sister. Brother Yi, after Shan Wuwei came a few days ago, he kept saying that the people of the Tang dynasty have a good life with the court. Li Longji looked at the layer of chili oil on the boiled meat slices and did not dare to eat them. He chatted. Yes, we agreed that I would provide him with ink to print sutras if he was just. In fact, he did not know much about farming. In the manufacturing of farming tools, the shortcomings were more obvious. Therefore, a jolly is only the standard of their assessment, which is not in line with the Tang dynasty. Li Yi commented on Shan Wuwei. In Li Yi's opinion, Shan Wuwei was far from proficient in all kinds of things. At least he did not know that the ears of sorghum alone could not be made into brooms, nor did he understand the principle of shelling crops. Brother Yi, what if you compare yourself with the village officials in the villages? Li Longji felt that Shan Wuwei was wronged. No matter how much Shan Wuwei knew, he could not be as good as Brother Yi. Brother Yi was good at studying the truth of some things and even used books to teach. Those village officials are actually good. At least none of them ran away. Li Yi was very happy when talking about the village officials. Chapter 7:14. According to the news, all the students who did not pass the imperial examinations but were sent to the villages as auxiliary officials were very tenacious. They made a lot of jokes. For example, they caught insects to feed the geese, and the geese chased after them. For example, they chopped up pigweed but did not cook it. Instead, they threw it into the pigsty, and the pigs had a hard time eating it. For example, they painted the roofs of the villagers with tung oil. They said it was waterproof, but in the end, they stomped holes in the villagers' houses. More importantly, even a few barrels of tung oil could not make two houses. The students worked very hard. Now, they understood that the people's lives were not a joke. It was different from what they learned from books. What they wanted to do depended on the situation. Of course, it was nonsense to compare the students with Shan Wuwei. Shan Wuwei was 80 years old. He had a rich life experience and had traveled extensively. Li Yi felt that he did not have a system. When facing Shan Wuwei, he could only rely on his skills to win. The ancient people were very powerful. For example, they could calculate solar eclipses, lunar eclipses, and pi. He was a graduate student and doctoral student at that time. When he was asked to calculate solar eclipses, he did not have any information. Could he calculate it? He asked them what was suitable for the 24 solar terms. How to plant it? Could they answer? In ancient times, the county officials would tell the people what to plant at what time. If they did not have this ability, they were not good county officials. There was also the Ministry of Personnel's decision to exempt those who passed the imperial examinations. They would be given a case to judge according to the laws of the Tang dynasty. Those who passed the imperial examinations would be able to answer all the questions. Brother E, your method is very useful. These people entered the village, and some of them are very outstanding. They know everything. The imperial court is prepared to put them in important positions. Li Longji was very happy when he talked about this. He had found talents. There were many reasons why they did not pass the imperial examinations. When they entered the village to help the people, their abilities were reflected. The imperial court needed these people. If they were released, they would be able to lead the people to live a good life. At the same time, they would carry out the imperial court's orders. Some people brought the people to raise insects and chickens. Now, they could lay eggs. The chickens that ate insects laid more eggs. They also fed the chickens with mussel powder. These students knew the way the Li family Zhuangzi operated. They immediately used it for the people. There were also those who mediated disputes between neighbors. They organized a village to use the water network as a sewage drain. He organized a large number of people to rent flour milling tools, and then shipped them to Chang and for free by ship to be sold, and then bought the wheat back to be processed. He contacted the imperial physicians in Chang and to take a boat to the village to treat everyone. It was cheaper to buy medicine together. They would find an experienced hunter and go into the mountains to hunt together. They would bring back the game to make wax meat for the winter. So what if he couldn't pass the imperial examinations? Li Longji did not care about what he was going to get into. Didn't he see that Brother E was not going to take the exam? Could it be that Brother E was not capable enough? Li Longji raised his wine cup at the thought that he could only use it in the Tang dynasty. Brother E, drink up. Li drank a glass of wine with him and said, "Third brother, we can't neglect the northern part of Hebei province. We must keep up with the trade. Through trade, we can understand and break the monopoly of the Bohai Sea." Li mentioned the drawbacks of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty made people officials, and after that, the place seemed to belong to the Tang dynasty. In fact, it was not the case at all. The Tang dynasty was strong, and those places were obedient. If the Tang dynasty made a slight mistake, those places would directly rebel. To put it nicely, it was called controlling barbarians with barbarians. To put it bluntly, it was called the Tang dynasty was not capable. 7. As soon as Li Yi finished speaking, the little girl grabbed a peeled grape with her small hands and stuffed it into his mouth. The little fellow's big eyes were full of expectation. Li Yi did not care whether it was hygienic or not. He opened his mouth and ate it. Ha ha ha. The little fellow clapped her hands happily and laughed. Then she picked up a grape from the ground, the kind that had been peeled, and wanted to give it to someone else. Li Yi, Li Lang, the grape he gave you just now did not fall on the ground. Princess Yongmu said kindly. Wen Tian, how many bean worms did you find in your lowland? Li Yi did not care whether the grapes fell on the ground or not. He said to Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu put down her chopsticks. There are not many in the bean field. I found some bean worms from the grape seedlings and other places. I gave some to you. There are enough left to raise moths next year. Speaking of this, Princess Yongmu was very happy. The people of the capital government ate the worms. When the Li family Zhuangzi said they could eat them, they really ate them. After eating, they found that the worms tasted good, similar to the taste of chicken. Then they looked around for bean worms. People who had planted a lot of grapes found bean worms. They sold them for 15 yuan per caddy, and people still bought them. They bought them and prepared to raise them in the field. Then, more worms would be produced in the next year. 15 yuan per caddy, and 100 caddies of worms could be produced in 1 mu of land. Wasn't that 1,500 yuan? 10 caddies of beans were not worth 1,500 yuan. The price of grain was high 2 years ago, but this year, the price of grain suddenly fell. Raise them well. If you don't understand, ask me. Bean worms should be more expensive than mutton because they have more protein than mutton of the same weight. Li looked at it from another perspective. Mutton was actually more delicious than bean worms. Mutton could be made into various dishes, but bean worms could not. The real good thing was the cocoon, especially the Tussa silkworm's cocoon. For the people, protein and fat intake were the most important. For example, when dieting, it was said to reduce fat, but in reality, the first thing to be reduced was protein, followed by fat. When dieting, it was necessary to supplement protein and not eat too much fat. Yes, yes. Princess Yongmu smiled and nodded. Li Lang, I don't want to plant winter wheat in the winter. I want to build a shed. Help me take a look. How much? Li frowned. What was there to see in a shed? He had already taught her the skills. How much? Princess Yongmu asked Xiaolan. Only 100 mu. Xiaolan knew. Okay. Li gritted his teeth and agreed. Otherwise, what else could he do? Thus, everyone ate happily and prepared to look at the moon at night. This included nearly 12,000 captives from the southwest. They had done a lot of work this year. On the 15th of August, they ate mooncakes. The mooncakes they ate were filled with meat floss as a reward. There were also grapes and wine. Of course, there were no mooncakes at the end. There was only wheat rice cooked with chaff and salted vegetables. A team of 1,000 people, watching others eat mooncakes. In a few days, it will be the 9th Double Ninth Festival. There will be good things. Everyone must work hard. The Khitan captive who was in charge of them spoke in the language of the Southwest barbarians. He then changed it to the language of the Tang dynasty. We apply for work. The captain who did not eat mooncakes stood up and shouted. He was under the most pressure. He was about to be selected. Okay, there is work to do. The Khitan captive agreed. As for what work there was, he did not know. He had to ask Li Yi. Li Yi was also talking about work. It is very tiring to make linoleum paper. You also have to smell it. If you smell it too much, you will get sick easily. It is also not good to wear masks. I am preparing to let the captives do it. Before it snows, we need to perfect the processing and manufacturing system. We will store it for the winter and use it on the houses of the people in spring. Li Yi had planned everything step by step. Chapter 7:15. August 16th. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the commoners started to get busy again. The sorghum was cut from the root, and the stalk was cut more than a foot long. In the past, the commoners wouldn't leave so much except for those who specialized in making brooms. The sorghum stalks were worthless, so they were burned as firewood. Now, the commoners were very careful. They were waiting for Li Yi to come up with a good idea. The commoners trusted Li Yi that much. They didn't know what Li Yi would do, but they firmly believed that they shouldn't waste things. Sure enough, after only one day, the paperboys started to shout. Selling newspapers. Li family Zhuangzi is recruiting older people to help make things in the villages. Selling newspapers. Li family Zhuangzi is buying sorghum stalks and stalks. Previously, Li family Zhuangzi found people to deal with cotton, cloth, and waste paper. However, they recruited people who did manual labor, so the elderly weren't suitable. Old people worked slower, and their eyesight wasn't good. Now, Li family Zhuangzi prepared jobs for the elderly. The newspaper wrote that one job was for the elderly to help weave things, and they would be paid according to the quantity. The other job was for the elderly to weave things, and Zhuangzi would be paid according to the quantity. Li family Zhuangzi provided the sorghum stalks for the former, but not for the latter. Those who had the sorghum stalks at home could sell them to Li family Zhuangzi after they were done. Those who didn't have the sorghum stalks at home and were willing to make them themselves were also fine. The items to be made were frames, brooms, brushes, mats, curtains. Those who didn't know how to do it could learn after watching others make it. The newspaper gave a method. Those who didn't know how to do it could help process the raw materials, and everyone worked in an assembly line. The elderly would work, do farm work, weave things, and even weave cloth. Usually, when they were done, they would sell them in the market, but they couldn't sell for a good price. This is called distributed intensive labor. From the perspective of the industry, the purchasing power is limited in one area, and a lot of time is wasted on traveling and waiting. Li Yi explained to Li Longji. Li Longji moved the small court meeting to Xingqing Palace. There was also a Xingqing Palace hall here. Only the big court meeting would be held in the imperial city. Naturally, they would live in Xingqing Palace, next to Chunming Gate. The city gate was not closed, and the road to the Li family Zhuangzi was a military camp. If there was any danger, Li Longji and his family could rush out and reach the Li family Zhuangzi directly. After the morning court meeting, Li Longji had nothing to do, so he went to look for Li Yi. Li Yi talked to him about the advantages of capital. It's easy to buy it, but where can I sell it? Li Longji knew the business problem. With so many things, it was obvious that he couldn't sell them in the capital office. The market was already saturated. Sell it to the Khitans, the Turks, and the Bohai Sea. If the Tufan Sea is willing to buy it, sell it to them too. Right now, we have economic and cultural exchanges with other places. They can also collect things and sell them to us. Everyone can trade with each other. My demand is low. I sell my handmade products to them with capital and exchange for their things. This way, we can maintain a trade deficit for a period of time. Li Yi found a place to sell. It seemed that he was making capital, but the people in the capital office were making a profit. The reason for the trade deficit was that he paid a high wage to help the people earn more before winter. After he bought things from Khitan, Bohai, Shi, and other places, he could sell them on his way back. Then, he would buy local things on the way and sell them in Chang'an. There was no problem with the whole process, as long as the other party didn't rob him. We can ship them to other places in the Tang dynasty to sell. Li Longji felt that the external market was too small, and the demand in the Tang dynasty was too high. Wherever you go, you can attack the same industry market. If the price is too high, the local people won't buy it. If the price is too low, the local people won't buy it. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't want to sell millions of brooms and have to use the brooms that other people worked hard to make. This year, the things made from sorghum stalks were exported. What about next year? Li Longji thought about the future. Next year, we won't plant sorghum. We'll plant soybeans. We'll raise insects to eat. This year, the number of insects is limited. Next year, we'll cultivate them. Next year, the people will have more money and have more spending potential. The barbecue industry at night will explode, and there will be a lot of nightlife expenses. Li Yi had long planned that next year, the capital office would not plant sorghum. If they wanted to eat sorghum, they would buy it from outside. Everyone would eat insects together and increase their spending at the food stalls. Because they had money, other than using it to buy things needed at home and saving some, the rest would be spent. If eating insects became popular in the capital office, the protein intake of the people would increase. Li Longji frowned. Brother, the sorghum production is high, but we don't have enough food. Aren't we going to plant new rice? We'll use the new rice to make up for the reduced sorghum production. Next year, we'll plant a lot of terraced fields in Hunan province. There's no shortage. Li Yi had already thought of this. Sorghum produced more crops than soybeans. On the whole, planting soybeans and raising insects was more manual labor. It was better to plant some sorghum. Li Longji slapped his forehead. yes, next year, we will plant new varieties of rice. We can plant 2 batches a year. We can also plant other crops. Li Longji did not continue to stay in Zhuangzi. He turned around and returned to Xingqing Palace. The people did not know what the higher-ups were thinking. The people in the capital office just found that there was an endless amount of work to do. One by one, the tasks were placed there. As long as they were willing to work hard, they would be able to earn money. Eat something good these days. Eat 3 meals a day. You'll be tired if you work too much. You can't not eat enough. Eat meat. It's better to eat meat. Let's give meat to the elders at home. Let's go to Li family Zhuangzi to work. We can eat there. When we're done, we'll be busy in winter. We can't even rest for 2 days a year. You don't have to go. You can sleep at home. That won't do. Other people have money, but our family doesn't. If it's because we're lazy, we'll be scolded behind our backs. Not behind our backs, but in front of our faces. The people discussed. They seemed to be complaining, but they were actually showing off. In Lantian County, Zhangsun Xian held a newspaper in his hand. Li family Zhuangzi came up with a new idea. Should we follow? Recently, Zhangsun Xian had made a lot of money. This included weaving, milling, and canning. When he saw Li family Zhuangzi taking action, he wanted to follow suit. This money was clean. It was different from money that was embezzled or accepted. Inspector Zhang Sun, we can't learn. We don't know how Li Yi will deal with the many things he wants. If we give too little, no one will do it. If we give too much, we'll be screwed. When Luo Aoqing heard that Zhang Sun Xian wanted to learn, he quickly stopped him. The other 3 also nodded. It was too dangerous. Unless they knew how Li Yi would deal with it. Forget it. Let's wait. It's a pity that we can't get involved with that cotton. Otherwise, there will be benefits. Zhang Sun Xian waved his hand, looking very regretful. He could see that cotton was important. Unfortunately, it was managed by the imperial court. Individuals were not allowed to buy cotton. Moreover, even if they planted cotton, they would have to sell it to Li family Zhuangzi or the imperial court. Chapter 7:16. In autumn, there would be a period of leisure after planting the winter wheat. But this year, it was even busier. Of course, in the past, leisure referred to the men working in the field. The women also had to weave. This year, they didn't collect mediocre materials, saving a lot of time. They went to the Li family Zhuangzi to learn how to spin and weave. When they learned, the Li family Zhuangzi sent people to follow them back to their village or county. There, they transported things over and bought things from the local area to cook for them. It wasn't that they lived in the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi had no place to stay. Bundles of cotton were taken away, and waves of people came and went. Shan Wuwei, who worked hard to translate the scriptures to preach, saw this. He wrote these things down and prepared to integrate them into the scriptures. The scriptures were also divided into different contents. Some of the contents were specifically about things, exaggerating some situations and then proving the power of the sect. For example, when his story was passed down in the future, it was written that he went to the Dragon Palace for a few days. When he came out, his clothes were not wet at all. There was also a time when he was asked to pray for rain. When he did it, everyone saw the guanyin in the sky. Water flowed out of the bottle in the guanyin's hand. It was raining. When he was crossing the east, he encountered a river. There was no bridge on the river, so he simply flew over. These things were all written down, and they were passed down vividly. For people like Li Yi who used their lifespan to exchange for things, it was nothing. It was a normal phenomenon. Li Yi didn't fly around all day. He just made good things. Some were beneficial to the people and some were profitable. Shan Wuwei decided to write about Li Yi. He estimated that after he finished writing and passed down, Li Yi was as magical as him. For example, when he discovered a drought, he used mud to make chickens and ducks. Those chickens and ducks came to life and quickly laid eggs. New chickens and ducks came out of the eggs and quickly ate the locusts. At the same time, Li Yi used sorghum stalks to weave a drilling tool. The drilling tool suddenly became big and drilled 10,000 wells overnight. If anyone said it was impossible, the person who told you the truth would fall out with you. In fact, the matter of praying for rain was true. But the difference was that when they asked him to pray for rain, he used various reasons to delay the time. For example, if he wanted to take a bath or burn incense, he would look at the weather. When he felt that it was about time, he went out to perform the ritual. His judgment of the weather was accurate, and it was indeed raining. Li Yi prioritizes the people. In a few years, the Tang dynasty will definitely become more powerful, and the people from other places. After Shan Wuwei wrote down some things about the Tang dynasty, he sat there and analyzed the future of Li Yi and the Tang dynasty. He didn't know if Li Yi was willing to hit others, but he knew that Li Longji wanted to hit him. Originally, if the war continued, the country would decline. But when he saw what Li Yi did, he realized that he could not defeat the Tang dynasty in other aspects. Especially when she knew that Li Yi had developed a powerful weapon, she couldn't help but worry about other things. War was not good for him to preach, and there were many people in Tufan who believed in religion. But after thinking about it, he figured it out. He smiled. In the dispute, if the Tang dynasty wins, I will preach in the Tang dynasty. Even if the people of the Tang dynasty occupy Tufan, they will still believe in my religion. Yes, in an instant, he understood what his teacher meant. Why did he come to the Tang dynasty to preach? Because the Tang dynasty was likely to conquer other places. At that time, he would naturally preach his religion. He couldn't change the war, so he chose the winner. On the other side, in the Honglu temple, the envoys of Tufan were not in a good mood. Because the first batch of soybeans had been shipped out. It was said that they would go through the Han River and then into the Yangtze River to the border. Previously, they sent countless things made of fur, and now they sent food. It was clear that they were ready to go to war in winter. They confirmed it, ran, and confirmed it. They quickly sent the message back. Last time, they sent the message to alert Tufan. This time, it was inevitable for the war to happen. Once they took action, the Tang dynasty would naturally know. They sent the message back, saying that if the two countries were at war, they would not kill the envoys. Then, after the Minister of Justice, Song Jing, learned about the situation, he ran to the Li family Zhuangzi. Xiao Yi, last time you and Old Bai talked about trapping Tufan, their team set off as soon as our soybeans were sent away. Song Jing looked very excited. It was probably because he had never tricked others like this before. Tufan had always held the initiative and always wanted to trick the Tang dynasty. They should send someone to follow them and see if they will send the soybeans to the front line. Li looked at the other side as if they were not cautious enough. Then it will be too late. If they really send the soybeans to the border of Tufan and Tang dynasty, they will report it. By the time the news reaches the border, the war may have already begun. Song Jing was quite familiar with this. If he were the envoy, he would think of ways to get information and also send the news back. He picked up a dried persimmon cake and was not in a hurry to eat it. Instead, he said, who would have thought that the Tang dynasty would send soybeans for exchange? It has never happened before. Didn't they think about it? Would they send soybeans to the army? Soybeans are not as convenient as rice and wheat. Yes, now there are instant noodles and compressed biscuits. If they want to send something, they should send something like that. Li picked up the tea and looked at the tea leaves in the tea bowl. He shook his head. Song Jing chuckled. It's not like soybeans can't be eaten, especially since they can be extracted for oil. We can send soybeans to the other side and exchange them for other food. Also, you said that bean sprouts are good for the body. Maybe the soybeans are sent to the other side to produce bean sprouts. Why don't we send some compressed biscuits to the soldiers at the front line? Other than making linoleum paper, some of the captives are still looking for jobs to do. Li Yi thought that they could send compressed biscuits to the front line. They were high in calories and others said that they were delicious, but he did not like to eat them. Find Old Bai and ask the Ministry of Revenue to provide things and you provide manpower. We can't always let the Li family Zhuangzi give benefits to the soldiers at the front line. Song Jing suggested. He did not want the Li family Zhuangzi to always pay. The imperial court was the imperial court. In the past, they had no choice but to accept Li Yi's money. Now that the imperial court's Ministry of Revenue had a lot of money, counting on Zhuangzi to pay would damage the imperial court's prestige. Old Bai? Li Yi smiled. If I say that I want to send food to the soldiers, will he be worried? No, the soybeans and sorghum this time will be harvested. According to the method of renting a moo, there will be food. Song Jing guaranteed that Bai Gu was not a stingy person. As long as he could save up, he was willing to spend any amount of money. The two chatted for a while more before Song Jing left. He actually came over to complain. Ever since the students helped the commoners in court for free, the commoners in the capital had gone crazy. In the past, the cases that the village mediated had been dug up. There were even commoners who were not from the capital, but from the neighboring prefectures. When they learned of the situation, they ran over to ask for help. In the end, when they talked about the matter of Tufan being scammed, he felt that the trivial matters of the Ministry of Justice did not matter. Wasn't it just that the officials were a little busy? Wasn't it just that some local officials took advantage of the situation and were now being investigated? Chapter 7:17. What's in those cars? When they passed by me, I smelled the fragrance. Compressed biscuits are sold in heaven and earth. You can eat them at the buffet. Cheating people. What kind of cheating? At the buffet, of course, the more you eat, the better. If you eat compressed biscuits, you'll be full. It's good for the soldiers. It's not easy to eat outside. That's right. The discussions of the people lingered in the ears of Buqiao and Isinba. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. They confirmed again that a war was going to happen. They had eaten compressed biscuits before. They were hard like beef jerky, but they seemed to be more filling than beef jerky. They could also guess the production process. It was just that it was difficult for ordinary people to make and used a lot of oil and sugar. There were also dried vegetables, walnuts, and other nuts. They were pressed into pieces with something. The food was good, but it was a pity that they couldn't make it in Tufan. There wasn't that much sugar. If there was less sugar, it would spoil easily. The convoy just now took the same route as the soybeans. The two of them judged that the soybeans were indeed sent to the border of the Tang dynasty. Since the Li family Zhuangzi showed his talent, the capital office has become more and more prosperous. Isinba said something that seemed to have nothing to do with the war. Just the experiment in the capital office has provided the Tang dynasty's Ministry of Revenue with a lot of money. When it is implemented in the whole Tang dynasty, there will be endless wars. Buqiao understood. At the same time, he also knew that war was about money. He used to think that as long as the soldiers were powerful enough, there was no war that they couldn't win. Since Li Yi supported the front line, he finally realized that there was more money in war, and it was enough to defend. As long as they defended, the two sides would start to wear each other out. With the money of the Tang dynasty, there would be an endless supply of food to the front line. Tufan had to follow suit. Otherwise, the generals of the Tang dynasty would suddenly attack and catch Tufan off guard. Tufan's population was not as large as that of the Tang dynasty, and they had less land. They couldn't plant greenhouses in winter. If this continued, would Tufan still have food to use in 3 to 5 years? I've already written about the capital office and the method Li Yi used. I hope the people there can learn. Isinba placed his hopes on the reform of Tufan. He thought that Li Yi was just reforming, and it was just a small change. There was no need to learn about the matters of the imperial court. Instead, he had to learn about technology and management. Bo Qiao looked in the direction of Tu Fan and remained silent. Time flew by amidst the hustle and bustle. It was only 10 days away from September, and September of this year's lunar calendar was October of the Gregorian calendar. The weather was cold. It was no longer cold in the morning and in the evening. After the temperature dropped, other than the people carrying the work at the dock who were still wearing their waistcoats, the others had changed into long clothes. The temperature in Hunan Prefecture wasn't high either. After the rain, Dengzhou, Hunan Prefecture. Provincial Governor Yao Yi was running a fever and had diarrhea at the same time. The imperial physician of Hunan province took a look at him in the room and prescribed him some medicine. I thought it was a cold, but now it seems to be malaria. The imperial physician gave the answer. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Malaria? With this disease, one could only rely on fate. Quick, send a fast horse to the capital office and find Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi. Ask him to come. He is a divine physician. Yao Yi's wife was anxious. She knew that Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi was Ba Shui. All sorts of things about Li Yi had been circulating in Hunan Prefecture, including the merchants who came and went. What the merchants talked about the most was how owner Li of the Li family's farmstead was and what he was like. There were also letters between her husband and father-in-law, and they talked about Li Yi. The main reason was that they wanted Yao Yi to learn from Li Yi. Unfortunately, Yao Yi wasn't willing to learn from others. His father was the imperial court's assistant, and he had a lot of power. He could rely on this. Yes, go find Li Yi. Yao Yi was so sad that he wanted to die. He also thought of Li Yi. The people were sent out, and at the same time, the news spread. Provincial Governor Yao Yi of Dengzhou was sick with malaria. No one knew if he could survive. The people were talking about it. Look, no matter how high an official is, he will still be sick. Life and death are unpredictable. I heard that his father is the prime minister. Many people gave him gifts, and he accepted them all. Last time, when Song Chun-er danced for him, he gave her something worth 500 coins. None of the officials are good people. Who said that? Now that Li Dongzhu has become the honorable physician, he is a good official. That mountain is his. He sent people to take care of it, and he always finds people to work and pay them. Owner Li's official is useless. One is a useless official. He is useful. Why is Magistrate Bai so good to him? Magistrate Bai went to Chang'an to be a minister because he is good at controlling locusts. It was Li Dongzhu who taught me how to deal with locusts. There are too few locusts this year. They were eaten by chickens and ducks as soon as they came out. I want to catch more and feed them to the pigs. I caught a lot of locusts during the autumn. Pigs grow really fast after eating them. As everyone chatted, the topic changed. They were talking about the Dengzhou provincial governor Yao Yi's illness, but now they were praising Li Yi. In the hearts of the people, Yao Yi's death had nothing to do with them. If they heard that Li Yi was sick, they would be anxious because it involved their own interests. Li Yi bought the mountain and there was work all year round. He paid a lot of money and even provided free soup at Luoyang's pier. This seemed to have become the tradition of the Li family Zhuangzi. As long as there was business, there would be free soup. Also, there would always be newspapers sent from the mountain. At the same time, there would be students teaching pinyin and literacy. If Li Yi died of illness, everything would be gone. If Yao Yi died of illness, they could just change provincial governor. It was not a big deal. What? He is the son of the prime minister. So what if he is the son of the emperor? He also never gave me free soup to drink. Yao Yi was sick with malaria. The winged knights and eunuchs who were sent here knew about it. They came over and casually rented a courtyard to live in. The winged knights usually trained in the courtyard and the eunuchs were in charge of buying things. They brought medicine. One was for colds and the other was for malaria. When they were sent here, they knew why. When they heard that Yao Yi was really sick, other than being relieved, they were also afraid. Sure enough, he was sick with malaria. If they did not come, Yao Yi would probably, "Let's go and send the medicine to Yao Yi. When he is better, we will return to Chang'an." The eunuchs called out and led the team to the provincial government. When Yao Yi saw the winged knights and the eunuchs of Chang'an Palace, he thought that there was something wrong with what he did. "You are." Yao Yi looked at the winged knights. He was afraid that the winged knights would attack him. "Provincial Governor Yao, we are here to send you medicine. It is the medicine for malaria. It is a big honey pill. Take it and see how many days it will take." The eunuchs did not flatter and said with a righteous face, "Ah! You have medicine for malaria?" Yao Yi was not stupid. He suddenly thought of many things. "You let me get malaria and then give me medicine?" Yao Yi thought of this question. Malaria is transmitted by mosquitoes. Do we catch mosquitoes and send them to bite you? The 8 pills are here. 1 pill in the morning and 1 in the evening. The eunuchs did not get angry with the patient. He put down the medicine and left with the team. Chapter 7:18. Are they trying to poison me to death? Yao Yi was confused. His wife was smarter. If they want Datang to die, they don't have to send medicine. Will I definitely die from malaria? Didn't some people survive? Yao Yi said something that even he did not believe. After he finished speaking, he picked up a pill, opened the oiled paper, threw it into his mouth, chewed, and drank some water. Perhaps it was due to psychological factors, but he felt much better in less than half an hour after he finished eating. Rumor has it that Li Yi can predict the future. It seems that he does have some tricks up his sleeve. This time, he tried to curry favor with me. I can put in a good word for him in front of father. Yao Yi thought of the rumor that Li Yi could predict the future. Combined with today's situation, Li Yi knew that he would fall ill, so he arranged for people to come over and deliver medicine when he fell ill. His motive was simple. His father was the prime minister, so he wanted to get in touch with his father through him. Yao Yi's wife heard this and felt the same. When Yao Chong wrote to them, he did not dare to mention Li Yi and Li Longji. They thought that Li Yi needed to curry favor with the prime minister, or even through the prime minister's son. The next day, Yao Yi, who had taken an extra pill at noon, did not feel uncomfortable anymore. He was just a little weak. Good medicine. We can ask him to give the prescription to the imperial court. Father can use this as an excuse to help him. Yao Yi helped Li Yi think of a way to get promoted. He could give the prescription to the imperial court and ask the prime minister for help. He did not even consider that if he could give the prescription to the imperial court, would he still need help? After another day, Yao Yi could walk more. At the same time, his appetite gradually recovered. The fever had completely subsided, but he still had some diarrhea. The eunuch came again and continued to deliver medicine. This malaria medicine depended on the symptoms. Some could be cured in 2 or 3 days, while others required a lot of effort. At this time, the urgent report had arrived in Chang'an. The road was easy to travel, and the horses at the relay stations were good. The messenger rushed all the way. At each relay station, he changed horses. He rode one and led the other. He still rushed. He ran and changed horses. At the relay station, he changed horses again. He was alone. The road from Hunan to Chang'an was smooth. There would not be any problems. If it was a military situation, it would be a group of people. The messenger ran into the city and came to the government hall. Prime Minister Yao, Datang is sick. He has malaria. The messenger didn't dare to delay and shouted loudly. Yao Chong, who had always been calm, knew that Datang was his son the moment he heard the word Datang. However, when he heard malaria, his head hurt and his ears buzzed. Prime Minister Yao, Datang said that he's looking for Li Yi and wants Li Yi to go, the messenger said. Yes, find Li Yi. Come with me to find Li Yi. Yao Chong hurriedly walked out. When he was outside, he was stunned. No, find His Majesty. Go to Xingqing Palace and find His Majesty. There's medicine. There's medicine for malaria. Yao Chong reacted. What identity would he use to find Li Yi? It was a waste of time. There was a medicine for malaria in the Tang dynasty, which was developed by Li Yi. Find His Majesty and ask His Majesty for it. The group hurried to Xingqing Palace. When Yao Chong saw Li Longji, tears flowed down his face. Your Majesty, my eldest son has malaria. Li Longji wasn't anxious at all. When he heard that it was malaria, he was secretly relieved. He asked, Are you sure it's malaria? The imperial physician of Hunan said so. Yao Chong nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Prime Minister Yao. There's medicine. I think Yao Yi has already taken it. A few days ago, I sent someone to bring medicine for typhoid and malaria. Li Longji told me the arrangements. I've already prepared them. Ha! Yao Chong was confused. What did he mean? A few days ago, he sent someone to bring medicine. Your Majesty, you mean to wait for my son to fall sick and then give him medicine? Your Majesty, why are you? Li Yi? Yao Chong didn't finish his question when he thought of someone. My brother Yi said that Prime Minister Yao has worked hard and made great contributions. I can't let you die in vain. After all, the first Tang dynasty inspection team needs Prime Minister Yao. Li Longji looked at the sky and said. There were dark clouds in the sky. It looked like it was going to rain. Yao Chong, he understood. He was going to join the inspection team. Resign? Was this what his son's life meant? I don't have enough energy recently and can't take up the position of Crepe Myrtle Commandant. Your Majesty, please allow me to beg for bones. Yao Chong stood there and thought for a few seconds before he finally understood. It was time. The Prime Minister had too much power and couldn't be held for long. Especially Lu Huaishan and Yuan Xianyao, they never cared about important matters and held the power in their hands. Well, to take the initiative to resign in exchange for his son's life. What a scheme. What a powerful Li Yi. Yao Chong had to admit that Li Yi was indeed capable. He had already used it twice. He thought it was just a coincidence. But he could even predict his son's illness. If he wanted him to resign, then he should resign. Since Prime Minister Yao is unwell, you can rest for a few days. Li Longji agreed, but he didn't say anything definite. If there was a need, he could be used again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yao Chong bowed. Tomorrow, he needed to resign in the imperial court and recommend someone. Prime Minister Yuan, Prime Minister Liu, and Prime Minister Zhang have also worked hard. Li Longji said again. The other 3 prime ministers should also go. Yuan Xianyao wasn't qualified and had to change positions. There was also Prime Minister Zhang. As for Lu Huaishan was indeed too tired. Don't look at how he was always in charge of small matters. I will speak to them. Yao Chong took over this difficult task. At the same time, his mood improved. So it wasn't just him who was going down. Everyone was going down. Good. Wasn't it just joining the inspection team? He didn't know if they would all join the inspection team. There's no rush. We will receive news in 2 days. Li Longji gave a few days. They would wait until Yao Yi's condition stabilized before discussing other matters. Now that he was sick, they were forcing the Prime Minister to resign. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yao Chong took his leave. After leaving Xingqing Palace, Yao Chong looked at the sky and sighed. So it's like this. What should be retreated will be retreated. But if we prime ministers can retire, how can Li Yi retire? Yao Chong felt that Li Yi's authority was now the greatest. He could actually predict that his son would fall sick and arrange for people to deliver medicine in advance. In Xingqing Palace, Li Longji also sighed. In this position, there are many things that are not up to people. It's right for Brother Yi not to be an official. Otherwise. Sanlang, I heard that Prime Minister Yao's son always used the position of Prime Minister Yao to gain personal benefits. He also had dealings with foreign countries. Empress Wang walked over. The news of Yao Chang's family had spread. Everyone in the imperial court knew about it. Because of Yao Chang's position, others did not have good morals. Personal morals are not good. We should take this as a warning. Li Longji said. Yao Chang must be taken down. He must let people see that His Majesty still hoped for the good of the Tang dynasty. He didn't care if one was talented or not. One dynasty was over. It was time for a new one. He had to show the officials and the people. Even the people of Hunan knew about this. If the imperial court did not care, they would lose the support of the people. I hope Yao Yi gets better soon. Who will be the next prime minister? Empress Wang looked forward to the change of prime minister. Chapter 719. Brother Yi, Yao Yi is sick. He has malaria. That night, Li Longji went to Zhuangzi again. He found that moving to Xingqing Palace was the best decision. It was more convenient than coming to Zhuangzi from the imperial city. Li Yi was eating pig trotters. He was chewing food in his mouth and signaled Li Longji to take it himself. Li Longji did not refuse. He looked at the braised pig trotters on the plate and picked one up. He took a small bite of the skin and ate it. Li Yi swallowed the food in his mouth. Yao Chong should retire. His family has gone too far. Li Yi knew the situation very well. If Yao Chong deliberately left Li Longji something to use against him, then Yao Chong should not have protected someone in Ziwei province who took bribes. The money that the other party took was given by foreigners. Why would such a person protect someone like him? It was enough to get some benefits from his own family. How could he protect such a big thing just because he said so? Did he want to challenge the imperial power? That was why Li Longji pardoned everyone except for that official. Only then did Yao Chong realize that he had thought too much. Now, save some face for him and save his son, and he will retire. If Yao Chong retires, who can be the prime minister? Li Longji did not know what would happen in the future. He just felt that Yao Chong had handled everything in the Tang dynasty. If he retires now, he can ask Yao Chong for help in the future. However, he will not give Yao Chong a nominal position. Old Song and Old Bai, one prime minister and one deputy. Song Jing will be the prime minister, and Bai Gu will be the deputy. It will be very interesting if the two of them work together. Li thought of two candidates. Bai Gu should be the prime minister in history. Li Longji wanted him to be the prime minister. However, he died before he could become the prime minister. According to history, Zhang Shua had died a long time ago. When Yao Chang's son died, Lu Huaishan should still be alive. Yuan Xianyao was supposed to replace Yao Chong, but Yuan Xianyao was not as good as Lu Huaishan. Once Lu Huaishan was dead, Yao Chang's power would still be the same. Song Jing became the prime minister. The current situation was that a bunch of people who should have died were living quite comfortably. That wouldn't do. They had to go down. There were 2 empty seats, one for Bai Gu and one for Song Jing. Why is Bai Gu the deputy? Li Longji couldn't understand. Bai Gu was now the Minister of Revenue, while Song Jing was the Minister of Justice. The Ministry of Revenue had more money and more power. The Ministry of Justice could only deal with low-level officials and commoners. If Bai Gu becomes the Prime Minister, he has to change to another position. The Ministry of Revenue is in charge of money, while the Prime Minister is in charge of the country. The Minister of Revenue is in charge of money. When the two conflict, Bai Gu will use the Ministry of Revenue's laws to manage the country, or use the country's laws to manage the Ministry of Revenue. Li Yi explained his reason. Bai Gu only thought about earning money and sat in that position. He was the prime minister, but he still thought about earning money. The prime minister should consider the Ministry of Revenue. Okay. Li Longji agreed. The matter was decided. Song Jing would be the prime minister, and Bai Gu would cooperate. Li Yi could decide who would be the prime minister. He was still a rank 2 civil official and a rank 9 military official. He didn't even go to the imperial court once. He was in charge of the matters in the imperial court. Deng Zhou and Yao Yi's health were getting better day by day. Good medicine. Li Yi has done a great service. He should be rewarded. Yao Yi didn't know that his father was going to pass away. He also didn't know that he was the one who said he wanted to reward him. He asked his father to pass away and also arranged 2 prime minister positions. He was in a good mood when he found that he didn't have to die. He sent someone to Chang and to report that he would pass away in a few days, no more than 10 days. The lunar calendar entered September. Yao Yi, who was supposed to be dead, regained his vitality. He didn't know that the faster he recovered, the faster his father would pass away. A heavy rain fell. The clouds in the sky were dark, without any color. The people were cheering, especially the people in the east of Taihang Mountains. This rain proved that the drought was over. The people in Chang and saw a moderate rain. It fell in the morning and stopped at night. It wasn't satisfying. Normally speaking, from the beginning of the year until now, the fields would be reduced. Then the emperor would go to Luoyang to look for food and come back 2 years later. However, there was no problem with the lack of rain. There was a lot of well water and river water, and there was a water network. After a moderate rain, people didn't have to water the wheat anymore. It saved them a lot of trouble. After the rain, Lu Huaishan came and went directly to the Li family Zhuangzi hospital. He was then transferred to the inpatient department. Old Lu, why did you catch a cold? I thought it was over. It's raining, and you still ran out. Li put Lu Huaishan on a drip and smiled as he spoke to Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan caught a cold and coughed. He didn't even go to the imperial doctor. He went directly to Zhuangzi for a checkup and hospitalization. Lu Huaishan was depressed. I didn't run out. I just happened to be outside. I didn't get caught in the rain. It's just that I suddenly felt cold. It's okay. It's good that you're here. Your body isn't functioning well enough now. The speed at which you drink medicine is slow. We have to race against time. 3 days. You should be fine in 3 days. If you catch a cold, I'll take care of you. You can't die even if you want to. Li Yi reassured Lu Huaishan and his family. Lu Huaishan was diagnosed early and treated early. As long as there were no other complications, it was easy to treat. When I recover, I will resign and join the regiment. It will be more relaxing. If I don't beg for bones, I think I can still live. Of course. You don't have to worry about the matters in the regiment. There will be people to take care of it. Unless you need to clean up a place, you can go there and help. Li Yi supported him. Don't be the prime minister. It's too tiring. When you're old, you should find something to do. Will the Tufan Empire take the initiative to attack this year? I heard that the people have been exchanged. There are still more than 400 Tufan soldiers left. Even though Lu Huaishan was about to leave, he was still thinking about the matters in the imperial court. This means that the Tufan Empire has captured many of our people. Some of our people should be dead. If not, why are there still Tufan prisoners left? They won't be able to fight this winter. The morale of the new people is not stable. Some want revenge and will do something rash. The higher-ups of the Tufan Empire must know about this. That's why they won't send them out to fight. Defense is the most important. Li Yi analyzed. The people who were captured by the Tufan Empire couldn't be full. They had poor food for many days and needed to rest. There was also the morale. Most of the captured Tufan soldiers didn't want to fight. There were a few angry radicals. If they were asked to fight, they would be rash. My throat hurts. I want to cough but I can't. Lu Huaishan put down the matters at the border and told Li Yi about his physical condition like a child. Let me see. I'll suck your phlegm. You still need to take some medicine. Ambroxol hydrochloride. I'll give you an intravenous drip. The effect will be faster than oral. Li Yi added medicine into the saline bottle and took the sputum suction machine to suck Lu Huaishan's phlegm. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.